We are.
Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and Roberta, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Zaragoza?
Here.
Supervisor Parks? Here. Supervisor Foy?
Here.
Supervisor Bennett?
Here. And really pleased to have Robert Solis from the Behavioral Health Department here for our moment of inspiration. I think you'll find this another moving, inspirational way for us to start our morning. Good morning. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, and Mrs. Robinson. On behalf of the Behavioral Health Department, we are pleased to present today's moment of inspiration. I would like to start with a quote from Arthur Golden that is quite befitting of our purpose today. Adversity is like a strong wind. It tears away from us all but the things that cannot be torn, so that we may see ourselves as we really are. I'm here today representing our Behavioral Health Disaster Response Team, which has had many responsibilities of dealing with many tragic events in the community. We have helped many in our county deal with their losses and grief, and at the same time have been rewarded with the sense of community that we have all come together in difficult and tragic times. The Disaster Response Team is designed to coordinate, manage, and ensure the delivery of appropriate behavioral health disaster response services to the residents of Ventura County in the event of natural or man-made disaster. The goal of our outreach is to have direct contact with affected community members to mitigate ongoing psychological trauma as a direct result of the disaster experience. To accomplish this requires dedicated professional, at times partnerships with other agencies, such as public health, our schools, and our local Red Cross. The team provides solace and supportive services, information and referral, advocacy, public education, and resources to those affected by tragic experiences. We have responded to many tragic events, such as the Metrolink incident, as well as sudden and traumatic tragedies, including sudden deaths of students and their parents, as well as school staff members within our local school communities. The team has found inspiration in those we serve. One of our disaster responders reported that she was questioning herself about the purpose of this work. While responding to the event, a little girl appeared and she asked the girl, "Would you like some water?" The little girl smiled and said, "No, I need a hug." Little did the girl know the responder needed the hug too. It is our hope that through this work, through those who find themselves in critically difficult times, will be helped and strengthened by the valuable services team provides. Behind me are a few members of the team, and I would like to ask them to stand so that we may acknowledge their service and commitment to our community. And I'll read the names of the people that have participated and responded to, within this last year to many of the events that we've aided. Pam Abernathy, Gabriela Anguila, Brianna Kreikler, Gustavo Cruz, Susan David Hess, Jennifer Dougherty, Barry Drapp, Lolita Fernandez, Elijah Imlay, Susan Lucky, Salman Zone, Roseanne McAvoy, Jackie Miller, Perry Moorfield, Anna Montez, Dina Olivas, Ray Ortiz, Julie Roberts, Craig Tangler, Maria Tello, and Dennis Wellwood.
Great. Yeah, would everybody please stand if your name was read so we can appropriately recognize you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Joanne McDonald here representing the auditor for us here, and we have Leroy over here representing County Council. And Leroy, would you like to lead us in the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that, Marty. Okay, Waiting for Supervisor Long to make a motion on the minutes. Okay. We have a motion. We have, and it's been seconded. We're ready to vote on this controversial item. And it passed 5-0. All right, we're ready to go into agenda review. Ms. Robinson.
Yes, Chair Bennett. A regular item, number 39, there's a revised board letter, page 2, regarding the public defender's budget figures. And on item 42, there's a request by Sheriff Bob Brooks to remove this board letter, and he will return with it at a later date. And then on the regular agenda, item 44, my office has submitted a cover letter to the Becerra proposal, and that you should have all received copies of that, and it is posted online.
And just if you'll help me remember to ask you to summarize that letter when we get to that item.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Board members, anything else under agenda review? We're ready for a motion. Move the agenda as modified. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. There we go. We have consent items 10 through 21. I'd like to just make one comment on consent item 16. I just want to compliment our IT staff. The idea of getting ourselves to the point where citizens can do more and more things electronically, where they can pay their bill electronically, they can, it's just, it's much better for governments to be ahead of that curve rather than to be the last to move that direction. I think we've done a good job here in Ventura County, and this is another example of that, so I compliment that. We're ready for a motion on the consent calendar. Items 10 through 21. No cards. No. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote on the consent calendar. Okay, we're now at public comments, and Roberta indicates to me that we have 10 cards for public comments. So we're going to have 3 minutes per speaker for the public comment period. If you can summarize your comments more briefly than 3 minutes, we would appreciate it, but we'll need to be at 3 minutes to be able to hold us on schedule for all of the other things we have here today. So our first speaker is Heather Scott and Ted Perez. If you'd come up to the front row so you could be on deck and we can move through the speakers quicker. So good morning, Ms. Scott.
Good morning. I tend to have a loud voice, so I'm not going to speak directly into the microphone. I think I can go ahead and use my own voice here. So Ted is after me, correct?
That's right.
Okay. I hope to be under 3 minutes for you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Heather Scott. I am a resident of the River Park community in Oxnard, as well as a member of the River Park Levee Action Committee. The board received an update from the Ventura County Watershed Protection District in your last meeting regarding a lot of the levees surrounding the county. River Park borders the SCR1 levee along the Santa Clara River, expanding from the 101 freeway bridge eastward past the Highway 118 and Wells Road Bridge. I am here concerning 3 points today. First, River Park residents are interested in a proactive, solution-based approach for the SCR1 levee, which would help us remain outside of a 100-year floodplain. Off we go.
Yeah.
Second, the River Park Levee Action Committee is a coordinated group of concerned residents working closely with other government agencies and officials such as this board in an effort to solve our SCR1 levee problem. We have collected nearly 500 signatures to date from River Park residents in support of a coordinated solution. Third, I understand that submitting our petition to the Ventura County Board of Supervisors in this open meeting forum offers this document as a matter of public record, which is a privacy concern of our residents in River Park due to the names and addresses they provided on the petition. We contacted Supervisor Zaragoza's office and received a reply that although he represents our district, he may reside in an affected flood zone area and there may be a conflict of interest. The River Park Levy Action Committee does not promote any perception of potential impropriety, so I direct my question to you, Chairman Bennett. Mr. Chairman, may the committee meet with you individually at a mutually convenient time to discuss our SCR 1 levy issue further and submit the petition signatures to you privately so as to not make this information public record?
Well, I'm always happy to meet with everybody. I'd have to talk with county council about what's private in terms of what you submit to me, but
Okay.
we don't normally, I mean, ask me all your questions and we'll get back in touch with you with the answers. We don't normally have a sort of a give and take here at this point in
Okay,
time.
well, exactly. So I guess we'll just work with your office.
Sure.
But that was our concern as well. We didn't want the names, signatures, and addresses available online as a matter of public record. So it was, how could we pass the information on to you in a private way?
So I'll be happy to meet with you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I also share with ask our county council, that I cannot, participate because I own property in SCR 3 and 1. So I want to because it's my district, but unfortunately because of the conflict that I cannot. And is that correct, Mr.
That's correct. We previously looked at that and advised you of that.
Yes, and we received a similar reply when we contacted your office. We've had our residents.
Any other concerns, I'd be happy to be there. And thank you for your concerns, too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Any questions for me, Mr. Chairman?
Just,
Thank you for your time.
we have your contact information.
Yes, I gave it to Roberta, and we'll be in touch with your office as far as arranging and doing it appropriately.
Great,
with your
and
vice
to the
counsel.
extent that my office is listening to this, I'm sure they'll be waiting for your phone call.
Okay,
All right?
thanks so
Great.
much, and
Thank
have
you.
a great Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Ted Perez, and then on deck, Sarah Kittner. Good morning, Mr. Perez.
Good morning. Obviously, you guys know my name. My name's Ted Perez. I work for Behavioral Health Department. I'm a mental health associate. I'm a current member of the bargaining team. I'm here on behalf of nearly 5,000 SEIU members and taxpayers who work for the Ventura County. We are here today to express a commitment in achieving a contract that promotes shared sacrifices, helps solve the problem, and does not create more hardship for the county safety net. It's unfortunate that the county management has given us no alternative than to come here today and speak to you about our negotiations. In late October, Ventura County management gave us an entirely new proposal titled Pension Reform. When we asked at the bargaining table, would this proposal be brought to all workers, including management, we were told that all workers would be taking cuts. There have been no other jurisdictions where the management cuts were just perks. SEIU county workers need to see that all county workers with management cuts are real cuts. We were told that a board letter detailing the cuts for the county management and workers would be announced at the Board of Supervisors meeting very soon. Although usually that type of board letter comes out in December, since the board letter is not here today on the agenda, county's management promise of such a letter being released early has not happened. We know we cannot meet with you about negotiations, but we still want to meet with you about our cost savings ideas and our concerns over contracting out, which has the potential of saving county millions. Ventura workers would love the opportunity to engage in a meeting or town hall and share our cost saving ideas with you. Similar forums and meetings have been arranged in other California counties and cities and have successfully produced real savings for local governments. We are confident that this would prove true for the County of Ventura. So on behalf of nearly 5,000 SEIU 721 members, we would like for you to keep the commitment made to us by the county about a shared sacrifice and see the board letter on the next agenda. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, sir. Sarah Kittner, and on deck, Jesse Guzman. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Sarah Kuttner. I'm a accounting officer too for the healthcare agency. I'm here today to deliver signed petitions of 1,100 SEIU members asking that you, the elected leaders of Ventura County, to be committed to a temporary shared sacrifice that will help solve a temporary problem.
Excuse me a minute, sir. I'm just going to have to ask you to leave until you get that phone under control, please. All right? That's your third time. All right? Can you just take that phone out?
Sorry. Or turn it off.
Do you have the phone off? What? Is the phone off?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm...
Sorry.
Okay.
We're happy to start you over again, whatever you want to do.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great.
So basically, we're delivering 1,100 signed petitions asking you to be committed to a temporary shared sacrifice to a temporary problem, and hopefully that's temporary too. We are aware that there are problems with the economy, and we're willing to do our part in sharing the burden. However, the county's latest proposal is asking that more of the lowest paid employees than the employees making six figures. The county's not just asking workers to take this cut temporarily until changes can be made to pending the pension plan or till the economy gets better, but you're asking us to take them permanently while providing us with no evidence that the county's management will be taking the same cuts. Since SEIU members are not really sure how to get your attention, especially if you won't meet with us to discuss our cost-saving ideas, we're hoping maybe by looking over these petitions, you will see our commitment to the services we provide Ventura County residents. We're looking for your commitment by accepting temporary and shared cuts, and we're asking that you direct the county to do the same and have a board letter by your next board meeting. Also, on a similarly but separate note, I have something to say on behalf of myself and my employees without SEIU pre-approval. According to the county website, it's public knowledge that the board, as a board supervisor, your salaries are in the six figures. That's more income by one person than most of us have in two-income houses. It's also mentioned on the county's website that you are not currently responsible for any part of contribution to your pensions. As employees and residents, we find this a little frustrating. We also find it frustrating that while you're asking us to take these cuts, VSERA's website states, and I quote, "The VSERA pension system remains sound amid the current global economic conditions. Although VSERA is impacted by market fluctuations, we continue to achieve a stable funding status through adherence to prudent long-term investment strategy and maintaining a well-diversified portfolio. VSERA is very experienced in these types of market conditions and typically rebounds well from periods of negative investment performance. The recent market volatility has no bearing on VSERA's ability to meet our benefit payments to retirees," end quote. In fact, Supervisor Bennett, your website states, quote, "The Board of Supervisors has stabilized the county budget and Ventura County does not face the large unfunded pension problems of many other government agencies," end quote. Now, if this is a goal that your quote that is on your website and not an accomplishment, why is it in past tense, we're wondering, because it sounds like an accomplishment. And if it is a goal, like previously mentioned, we ask for you, the Board of Supervisors, and the County of Ventura management to share in the glory of achieving this goal by sharing in the sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesse Guzman.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Jesse Guzman. I work for Human Services Agency. I'm a CBS 3, that's Career Benefits Specialist 3. I worked with the county for 10 years. A couple of months ago, I spoke to you about the county's proposed cuts and the impact on my family. Over the time, the county's proposal has changed, and although the latest proposal impacts our paychecks less, the cuts are permanent to address a temporary problem. This does not make any sense, nor does it make sense that you won't meet with workers/county taxpayers to discuss our ideas of how to save the county funds and increase efficiencies. The lack of a board letter does not show a shared sacrifice amongst the highest paid employees. Almost a third of the SEIU members working for the county are frontline/safety workers addressing this economic crisis. In my position, I am seeing hundreds of Ventura residents needing food stamps, housing assistance, and general relief for the first time in their lives. When I started with the county, or HSA, 10 years ago, I was handling about 275 Medi-Cal continuing cases. Today, I'm handling about 500. One of my coworkers who could not be here today that works in Children and Family Services has 30 new referrals to investigate in just this past month. My coworkers in behavioral health are seeing more people because of the stress of the economy. We've all seen on the news the deadly actions people have taken by hurting their families or themselves because of financial problems on top of mental health issues. During these tough economic times, Ventura County needs committed and experienced workers who can juggle immense caseloads. The county benefits from having experienced workers helping the public get through the red tape and get the correct aid they need to get through these tough times. But the permanent cuts the county is proposing will lead to a loss of experienced and trained workers. It may not happen today or tomorrow, but a few years down the road, when another crisis hits and you don't have any adequate number of social workers to handle referrals, and a child is seriously hurt, or a family is forced to live in a converted garage because they don't know there was aid to help them, will you remember that the workers tried to give you the cost savings ideas instead of permanent cuts, which resulted in experienced workers leaving Ventura? I hope these scenarios don't happen. Please direct county management to produce a board letter that promotes shared and temporary cuts by the December 8th meeting, so SEIU 721 members can see the county commitment to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Brian Dunn. Brian Dunn, and on deck Jane Rosansky. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairman Bennett, members of the board, Ms. Robinson. Brian Dunn, representing Vintage Marina Partners. We own and operate Channel Islands Harbor Marina and Vintage Marina in Channel Islands Harbor. As you know, the County Board of Supervisors and the Channel Islands Harbor Department and the California Coastal Commission approved a public areas plan and design guidelines for Channel Islands Harbor last year. Vintage Marina Partners has implemented a landscaping program that is following these design guidelines at both Channel Islands Harbor Marina and Vintage Marina. The photographs on your screen and in your handout show some of the areas we have landscaped this year. Up to this point, we have mainly focused our efforts around the 5 buildings at the 2 marinas, some parking lot islands, and landscape at the original refurbished Channel Islands Yacht Club building. 2 of the goals outlined in the public areas plan are to improve the public areas of the harbor so that they are attractive to a wide range of residents and visitors. And 2, that these guidelines are intended to gradually improve environmental quality, including stormwater discharged into the harbor. Vintage Marina Partners is working with our landscape team, Organic Tree and Unlimited Landscape. We are providing the design, layout, plant selection, landscape materials, and installation. We do not use any chemical fertilizers or pesticides. We use all drip irrigation and low water irrigation systems. Maintaining our landscape organically is environmentally friendly, and in these times of growing concern about environmental damage and climate change, this provides a practical and effective solution for managing a landscape next to the water in a harbor. The county and Vintage Marina Partners are meeting the goals outlined in the public areas plan with this new landscaping. We look forward to working with the County Harbor Department and continuing this revitalization of the landscape on the west side and throughout Channel Islands Harbor. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunn. Yes, Ms. Krieger.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, just for a second, I just wanted to compliment Brian and thank him on behalf of the harbor, because what they have done, as you can see, goes far beyond what the requirements of the lease are. It extends out into the parking lot. And we're intending to continue working with him to expand it as part of the phased plan to go throughout that west side to begin with. So there have been a number of compliments. We appreciate the board's support.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Jan Rosansky, and then on deck Kara Partridge. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you all. I'm Jane Rosansky, and I'm the CEO of the Camarillo Healthcare District. This is Kara Partridge Ralston, who is the Chief Operating Officer, and also Yvonne Ontiveros, who is the Director of Community Service. This is traditionally the month of giving thanks, and that is the reason that we are here today. The district is thankful to you for the strong relationship and collaborations that we have with the healthcare agency under Mike Powers, and also the Area Agency on Aging with Victoria Jump. The reason that we're here today is to thank you for that, because you strengthen our relationships with you, strengthens the health and wellness of the Camarillo community. But the real reason that we're here, the second most important, is to present to you a thank you card from the Senior Lunch Program participants. And they are, Kara will read this. Are you going to read this to them?
Certainly.
Okay.
This is signed by the participants of the congregate site, which is the community site. I don't know if you can hear me. Inside the card, it says food is an important part of a balanced diet. Thank you for your support of the Camarillo Senior Lunch Program. With grateful hearts, the senior citizens of the Camarillo-Somas area. When the healthcare district assumed and assisted in the transition of the senior lunch program from county in April of 2005, it came with about 180 clients. There are now over 1,300 clients. To date, we've served more than 125,000 meals. When we assumed the transition, there was about a 60-40 split, with 60% of the participants at the congregate site, 40% at the home site, home delivery. 2.5 years into it, it was 50-50. Now we're at a 60-40 again, as we projected, with 60% being served at home, no longer able to come out to the congregate site, 40% at the congregate site. They are very grateful for the foresight of allowing local participation in the senior lunch program when the transition needed to happen. We thank you.
We recently had a survey to find out exactly how we were scoring, so to speak, with the participants. And the comments ranged from, thank you for the lovely lunches, the Asiago chicken portobello was very good, to, it reminds me of the time I was locked up. Not sure about that one. When we have a speaker, try to control the seniors. We all love to be here. Thank you so much. Food and services are excellent. But the one I think that really touched our heart the most was the very, very last one. Excellent. I am reminded of the care my parents gave me in my youth. So on their behalf, thank you so much. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice of you to take that time to come down and present that. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, so we had Kara, Yvonne.
Oh, that was us.
Okay, good. And then we got the Yvonne also. And we're at Patty Thomas, and I believe that's our last speaker.
Hi, good morning. My name is Patty Thomas, and I'm a Ventura County resident since 1989 and in the city of Ventura since 1990. And this is the first time I've addressed this board, but I thank you for this opportunity. I'm here this morning to speak with you regarding the Wright Library, which is where I work, which is where I've worked since 2005. And if you recall that after Helen Powell Wright died in 1962, her estate was handled by Benton Orr, and her estate, she bequeathed close to $300,000 to the city of Ventura with the request that the money be used to build and furnish a public library. The city entered into various agreements with the county and the Board of Supervisors in the 60s, and they were that you would rent the building and that you would operate that library until March of 2015, with also the 15-year extension possible based on if it was mutual. So that would give it till 2030 even. Anyway, but the library director has not been able to fulfill that requirement, apparently. And so my question is there another agency that could perhaps operate that? Or could I ask that perhaps, and I thank you for the general fund that you supply to the various libraries. The city of Ventura's property taxes are about $2 million. So I think, and we sometimes get is like about maybe $189,000, which is less than 10%. So I don't think we're being greedy in asking. I guess I'm here to ask you if possible, for $164,000 that would just get us through till the end of this fiscal year, till the summertime. And then because the Friends of the Library have already raised, I think, about $100 and something thousand, which is very admirable in this day and age, and it's an honor to know that. But if we don't, it's going to be closed on Monday. And I just think that would be, I don't think Helen Powell, I don't think that's fair. And so I'm asking you today, if you could just give us a little bit more this particular year, and then we can regroup, or maybe there's an audit maybe needs to be done. Perhaps the money is there, but it's just not allocated correctly. I don't rightly know, but that's why I'm here, is to ask for your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's our last speaker. And board members, if I can beg your indulgence, I think I'm going to go out of order this time. There's a few comments I'd like to make right at the start. One, I really appreciate the heartfelt comments from the Wright Library supporter, and the people that have been supporting Wright Library have really done heroic work trying to keep the library open. I know Supervisor Long sits on the Library Commission, and for a number of years, the smaller libraries in Ventura County actually receive less funding so that extra money could go to the city of Ventura to try to keep the library open. And that just is not sustainable any longer, and the city is the one that decides how the money is spent, that $2 million that goes there in terms of what they decide that they want to do with it. So I really appreciate it, and I wish there was something. We've looked and looked. I wish there was something that we could do. That's one. The second thing I'd like to just point a few facts out that I think are worth mentioning. Our SEIU folks that were articulate again this morning here for us. One, I think it's a fact that when we have said it at the table, we have consistently followed through. And trust is an important point for us, and I think that I have every confidence that that's a real important value to us. And I think that just want to get that said, that in the past when we said it at the table, it's true, and that's going to be something that I think we will always back up. The second thing is the county is in better shape than almost all of our other cities or competing counties, because we have made some very difficult decisions. But that does not mean, being in better shape than everybody else does not mean that we don't have real problems coming up with rising pension costs. So we still have that problem. So relative rank is good, but that doesn't mean, relative rank, given how bad the situation is for everybody, doesn't mean that there isn't a problem out there. So I wanted to get those two statements made as we move into our comments. And so while I have the floor, I'll go ahead and I want to point out to the other supervisors that we have, there's two, this is that charitable time of year, and people in the county family, many of them who are listening to this broadcast, have consistently been really generous. There are two opportunities to be really generous that I'd like to point out to you. One of them is just kind of fun. Which is always fun if you can have some fun while you're doing that, and that is the homeless people. One of the real challenges is that they go through socks really fast this time of year in the wintertime. Their feet just get cold. They got to wear more than one pair of socks, and we just try on December 15th to try to have as many socks in this boardroom as we can possibly get here. If you got socks, if you want to, while you're shopping, pick up some of those extra tube socks or whatever. But Kate Mills from Public Health will be here, and she is going to do a report on December 15th on the One Stop and the great things that they're doing, and many of the homeless people come to the One Stop. So anybody that's interested can bring in socks for the One Stop. They can drop them off in our office. They can, if you're by the One Stop and you want to drop them off there, that's fine too, but it's just nice for Kate to sort of see a whole lot of socks here. One. Two, we have a program that for our emancipated youth are those children that are probably the most at drift during the holiday seasons because they don't have extended family that they can hook up with. And so there is an opportunity if you want to reach out. You could adopt an emancipated foster youth just for Christmas. In other words, if you submit your name, they will give you a form with a wish list of that particular young man or woman, and you could try to help them have a better Christmas holiday. And that group, as we consistently remind ourselves, they are our children. We are their extended family. They have no other extended family to go to. So if you are interested in doing that, the youth will, you can contact Pam Waldron. Pam Waldron is at 654-3447 here in the Government Center, and Pam will hook you up with a youth, and I have a handout for each of you, so you didn't have to all write that down. I should have passed that out at first. But if you want to send some of those that direction, Supervisor, and this direction, thank you. The final thing is I have just a short PowerPoint slide I'd like to put up. At this time, as we are debating health care reform in this country, and some people think it's not that critical that we make change, I just want to point this fact out. 1999, Kaiser Family Foundation showed that the average group health insurance premium for a family of four was $5,791, and by 2008 it had more than doubled to $12,680. I mean, at this rate, in another 10 years, it will be $24,000 for a family of four for health insurance. If people don't think the system's broken and needs fixing, I just think they're really mistaken. That is a huge problem, and I would point out that through all of that, the health insurance companies have largely remained very, very profitable with huge bonuses for their top executives. So with that, thank you for indulging me and letting me go first in terms of comments. And I have one other announcement. That's right. This is a good announcement back there. We have the FEMA representative in the audience with us, Kathy Schaefer, and I'm very pleased to announce that some very good work by FEMA staff being open-minded to listen, and you can knock the PowerPoint off, please, up on top. By FEMA staff being open-minded to listen, by our county staff and the city of Oxnard's staff and their elected officials, we have had fairly intensive conversations. We've been to Oakland, we've been to Washington, we've had another meeting with Kathy this morning here, but I'm really pleased to announce that the major request of the residents behind the SCR3 levy has been granted, and that is that the flood insurance map will not go into effect January 20th. Instead, all of the residents on the Santa Clara River will be part of the flood insurance study, and they will all be handled at the same time in terms of when their flood insurance maps will go active. They will all be part of a public review process that will take place with part of the flood insurance study. And at the same time, we don't think that this means residents shouldn't go out and buy their flood insurance. We think residents should still go out and buy that premium or that premier flood insurance, which is the low-cost, about $350 flood insurance. But the official designations and the official maps that have been put out there, those maps will not go into will not be the maps that will be determining flood insurance. The flood insurance study maps will be the ones that will be doing that. So Supervisor Zaragoza and Supervisor Long both have residents in there, and so
And I also want to thank you, because I do represent most of that community, And I want to thank you because I still have to buy my insurance, by the way. But I want to thank you, and I met the city officials this morning coming in, the mayor pro tem and the assistant city manager and also our city engineer, and they shared the good news. But I want to thank you personally for assisting us, in the SCR1 and SCR3 FEMA maps, and so forth, and working with the policymakers in D.C. and also Kathy Schaefer, from FEMA. So I want to thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to Supervisor Long, and you can just go right into your comments after.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Like.
And good morning. Thank you all for being present, and to wrap my comments on the issues. I really appreciate Region 9 and Kathy Schaefer, sir, for doing the good work that continued to bring us together to talk about the tough spots and to really address the issues raised by our residents in our community. You clearly said that this will give us time and give FEMA time to continue the work along with the Army Corps of Engineers and the total watershed process here. It does not remove risk. The residents still need to be aware that they should pursue getting the insurance while they have this window of opportunity to get it at a lower cost, and that we will continue to work closely with you to move this along as quickly as possible so that we can address the needs in the watershed for both FEMA and the Army Corps issues. So we thank you for coming to us with what I think is a path for us to take. So thank you. And yes, and thank you, board members, and thank you to our representatives here in the boardroom today from SEIU. We appreciate both your comments, your participation, and the petitions you've given us. And clearly, we have heard and continue to listen, and we struggle mightily with what decisions are in front of us. And I think the chairman spoke well as to the issue of trust and the issue of all of us in this together. So I appreciate you being here. I think I'll do the ugly news first, which is always that of the state. And having just returned, and also to our behavioral health folks, there are some comments that came out of the CSAC work that will continue to challenge all of us. But I was at CSAC last week for the annual conference, and lots of public policy discussions in all areas of what county government does in providing services to all of our residents. Gary Wyatt, who's our outgoing president of CSAC, started out in saying, in the toughest and most difficult times, we must remember why we choose to accept the leadership mantle, and then we must lead. California has many difficult days ahead, and as county leaders, we don't always get to choose the battle or the issue, but we do get to choose how we will proceed and respond. And we must maintain our focus, make the correct choices for all the residents of our counties, and we must lead. The forecast coming out of the LAO's office for next year, and it's already been published, and shocking what was. And Mr. Foy, you sure said it a month or two ago when we thought we were looking at maybe $10-12 billion deficit. Well, we're at a $20.7 billion deficit. Between now and the time the legislature enacts a 2010-11 state budget plan, we've got significant gaps in the revenues versus the spending, and large shortfalls. And the statement was made that we will have additional $20 billion for 3 to 5 years out if the state doesn't address this issue next year. So the challenge has just gotten, once again, bigger. In the work at CSAC drafted through their policy committees an agreement for principles for reform in 2010, and I will provide those to the board, and to let you know that the board of directors did accept these principles for reform. It addresses aligning responsibility with authority among state and local governments, Reform should result in responsible, transparent decisions in state government, and reform should establish accountability and responsibility between California residents and their elected leaders. Although broad, there are some details in here, some that caused quite healthy discussion at the policy committees and at the board, but they have been adopted. It gives us a framework to move forward when reform issues come to the ballot in 2010. And between the various organizations of California Forward, Repair California, the CCS Partnership, and the Californians to Protect Local Taxpayers and Vital Services, there are a range of reform proposals that will be moving through to the voters, I think, in 2010. So again, I've provided that for the board members to have copies of. This is the most current, updated action on this. Under just a couple quick things under the policy committees. I attended the Government Finance and Operations Policy Committee and heard there was a presentation by Mary Ann O'Malley, and our CEO was there, and I believe our board member, Mr. Zaragoza, was also there. I popped in between that one and another one on administration of justice. So it basically, the highlights I've already given you that came out of that committee's discussion. The one that I was very engaged with, the Administration of Justice Policy Committee, because it's dealing with the issues related to prison overcrowding and the 3-judge panel, the governor and the CDCR corrections reform package proposal, and the pushing down to local government, county government, the challenges that we're going to face with potential early release, and also already releasing of parolees to our communities without the safety net in place to really support the services they need. The Mental Health Directors Association put out a criminal justice and mental illness white paper, and it talks about the challenges of having a $1.2 billion reduction in the corrections division, including changes to adult parole services, and those changes are what we will see in January. There will be 600 plus parolees released to our community with a bus ticket and $200. We have issues to deal with. In the mental health community side of it, the early release of inmates from the state prisons, including inmates with significant health and mental health disabilities, could lead to increased, I would say it will lead to increased pressures on counties to file LPS and Murphy conservatorship where the inmates are dropped off at hospitals with no entitlements. So the needs for our community to really come together, I think, and have some honest discussions about how we are going to look to build a stronger safety net for what's coming to our communities over this next year will be critical. And I think I announced last time at our meeting that BCOG did agree to have this subcommittee work, and I've already started the conversation with our probation department and others, but to work on just that and do it on a regional review so that we can look to strengthen where possible our safety net, and it's going to be tough for us. There was great celebration with the 25th anniversary of the Clerk of the Boards Association, and our illustrious Roberta stepped down as president, and she had a wonderful year of planning the big party for the 25th anniversary, but also I think celebrating the work of that association and in providing training and services for the clerks of the boards to raise their level of professionalism and certification and the good work of that board. So that was fun to be able to participate with you in that. And also our wonderful CEO led a panel on women leading in county government and had quite a broad section of women representatives from small communities, CEOs, Santa Monica, others, and talked about issues women face in stepping up into management roles and leading in county government. And it was very enjoyable and enlightening panel. Good job, Marty. The Urban County Caucus also adopted the similar principles of CSAC. We also held our elections, and I have agreed to continue to serve on the executive board of CSAC. and we have a tough year in front of us, and I just thought the experience of having served there for years should continue and get us this next year anyway. The 2010 Winter-Spring course schedule for CSAC Institute for Excellence in County Government has been made available. I know that we have had our very own county managers. A couple of them provide some leadership in these course schedules, as we also have sent some of our management and members to these course schedules to improve both their professional skills and experience with how to run an effective county government. And let me see, I'm almost finished here. I'd ask that we adjourn in memory of those folks on this list from the 3rd District, calling out one wonderful, wonderful woman in Santa Paula, Martha Clements Maynard Knight. Martha served as a docent at the Santa Paula Oil Museum, was Citizen of the Year in 1997, Woman of History in 2001, served in our polling, inspector at our local polling places for over 30 years, and she and her husband were very instrumental in the formation of the Santa Paula Hospital back in the day, when it was founded and established. This is certainly the season of Thanksgiving, and as Supervisor Bennett called out some opportunities, I know that all of you know there are opportunities within your communities to reach out to help folks in need during the Thanksgiving season. There are traditional Thanksgiving dinners being provided in Camarillo through the Camarillo Moose Lodge, and Oxnard through the Rescue Mission, as they always do, Salvation Army, Moore Park, Santa Paula, Simi Valley. So again, call out to county employees, Ventura and Thousand Oaks, to look for ways to just give a little extra time. Sometimes that's more valuable to stand there and help to feed folks in a serving line than you can really understand and appreciate. But please reach out to do so. Yesterday we had a meeting of the Community Commission, and Dave Smith gave an update of the Ventura County Ventura County Together program that was launched with United Way, the Community Foundation, First Five, and that they have already they've been successful in raising dollars. They're certainly still reaching out to do so, and again call on county employees to look at ways to give to this effort. It raises these dollars, 100% of which go into over 30 different organizations in our county, nonprofits, who provide food, shelter, and health care to those who are in need. And there's an Amgen match that has been out there trying to raise money to match up to $150,000 of Amgen dollars that have been put on the table, and that match closes out on December 4th. So they're really in the stretch here to try and raise the final dollars to be able to capture. For every dollar you get a dollar. Obviously 150 translates to $300,000. And again, helping all of us in our community who are in need. And lastly, for great Thanksgiving to the Santa Paula community and Kay Wilson Bolton, who has taken the food program in Santa Paula, Feeding the Hungry, to another higher level, and that is to provide a winter warming shelter. They have a task force that's been meeting. They've identified a facility. They fed over 731 on November 18th with 28 volunteers. So she and all of the volunteers are doing a tremendous job in Santa Paula and reaching out to folks who have great needs. So I think I've covered everything, and I thank you for the opportunity with the socks idea. I'll bring my socks. And happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Thank you for everything you do for our county. You are appreciated.
Welcome back. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and supervisors. You know, I want to thank SEIU for their participation and their input in the budget process. I have some individuals that I'd like to adjourn in memory of, and I'll put this here. And I want to call out, and I called him Mayor Takasuki because his motto was, once a mayor, always a mayor. And Don Takasuki was a prominent leader in Oxnard, and he was a good friend of mine, a friend for many, many years. And if you ever went to the Oxnard Chicken Inn, there in Oxnard, the Chinese place on 7th and Oxnard Boulevard, you would find now Takasuki there having Chinese food. He was the owner of Asahi Market on Oxnard Boulevard for many, many years, and I understand that the family still owns that property there. He was an Oxnard Planning Commissioner, a City Council member, and Mayor of the City of Oxnard, State Assembly member for this district, and also a Harbor Commissioner. I have many fond memories of now Takasuki. As a solid waste superintendent and the head of the solid waste department, he was very instrumental in helping me out to implement the automated collection program for the City of Oxnard, the AB 939 components for the city. That still is saving the city millions of dollars there in Oxnard. So he was very, very supportive of that. Dignified, respectful, concerned for the community. He did a lot of good work for the City of Oxnard. And again, as a business leader, as a community leader, an elected official, he made some valuable contributions to the City of Oxnard, and we'll miss him. So I'd like to share that on behalf of that. Okay, and also following on the CSAC, I was there. I also attended CSAC last week, and workshops and policy meetings were very important. These meetings are to help supervisors from throughout the state and meet and actually understand some of the problems that we're all encountering, such as financial problems, information on how to meet our responsibilities. So I also want to thank Kathy Long, our supervisor, for attending there as the senior CSAC person. Marty, also our CEO. Sue Hughes, Paul Dursey, John Nicole, who also provided a great presentation on HR policies, and also Roberta for being there. And I'll share a little bit more about her in a minute. The CSAC, I think, was very important. I'm not going to reiterate everything that Kathy mentioned because I attended some of those classes also. But some of the highlights that are very important, and we just talked about it, was FEMA. The FEMA representatives were there on the flood insurance, on the maps that are very important to all of us, and to understand what FEMA is doing, not just here in Ventura County, but throughout the United States, on the mapping procedures and so forth. And there was a lot of pros and cons on that, believe it. You know, FEMA is not perfect, and there was a lot of concerns from a lot of the supervisors in different counties and how they're implementing the maps. Also, one of the understanding was on fire suppression. The federal and state fire officials were asked about fire suppression policies, and their policy is to save structures, not to save the forest and so forth, which we all want, but their policy is to save structures. And they also had an updated model on landscape water efficiency. In addition to that, we had a great speaker by the name of Dr. Chuck Wall from Bakersfield, and he talked about the subject of kindness. You know, here we went to study about the policies for supervisors and so forth. But how about being kind was one of the subjects that he brought up. He says when you go save the news and you turn the news on, there's always somebody murdered somebody or some gang member went and killed somebody. How about saying something good? How about saying that Roberta's the greatest clerk of the office here in Ventura County? And this was the subject. So he spoke on the subject about being kind, about sharing with people, and it became a universal subject. So it was great to hear that type of presentation from an individual such as Dr. Wall. So I really enjoyed that. You know, he says, let's talk about good news and talk about also sharing the good things that your employees do as opposed to the bad things that they do. And also, as the supervisor mentioned, the administration of justice is important to all of us. The prisoner release program, the overcrowding of jails, the direction that the three-judge panel has discussed, and how it's going to affect Ventura County. And I won't reiterate that because I think it's important that it's going to impact us tremendously here in Ventura County. The other thing that was talked about was the defined benefits. How are we going to meet our retirement funding? That's going to be a big problem. It is a big problem throughout the counties. This was mentioned by our chairman. Ventura County has been very conservative in the budgeting process, but that retirement impacts are really going to hit all of us, in some counties worse than others. And we had speakers from CalPERS and also from the 1937 Act Retirement Fund, and they spoke about the seriousness of retirements and how we can hopefully correct it, and because of the declining revenues in the state of California. So how do we sustain that was the whole idea behind that. Very important too. And additionally, the Coastal Counties Regional Association spoke about, they had a meeting on August the 12th with the League of Cities, the counties, and the Coastal Commission, on how to work out some of the issues that the Coastal Commission is having with us. How do, one of the things that we're talking about is the LCP, the local coastal plan, the 5-year plan should be a 10-year plan, and how do we implement it? And there's not enough staff, and how do we work with them to resolve some of the issues that come up before a project comes up? Maybe having a pre-application meeting with the local planning commission, coastal commission, and our staff, and so forth. And also some training session, how to train the staff, the county staff, the coastal staff, so they can meet together and kind of reduce those kind of problems that are happening now. I also attended another workshop on social networking, on tweets, if I'm saying that correctly, Facebooks, blogs, the new mediums, the pros and cons, the legal implications of blogs and Facebooks. There was one gal that was running up north in the county that was really blasted by Facebook and a blog and so forth. And the question is, how do we get back to, how do we correct that?
Was that your friend here this morning with the cell phone?
My friend with a cell phone. And social networking, so that's the future is the social networking, and how to not get in trouble, and how to use it wisely. Santa Barbara mentioned that they used it during the fire to tweet. I think you can only tweet 145 characters, and some of the messages they were sending was evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. But the problem was this only went out to the young kids, and the older folks didn't have the tweeting mechanism and so forth. So the education process is very important. John Nicole, also our director of HR, also did an excellent presentation on the privacy rights and background checks. For even though I was in management for years and years and years, you still learn something when they talk about privacy rights for employees and background checks to protect the employer, and he did an excellent job for that. We had another young lady, Lisa Lang, that spoke about social justice, and she also is a correspondent for the Oprah Show, National Geographic, ABC Nightline, Channel 1 for the kids. Excellent presentation, on social justice. And John Chang, is it Chang or Chung? Our treasurer, state treasurer, was there, and he's the one that swore in the new CSAC officers. It was just a great conference. I learned a lot. But the final thing that I wanted to share was I wanted to commend Roberta. Roberta was the president of the clerks, and did an excellent job, the CCBCSA, which means the County Clerks of Board of Supervisors for the state of California. And she really did an outstanding job, and she's a role model for the clerks. She's a person that we're proud of. She represented Ventura County well throughout the state of California and did an excellent job and had a great dinner for us. And one of the things that, and I'm see if I can find this, was the goals. The goals for a clerk was to exhibit pride in the duties, be a role model, a public service model, serving as a liaison for the Board of Supervisors, and also innovative and be progressive, business-minded, embracing and celebrating the environment of the county government, develop creative strategies and managing evolution of the role and scope of the clerk of the board, and on down. And she is a perfect role model, and I just want to thank you for an excellent job. Thank you, sir.
Well,
and I have some other things that I did throughout the week, but
all right.
And real quick, we I participated in the Veterans Day celebration in El Rio, in Oxnard, in Camarillo on behalf of the supervisor and myself. And of course, we also attended I also attended the El Rio School District Golden Heart Award. What do we have? Mr. Dan Pinedo, that's been there for 30-plus years and has helped the school district to the max. The Healthy Start Fair in El Rio, we did that too, and Stan Hicks and I attended that. Also, my staff members and Stan again also helped clean up the J Street drain in Oxnard, taking all the debris that goes down into the Ormond Beach process, and also they attended a census meeting, which I think is extremely important to us. And we're also donating quite a few turkeys over to the folks in Nyland Acres, my staff and I, because some people cannot afford to buy the turkeys, so we're going to give them some turkeys and some food to enjoy the Thanksgiving weekend. And as the supervisor mentioned, I'll also be participating over at the rescue mission tomorrow to serve dinners, for the rescue mission folks out there. And that's it.
Well, I think very comprehensive reports by Supervisors Long and Zaragoza, and I just think on behalf of the board, we certainly want to say thank you for taking the time to go to CSAC. We know our CEO went, and Roberta also, but thank you for taking the time to go and bring back so much good information for us. Supervisor Long.
And I have one quick thing. Supervisor Zaragoza talked about our speaker, Dr. Wall, and he was the founder of the saying that kindness. Today I'll commit random acts of senseless kindness. So I have a coin for all of you who do that, and certainly Steve, you do, and you're always advocating for emancipated foster youth. Linda, your tremendous senior summit. Mr. Foy, you are always our advocate for common sense and property rights, and you have to pass this coin on. That's the deal. Now,
that's important.
Now, John and Marty have them, so I'll pass them on to you to pass on.
Thank you very much.
It was a great conference.
Supervisor Parks.
Yeah, I've got about 20 minutes also that I'd like to share. But I know we have a 9:45 time certain, so I'll be quick. Just a couple of news items. The Public Utilities Commission pulled off of their agenda a couple weeks ago the Moore Park Newberry line, so it gives us an opportunity to work with Southern California Edison to look at some better options than what is being proposed there, and it puts lines within feet of people's homes, and these are high transmission lines. So looking for an opportunity to do that. Also attended the meeting of the California Air Resource Board, where the Regional Targets Advisory Committee presented their findings, and that's looking good. I also wanted to mention how much I do appreciate the mental health department, the behavioral health department's team that spoke this morning at our Inspiration, their emergency disaster response and crisis team, and how important that is to the county, and how these employees do this on their own time. And it's really great. And also Susan Hess, I know, is out ill from that team, so didn't get to be recognized in person, but we do share that recognition and appreciate her service too. Additionally, regarding SEIU, certainly we all need to share the pain on this one, and with pension reform, that is exactly what we're going to have to do. Also wanted to mention that in Lake Sherwood we have Miss California. Nicole Johnson won, and a resident of my district, and that's wonderful. Maybe we can get her to come to the board and grace us with her presence. Also wanted to congratulate Butch Britt on his son's wedding. Isn't that exciting? And then also wish everybody a wonderful Thanksgiving. I think that pretty much concludes my comments. I did also just want to comment regarding the state budget crisis. I think we need to do everything we can to try to not have to rely on state funding wherever possible, and that's kind of where we're seeing counties throughout the state trying to become a little bit more independent, because we certainly can't rely on them. So with that, I ask that you close in memory of the people on this list, and that concludes my comments.
Supervisor Flea, you have 4 seconds.
Wow, she cut down her 20 minutes. I better cut down my 32 minutes. So, real quick, there was a flu clinic that Barry did out in Simi, and they had almost 2,800 people. go through it was amazing how many people and how efficient they were at doing this. And, they used a whole bunch of different techniques with volunteers, people. They just did a great job. It was just great to go watch it, and the people were very happy. And besides some crying kids and some tearful adults, too. So it was good. I think in regards to some of the comments that were made by some of the speakers today, we talk about temporary. I think we have to be honest about where the state budget's going and where it's going to be. Some of these changes are not going to be temporary. This boat that we've built and float in the state is not going to be the same boat 5 years from now that we float. And I think we have to. When you talk about Supervisor Long, talk about $20 billion deficits over the next 5 years. We've got an $86 billion budget that's come down from $101 or $2 billion budget. It's going to go into the $60 billion budget. Things are changed. You're going to have a whole change. It's not going to be there. Revenues aren't going to be able to sustain. We can't sustain a lot of the stuff. So we have to be honest about that. And all of us are going to feel some pain and adjustment in this reform and the pension, and that's has nothing to do with pension reform itself. Pension reform is a completely different issue, and if the market stays up, we're in good shape. If this market goes down again, we're going to pay it. This county is going to pay $10, $15, $20 million a year additional every year over the next 5 years, and that's all based on we can get 8% returns on our pension plan. It could be different if we don't. So we have to be honest about that issue, and we're all having to take that, and life will be different than what we know it. So I think that's important the thing. And then also one of the things, hearing that in regards to everybody being as generous as possible, if you can buy anything you can at the store, one of the things, the food banks are unbelievably short this year. I mean, this is the worst year. There's some of the major food banks, Catholic Charities have talked about how they may have to close down. They just can't get the food. And so if there's any way you can do anything, buy that extra can of this, that, do whatever you can, because this is a time when people are suffering, and we need to do it. I mean, the idea I can give up that extra coffee here, whatever it is, we got to try to help. And then I'll make a comment on Roberta, I'm sure, who was out, and as you're president of one of these association deals, your whole life is consumed with that, while everybody else is asking you to do all the work. And Supervisor Bennett, as a chair, I know how much work you deal with the clerk, and I was glad to have you back, I think. I'm sure she is glad. They gave you a nice plaque and said, thanks for taken half your life, but I appreciate all you did for that. And then the other thing on Supervisor Bennett's health care thing, there's no question that health care cost is expensive, but I'm going to tell you something. You look at California, you look at New York, and you look at New Jersey. The three states the government gets more involved in health care are the three states that it's the most expensive health care in the nation. Just take it for that as it is. Those are my comments, and have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping those comments brief and and I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, and I think we are going to go right to our time certain, and my congratulations to Roberta. Also, I remember when you brought the clerk's team here for your conference in Ventura County and kind of kicked off your leadership of that organization and stuff. So congratulations. Okay, I was hoping to get to our regular agenda items. For those staff that are listening, we are at time certain. We have folks out there for the time certain, so we're going to handle this time certain first. And the first is our 9:45 time certain. Supervisor Zaragoza and myself, after conversations with GSA, we've had request, and I see Max Vanderwick here. Max traditionally does the Pearl Harbor Day celebration out at the memorial that we have, and we've come across a policy recently that indicated that it's not the board's policy to provide those general setup services for free, and it seems that it's appropriate for us to change that policy. And talking with Mr. Grossgold, he said we had to actually do it as a policy action of the Board of Supervisors. So, Supervisor Zaragoza?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think it's extremely important that we assist our veterans, and I've worked with the Veterans Memorial in Oxnard for probably 12, 13 years with Steve Weber, and I really support our veterans. As you know, my dad was a Second World War veteran. We also had one of my uncles was killed in the Korean War. We had brother in Vietnam, and my son served also in Noriega's Desert Storm, and have 2 nephews in Iraq, Marines. So I think that that our veterans have served our country with honor and courage, sacrificing to make sure that that we're safe and we have that freedom that's so important to us. And second, our veteran groups built that Veterans Memorial, to my understanding, and the least we can do is kind of help them out, and not having to charge them for setup for the festivities and to honor our veterans. So I think it's extremely important that we do support the veterans, and not charge them, for to hold a special ceremonies.
Great. I would point out, we don't have any speaker cards in on this, but I know Max wanted to be here. I want to point out, sitting in the middle of the front row there in the dark green, Max, just wave your hand to everybody, would you please? Max, wave your hand. There you go. Max celebrated his 90th birthday last Saturday. I had the pleasure of attending his birthday party. And with that, if we don't have any other comments, Supervisor Foy.
I think that this is appropriate. I appreciate you both bringing this, and the idea that we as a country have so much respect and you give so much. I think the average taxpayer across the board would say this is the right thing to do. So thank you very much.
So, gentlemen, thank you for taking the time to come down here today. Gives us another opportunity to let you know how much we appreciate the veterans across the board. And we will see you for Pearl Harbor Day out at the memorial. And I'd like to move the recommended action.
I wonder if they'd like to make a comment or
happy to if they want. They didn't submit a card. Does anybody want to make a comment real quick?
Of the
Any
veteran?
better? Yeah.
The 90-year-old veteran.
I have a hearing problem.
There you go.
These the last couple of years' programs.
Can you use the mic?
Great. Why don't you use the microphone, Max?
Like to look at. Oh.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I brought a couple of last year's programs there in case any of you haven't made the program. It's been going on for 13 years, and we certainly appreciate the cooperation we've had all of these years, and we just hope that it continues. And I have a lot of confidence in you, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll try to continue and keep the programs the way they have been. They're very well accepted. We always have a problem with, as far as attendance is concerned. We usually allow for about 200, and in the past few years we've been between 150 and 180. And our problem is, of course, getting the publicity ahead of time. They always give us a lot of publicity after the event. But at any rate, you might spread the word around. We'd appreciate that, because it is a beneficial program and everyone seems to enjoy it. So thank you very much for your cooperation.
And
the other events that we have there too, of course, are very important also. We feel it's our civic duty to do these things. There's no profit made by anyone, and thank you again.
Thank you, Max, for coming down and for keeping this alive. The one thing I'd point out about the Pearl Harbor event is it is a ceremony specifically dedicated to celebrate those World War II veterans that we are losing far too rapidly now. So it's great to keep that Pearl Harbor Day celebration going along with the other celebrations that we have. So with that, do we have a motion and a second for the recommended action? We're ready to vote on it?
Come to the West County and do one of your wonderful celebrations. We do have a great one in the East County too at the Hero.
Great. All right, that motion passes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. We're at Supervisor Zaragoza, your 9:45 item.
Mr. Chair, on that item, I'd like to move approval of David Curry.
All right. Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And that motion passes.
Thank you.
We have 5 minutes before 10 o'clock, so let's jump. Item 36. And see how many of these we can get done. There we go. You're on.
Good morning, Supervisor Bennett.
Good morning.
Supervisors, Chair. Mrs. Robinson. I'm Susan Kelly, and I'm here on behalf of the Behavioral Health Department and Melanie Roy. And we have before you a board letter which has 4 components, 4 recommendations for your consideration and discussion. Would you like me to run through each of the 4 components?
I think
time?
What's that? Yeah, I think in the interest of time, rather than running through the 4 components, I think there may be other questions that supervisors have, so I think we should focus our time on that. Supervisor Parks, do you have something?
No, I just really note that there really are some cost savings as a result of this, because all the different agencies that get involved with people who end up in law enforcement, emergency room, and all that, this is a definite cost savings by doing early prevention, so appreciate that.
Supervisor Foy.
Let me just ask, I see that you're eliminating 11 positions in this.
Yes, we are.
And then there's a net increase of 15 positions.
Right.
But I know you've also had some restructuring that's gone on over the last year or so.
That's correct.
Is there, when you look at this net, is this a net increase?
It is a net increase. What we are doing in essence is we are requesting the deletion of 11 unlicensed clinical positions that are currently unfilled, and in lieu of that, then we are asking for an additional set of 14 positions, which are primarily licensed or licensed eligible positions, to move into those slots, which will then, within our strategic plan for the STAR and crisis team, be able to provide assessment, referral, support over a 30-day period until people can actually get into and be enrolled in services. So it moves up the type of services we're able to provide. It creates a more clinical, balanced team, and it allows us, again, for both our STAR, which is our screening, triage, assessment, and referral team, as well as our crisis team, to be able to make assessments, to provide early services.
Right. I mean, I understand that. I guess what I was trying to get is, before that, there's been some restructuring where some other positions were eliminated. I guess I was trying to look at the net. Overall, over the last year, are we increasing 15, or are we still even to where we were before? I guess that's what I was trying to get at.
What we are doing is we're eliminating.
I know this right here, but I'm just talking about before this. Did we eliminate more before this?
No.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, if you had 100 people in your organization, eliminate 11, you had 25, now you got 115. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, where are we at?
You've got reinforcements behind you.
Yeah, okay. Right. I may be asking you something that may not be part of it. Save me.
Hi, I'm John Brooks, Contracts Manager at Behavioral Health. And I think we do have a slight increase overall. We have restructured substantially, as you know, going through the year. But MHSA has additional funds for us to assist us in restructuring and able to provide these new positions at no cost to the county through the MHSA's special dollars. But there are a slight increase in
There's a slight increase, but I don't think it's a full net 15. I think
I don't recall the exact numbers.
Yeah, but I agree.
I have to really go back and look at everything, but I think there was a slight increase of a few positions.
And I think we've made some cuts, but I think this is a savings. Okay, thank you very much.
And on the other side of that, then the additional 11 positions for prevention and early intervention are on top of those deletions and the 14 additions. So we're asking for another 10 positions, which would be for prevention and early intervention. And those positions will actually be based at the primary care facilities. We are now going to be coordinating services and providing services on site with primary care.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make the motion. And just note, I know there was like a whole article in the paper about how we're down, not enough staff to, and when in essence we are here trying to make sure that is resolved and that will
Supervisor
resolve
Parks, that is in fact what these new positions we're requesting, the 14 we're requesting. Those are to in fact address the issues of the shortage and what we need to make that a whole team and to ensure that we are responding quickly, appropriately, and getting people in treatment.
And if they waited 1 week for that article, they could have...
I know. We didn't plan it that way, but yes, that is the actual reason why these are here.
Supervisor Long.
Well, I second it because I see this as really a real focused, structured program to meet clients' needs. That there's been tremendous work done through our hundreds of stakeholder meetings and participation that really is honed in on meeting the client's needs first. So I think it's an excellent move.
Thank you. We're very confident that this new program will take care of those needs and allow, again, our clinicians and our doctors to focus on treatment in the clinics rather than having to respond to crisis situations.
Right. I just want to clarify, I mean, there's two big improvements here. One, the actual delivery of service. It will be a better quality service because it won't just be focused on immediate, temporary crisis and then run to the next crisis and then no follow-through. Right? So we'll be able to do that better. Absolutely. And then overall, our response times will actually improve with these new positions, et cetera.
Absolutely. The current lag is because we do not have enough staff actually in place on the ground providing the services. Right. In the prior board letter that you approved on consent, we're also requesting Maxim, which is a temporary agency which will fill in until we get there.
Right. We had the other thing I'd point out is that one of the dislocations that we all ought to be aware of is because of the state's budget crisis, we go through periods where we have to cut, and then we have the mental health funds, and they come in, and people think, well, everything's fine. We actually went through $5 to $6 million worth of staff and salaries were transferred over into treatment. And you just can't transfer people back and forth, overnight to be able to get that to happen. And so, even though we had the mental health funding here, and there are many requirements with implementing the mental health funding, you have to have public hearings. Everybody has to get to comment on how you're going to spend the money and all of that. So, those are challenges in this odd way that we have decided to fund mental health services, something really critical. But it certainly is hopeful for us to see us at this spot and stuff, so we look forward to that.
Thank goodness we have MHSA.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Imagine how dire the situation would be without that, right?
We're very blessed.
All right. Okay, Supervisor Parks made a motion. Supervisor Long has seconded it. We're ready to vote. And that motion carries. We have, I'm going to hold on our 10 o'clocks and see if we can rip through a few of these others very quickly. I'm sure our staff would appreciate it. Item 37, Human Services Agency, Workforce Investment Board. Moved and seconded. Here we go. We're ready to vote. All right. And that motion passes. Item 38, receipt of information on annual review of Board of Supervisor accounts by developer fees. Item 38, do we have second? And we're ready to vote. Item 39, she's smart. She gets the microphone before we can move anything here. Our probation director. That motion passes. Now you're on. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here on item number 39, where I'm asking you to approve the J-BAG money. We have been receiving J-BAG money since 1999, and we currently use our money to support our juvenile drug court and our truancy programs. As you can see, it goes towards, small pieces go towards a variety of participants in the drug court, including behavioral health, district attorney, and the public defender. I also want to apologize for page 2 in the board letter. I believe you got an amended page 2. We inadvertently had the public defender budget incorrect, so.
All right, Supervisor Parks.
I have a couple of questions, but I guess the overall question is, how can we improve the performance of the programs? Do you have any suggestions? When I look at, for example, the truancy intervention program, the success rate, school attendance has increased by 8%, unexcused absences dropped by 6.5%. To me, these are small numbers. Also with the drug court, looking at 21% successfully completing the program. And I don't know, I realize this isn't a lot of money. Maybe, if we had more resources, we could do more. One thing that I know, working with the drug court, juvenile drug court and truancy program, the programs include participation by the Superior Court, District Attorney, Public Defender, Alcohol and Drug Program, and probation. I was wondering, I know that a lot of adult alcohol and drug problems are associated with some kind of, depression or mental illness, that perhaps bringing in someone from the behavioral health department to look at that as part of that team might help, or if you have suggestions. But to me, I'm not seeing, high rates here of effectiveness.
And let me address what we call dual diagnosis, the mental health issues as well as the substance abuse issues, and we do have services for that particular population. We have the substance abuse classroom, which I think we were here a while back asking you to accept the funding for that, and it's a dual diagnosis program where behavioral health and alcohol and drug are involved with our kids, and I can certainly look into bringing in dual diagnosis for these kids also. But it's kind of a continuum of care, and this little piece fits right in the beginning, where we have kids who are truant, but their truancy, it is the result of substance abuse, but it isn't as severe as the truants of kids who are really involved in the dual diagnosis piece. But yeah, we'll look into bringing in behavioral health for this.
Especially as we just heard, there a lot of emphasis now is that early intervention, and I think that would be great to get these kids who are being truant that could lead to criminal.
It's great. It's great that they're recognizing that the earlier that you can intervene with behavioral health and alcohol and drug, the better off you are in the long run. Yes.
Supervisor Floyd.
Karen, I think when you look at these numbers, though, it does get down to the personal responsibility. If they don't want to do it, they're not going to do it, no matter what we do, right?
A lot of the times, yes, but it's also, we act as a broker, and we can tell people about services that are available. A lot of the times they don't know about the services that are available, and Supervisor Parks is right. The Behavioral Health Department is really putting a lot of money into early intervention, and then as early intervention for adults, which I guess they call TAYS now, the transitional aged youth. The earlier you can at least expose the people to options that are available, the better off you are. But you're right, you can't force anybody into treatment, and even if they do go into treatment and they've been forced, the success rate is low. But I think the more options we can offer people, the better success we'll have, because AANA doesn't necessarily work, but PDAP is great, or the Behavioral Health, Alcohol and Drug, and is great for a variety of people. And then it really gets down to just the personal relationship, that people have with one another. So yes.
Supervisor Long.
Yeah, just a quick comment. The Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council that I serve on, and this comes under some of the review and work and the team that's put together. These dollars, as you can see, aren't a lot of dollars, and it gets more and more challenging for the district attorney, the public defender, to dedicate the staff time with fewer and fewer dollars, and everyone's interested in significant improvement in both the success of the programs, but it's tough. It's tough, and it's The SARB program is one I think that we all believe in both theory and practice, but it's a commitment of staff time, and $59,000 don't go a long way.
Okay.
But it's dollars that I think the team's committed to what we believe to be a team approach to this, so.
Absolutely. It's just, it's just another
Motion to
collaborative that
approve
we
the
have.
recommended action.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. That motion passes. We go to item 40, the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
Thank you. And the COPS grant. Good morning.
Good morning. David Tennyson for the Sheriff's Office, Mr. Bennett, members of the board, and Mrs. Robinson. A simple request for the sheriff to spend this year's COPS authorization for jail construction and equipment money, $190,000, for the replacement of just over 100 self-contained breathing apparatuses, safety equipment for officers working the 3 jail facilities and the 3 court holding facilities.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too.
Item 41. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning. Laura Hernandez, Assistant Director, Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, and Susan Duenas with OES, our Grant Administrator. We're going to make this quick for you because we're asking to pull item 41. There's some problems with the budget numbers, and so we'd like to table this until the December 8th meeting.
Move to continue to December 8th.
Moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And item 42 has already been pulled. So... that's my only reason for being off schedule. And that motion passes. We're at item 43.
And item 43 is a request to approve an increase in appropriations and unanticipated revenue for our grant programs, drawing on funds from 2007 and 2008.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. That motion passes. It's a new 44.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. All right. Item 44.
Yes, let me do a summary, if
Okay.
you would, on item 44. This item showed up on the agenda under Vicera's letterhead. It really should have come with a cover letter from us. It's interesting. We have this unique relationship with Vicera. The employees are on our payroll system and in our classification system. And, of course, when a regular department within our county comes forward with an item adding a position, it goes on the agenda on their letterhead. But because this is an outside agency with their own budget, it really should have included a letter from my office that carries this forward. And after the HR staff has looked at the classification, we're supportive of the recommendation of that Vicera's coming forward with. So.
Great. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Thonis while he's here? All right, we're ready to. You got anything you want to say?
Oh, I think Ms. Robinson took care of it for me.
Great.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Robinson.
I just appreciate having the technology plan re-presented to us, so
Thank you.
Refresh it. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote. Glad we could get you back to work without having to wait for all the 10 and 10:30s. We're at item 45 and item, well, we might as well just cover them quickly unless we have any discussion. What's that? Okay, all right. So, yeah, if you want to, all right, then let's go. We'll do our 10 o'clocks and our 10:30. All right, okay. So, 10 o'clock. Time certain. Ready. You're on with Christmas bills for everybody, right?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mrs. Robinson, Reddy Pakala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. This item is a public hearing for the proposed Ventura County Water Board District number 17 water rate increases. The district provides water supply to more than 700 properties within the district service area. Entire water supply comes from imported sources from Metropolitan Water District through Cayugas Municipal Water District. Water is also pumped by City of Simi Valley through about 800 feet elevation to get to Bell Canyon. And we have to pump it 3 different stages to get it up there through the Santa Susana Knolls. As your board is aware, in April of this year, Metropolitan Water District approved a 21% rate increase for 26 member agencies, including a Cayugas Municipal Water District. That rate increase impacts 6 counties all the way from San Diego to Ventura County. In September of this year, Cayugas Municipal Water District passed that rate through and increased their rate by 22%, which will impact 17 water purveyors within Ventura County, including our district. In addition, Southern California Edison also increased our rates that impact our pumping costs from Simi Valley to Bell Canyon by 13.7%. We looked at the impact of imported water and Edison rate increases, prepared a detailed rate analysis, and presented to the Citizens Advisory Committee appointed by your board for this Bell Canyon community. And the committee unanimously concurred with a 12% commodity water rate increase for all of the customers within District 17 service area. As your board is aware, this is subject to Proposition 218 protest hearings. A 45-day notice of the proposed notice was mailed to all of the customers and the property owners on October 9th of this year. And we have received 1 protest letter, which is included as part of your board package. In addition, our office in Moore Park also received 1 call from one of our customers asking for a copy of the budget, which we have provided to them. We have not heard back after that request. Should your board approve the recommended action, on average, it means an increase of $19 per month per residence, from current average of $170 per month to $189 per month. The average lot size in Bell Canyon is about 2 acres. It's a large lots in Bell Canyon area. We are recommending that your board approve the staff recommendations in our staff report. That concludes my verbal presentation. I'll be glad to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Supervisor Parks.
Thank you for the report. And I note that while Cayugas is going up 22%, this is just 12%, so I would think they would consider themselves lucky in a way, because last night at Triumphal, we just had to pass that 22% right on. We don't have that stability fund to be able to do that. I also note that the 1 protest letter, the individual states that it's a hardship to his family to irrigate more than 3 acres of planted area and landscaped yards. It makes me think about programs in place and pilot programs that we can offer to change those yards so they don't need to have so much water applied to them. And I know the fire department's looking at that too, just looking at trying to put together better planting pallets, if you will, so not as much water is used, but it still helps to stop erosion and doesn't create fire problems. So with that, I appreciate the work that you've done on this, and I'll go ahead and make the motion, regrettably, but that is the way it is.
Supervisor Ford.
I was going to say these rate increases make healthcare look cheap, so. But let me ask something. After doing some research on some of this, because these things are good, I've noticed that there is some companies out there who manage water districts. Have you guys ever looked at some of that? As a possibility? I know there's one out of, I think, I don't know if it's out someplace out in Riverside or something, that manages I don't know, they get 500 or 900 people or something that manage all these different waters, as a way as other counties and cities have found some ways to try to control some of the costs. I guess from your standpoint, you have oversight over it, but then we just find some other ways they share labor, they do some things, is some of the stuff to try to control some of these costs.
Yeah, well, as far as looking into ways of reducing costs, the way we have been benchmarking ourselves is comparing our rates with other Ventura County water rates. Every year we do a comparison of the rate analysis and see where we stand with other rate within Ventura County. And as your board is aware, we provide service to 5 water districts and 7 sewer districts. Actually, we are combining all of our staff to provide services to different districts that your board is governing. At one time, as a matter of fact, the city of Moore Park looked into taking over a sanitation district, and their consultant said we are doing a good job of controlling costs. To answer your question, Supervisor Foy, directly, we have not talked to any consultants ourselves, but I'll be glad to do that. My perspective is when you have a consultant, you have a profit margin in there, whereas here at least we don't have the profit that goes to our districts. And when you look at our overall budgets, almost 76% of the money that we are paying just to buy water, bring water to our community. That's how much of this budget just goes towards bringing water to the community. I'll be glad to provide you the details about how much money goes to each of the components that we do, whether the operation maintenance staff, our staff is minimal, that we do minimal things that we need to do, but I'll be glad to talk to other consultants, see what we come up with.
Can I comment on that? I just wanted to comment that being on the Triumphant Sanitation District, where we have hired a contractor to run us, it is so much more expensive than what the county does, because not only we're pretty much at a minimum and not having to have this extra layer of government where everything we order is a 10% increase that they'll put on because that they're doing it, whereas we don't have any kind of that profit margin going on, which a private company does. So I think we're doing really well comparatively in the county.
Mr. Brady, I just, to me, this seems just like a pass-through, right? In fact, we're passing through the cost from MWD and Callegas, and we're just lucky that this section has some funds to offset some of that cost.
Yes, sir.
So it's basically a pass-through.
Yes, sir.
And if we don't do the pass-through?
Well, we won't be able to pay our bills to Callegas, and if Callegas shuts our water off, and we have to come up with ways to restrict our water usage to our customers, or we have to turn off the water supply to our customers.
Thank you. All righty. So I know Supervisor Parks and Foy, you guys are okay? No choice, right? All right. All right. We have a motion by Supervisor Parks. Do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Foy. We're ready to vote. You want a break? Huh? To make it? All right. For these time certains? All right. All right. We have...
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
Thank you very much. We have received and filed certification of consolidated election. Mr. Becker. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning. I'm Jim Becker from the County Clerk and Recorder's Office, and I have good news. Since I asked you to read such a long board letter, I'm going to shorten my presentation this morning. So basically what we're doing the last couple times we've had an election is we're sort of expanding on what we tell you regarding the elections. First, we want to kind of tell you about the election and give you some of the numbers so you sort of see the size of it. We also have started to, we have things that go right and we have things that go wrong in every election because it's such an enormous thing that we conduct. So what we like to focus on in these board letters now are some of the things, what I call sort of lessons learned, so that we learn from these, we hopefully make changes or are aware of things that we weren't aware of in the past so that we can look for them in the future. And it's also sort of part of what I like to see as sort of transparent and open elections, that we let the voters know exactly how the elections have gone. The other thing we like to do is compare the election with the prior election so that you get some sort of context of how this election fits in the whole of elections. With this board letter, we're introducing something new that we'll be including in all board letters, and that is the results of our most recent poll worker survey. We've done poll worker surveys for years, but starting with the May 2009 special statewide election, we sort of changed the format of it and we enhanced it. And what we're going to be doing now is each subsequent election will be sharing the results of those poll worker surveys, and then we'll be taking the results of those and working with election staff to see if any of those changes can and should be implemented. The idea is that we sort of ask the ground troops out there who are on the spot on election day to kind of tell us how things went or how things could be better. Then we sort of give you an update of what's coming up for elections. In this case, we have two right now for 2010. We also have a small retirement board election, but the two main ones are the gubernatorial primary in June and the gubernatorial general election in November. Then I kind of concluded it with something that we'll be doing also, and that's sort of telling you what we're doing in between elections. Sometimes there's a sense that, well, you conduct an election, like what do you do the rest of the year? So we do a lot of stuff the rest of the year. One is just, a lot of it's just maintenance, but also we're working on improvements and enhancements to the process. I picked the top 10 because it sounded better than the dirty dozen, but there's a couple other ones I want to mention that aren't on here, and we're doing it also in clerk and recorder also. We're re-looking at all the Spanish language services that we provide in the county. Now in elections, we provide full Spanish language services, and you've seen it on your ballots. We have Spanish only sample ballots for that population, but we're going to look at all of that again and see if there's some ways that we can enhance that. In addition, we're going to look at our use of students for poll workers. In November of 2009, we had about 200, I think out of around 1,800 poll workers were students, and we're going to look to ways to increase that. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to respond.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, one, I would like to thank you. You have been doing excellent work, Jim, in this whole arena. I understand in some other counties where they've had such a low turnout that there's probably a greater discussion to be had on going to an all-mail ballot. That's for another day.
Right.
But the cost to run this election for a 27.96% turnout, approximately,
What are you asking me what the cost is? The cost for this one was about $208,000. That's an estimate at this point. We don't finalize the cost till we get all the final numbers in at the end.
Right. But thank you, I appreciate that. But your top 10, I certainly, again, you're doing an outstanding job bringing these things to us, keeping us updated on a regular basis on improvement that's going on in the Elections Division, which I would believe the voters in this county will appreciate in the future. And I certainly would like to work with you on the outreach for poll workers, as we all, I think, have an interest in trying to do more with less with volunteers, trained volunteers, and willing volunteers. So
we'll be in touch with your office. We appreciate it.
Yes, I thank you and appreciate your excellent work.
Comment?
All right.
Sorry.
Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. I also want to echo Supervisor Long's comment. I think having this, soliciting the first-hand observations of the people that are there at the polling place and working, I think that is the best way you're going to get feedback. They're going to have suggestions on how to make things better, so I think that's excellent. Also appreciate the fact that you do keep us updated and apprised of what's going on. I calculate something like a 64% mail of the ballots were mailed in on this election. Is that about right? Certainly over a majority.
Right. That would be
almost two-thirds.
That's higher than normally. We have, I think, around
and it might be a sign of the times,
like
too, that people are doing that more and more with each election. But I think that will help to make it less costly. And with your suggestion to purchase a machine to open those envelopes.
That would definitely help.
Yeah, that I think might help reduce costs, too. So good actions.
Thank you.
Supervisor Foy.
I just look at these complaints, and I know it's all your fault, low turnout, right?
That's our fault.
Yeah, right. I just see some of these complaints were just crazy. And the idea that they want prepaid, postage, I mean, some of this stuff is...
We can do that, it's just a matter of money.
Yeah, I mean, but at some point, there is a responsibility to vote, and I mean, to do those things. So, yeah, good job. I'm glad to hear this information. It's good to see this stuff. Thank you
very much.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Zergos.
No, Ms. Becker, I understand the Santa Barbara went all mail. How does that work? Any ideas how they vote by mail? Is that...
That I'm not aware of, and I'd have to get back to you on.
No, they did not?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but I can look into it for you, Supervisor.
Maybe something we can look at.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe we can...
There are, to kind of answer a general question, whether counties would go all vote by mail or not is really a state issue, and we would certainly, want to be part of any discussion on that. There's advantages, pro and con on that, but I believe the state of Oregon is an all vote by mail state, and I've heard rumor, but I'm not sure that the state of Washington is also recently, but I know Oregon has been for a while. But any action on our part has to come from the Secretary of State. And we have been part of a pilot in the past where there was some legislation where we were going to be part of a pilot for 5 counties to look at that, but it didn't pass in the legislature.
And it's getting to the point that more people are voting by mail.
They are. The numbers are increasing, and there's a lot of convenience to that.
Yeah.
And I think the voters appreciate it.
Well, and one last thing, when we're looking at a ballot that's already in November proposed to have 20 to 25 initiatives on it.
Yeah. Supervisor Parks.
I'm sorry, I had one other question. Your comment about the DRE Edge needs to get new software on these touch screens.
Yeah,
my question is, can we not use those in the next election until we have that software that will correct the problem?
No, we can continue to use them. The issue arose actually in the May 2009 election. That's where we first became aware of it. And what it is on the DREs, those are the touch screens that very few voters use the touch screens, but the law requires that we have one at every polling place.
We have to have them.
We have to have them, correct.
Okay.
The majority of voters run them through the scanners. We've discovered on the touch screens that provisional ballots that were cast on the touch screens, they didn't count in a couple measures in the May election, and we did that we found that out internally by just our sort of balancing, and so we investigated that. There was a known software bug with the vendor, which is Sequoia Voting Systems. Other counties have experienced it. We can't just fix it on the local level because all that voting equipment is certified by the Secretary of State, so we can't mess with it until the Secretary of State makes the changes. So what we did for this election, and that was one of the reasons that we tried to certify a little earlier, but we knew that this problem had existed, so we went in and looked at all the results, and we found the problem existed again, and we were able to adjust the totals to make sure that all the votes counted.
So will the person who votes with one of these machines have their vote counted?
Yes.
Okay.
And the votes that we had problems with were not votes like for a candidate or against or for a measure. It was an undervote where somebody did not choose all the actual choices that they could have, and so the undervotes ended up being the number that was off. So it didn't affect any contests or any measures or any results.
So Jim, you meant when you had 3 choices, like for a city council, you may have had 3 choices, somebody only picked 1.
Correct. And we call that an undervote. So.
The one definitely gets recorded.
The one that they voted
didn't get recorded.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Got it. We have a motion.
We have a motion and a second. I just want to also pass my compliments on. I just feel like I've been more educated in the last 9 months or so with these updates and all that stuff. I appreciate the communication.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
And that motion passes. We've had a request for a very short 5-minute break. Is that right, Supervisor? Yeah. I was, yeah. Right. So let's take a quick 5 minutes. What's that? Yeah, but we have a request for a break. She who must be obeyed. Maybe we don't get to take a break, right? Here we go. All right. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order for our last 10 o'clock time certain item. And this is Ms. Madden regarding the Thatcher School bond.
Yes, thank you. My name is Christy Madden, County Executive Office. I'll keep this brief. I think the staff report is fairly self-explanatory, but in summary, we are asking your board to approve membership in the California Enterprise Development Authority. The primary purpose of CEDA is to issue tax-exempt and taxable conduit revenue bonds for commercial and industrial development projects within member jurisdictions. Membership in CEDA strengthens our partnership with the EDC-VC by adding another alternative without limiting or restricting our current options and alternatives for lending, for bond issuance and other lending activity. There is no cost or risk exposure to the county for participating in CEDA. In conjunction with this action, we are also asking your board to facilitate the issuance of up to $40 million in bonds for the Thatcher School so that they can refinance some existing bonds. That's an interesting ring. The county did fill this role with CEDA back in 2004 initially when the school was constructed, and most recently we conducted a public hearing to benefit Waste Management for their operations out at the Simi Valley landfill. Prior to the issuance of the bonds, we must hold a public hearing that was noticed. This public hearing allows for Thatcher to take advantage of low interest rates in refinancing their existing bonds. We do have Bruce Stensley from the EDC-VC, who is also a member of the CEDA board, who is here, who can respond to any technical questions you might have about that organization. Concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Your questions, Supervisor Clark?
I have just a couple of questions. Is there a maximum amount that we can help facilitate? This is for $40 million. For
up to $40 million.
And the reason I ask, it sounds like a wonderful opportunity for a lot of entities that I can think of, both government as well as nonprofit, but as the board extended it even to a private company when they did waste management. Is there a maximum? And if there is, I'd be interested in seeing that the board might want to have a policy about prioritizing maybe public over nonprofit, nonprofit over private, that kind of thing.
Good morning, Bruce Stensley at the Economic Development Collaborative. I don't have an answer to your question, but I can tell you that the largest bond financing that CEDA has been involved in was about $86 million with City of Hope, part of the hospital development down there. So the size of these can be fairly large. I don't know that there are any limits established anywhere.
And here come reinforcements.
We'll have to look that up, because there could be some, it's federal, because it's tax exempt, there could be limitations by the federal government on the amount of conduit bonds we can issue in our county under that scenario, whether it be, so there may be a prioritization issue. So we can look that up and find that answer out for you. I believe it's limited by the federal government as far as their allocation of tax credits, so to speak, for these tax-exempt bond issues for theoretically non-tax-exempt entities who may or may not be tax-exempt under their own.
Assuming that there is a maximum amount, maybe you could bring it back and give us a policy consideration that we could vote on so that, we extend a priority. If we get close to that limit,
Sure.
We should know that.
Sure.
Advance.
We have, I think, to my knowledge, we only have 2 outstanding issues that we were involved in. The Thatcher School, I believe we did waste management, and maybe even some
in the 90s, we did some.
Trash trucks back along the avenue or something like that.
I can think of at least 2 entities that would be interested in this. I just think it's such a great opportunity. You can get, low interest and get these bonds out there and help pay off your debts. And, in this type of economic situation, this could be something that is demanded.
We'll get back to you on that information.
Thank you.
Ms. Robinson.
I also just wanted to say that we are also associate members of a variety of these entities that issue bonds. So we probably, in coming back, we should identify what those are. The one that Thatcher School originally went with was a Bay Area We also have the Communities Finance Authority that we worked with during the mid-'90s, during the economic crisis at that point in time. So there's a variety of these that we've worked with and we are associate members with. So we'll put that all together and get back to you.
Particularly when you can extend it to the private sector, too. I mean, it's pretty remarkable.
Okay.
It actually started with the private sector.
I see Supervisor Long has made the motion. I'm willing to second it. I just would add to the motion that we get the report back from the CEO for policy on this.
Supervisor Bennett, I think we probably should at least open and close the public hearing before we take that up.
Oh, thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers? Yeah. Great. So we'll close the public hearing. Thank you. And so now we have the motion and it's seconded. Yeah, there we go. And we're ready to vote. That motion passes. And we're at 10:30, time certain item on the San Antonio Creek Crossing. Good morning.
Good morning. Teresa Lubin, General Services Agency. I'm here this morning to ask your board to conduct a public hearing and to approve and certify an environmental document for a project that proposes providing a concrete culvert-style dry weather crossing removal over the San Antonio Creek and the installation of an elevated bridge to serve the Ojai Valley Trail. The project's significant for a couple of reasons. The crossing's been identified in several plans as an impediment to fish and aquatic resource access to the San Antonio Creek. In addition, the typically 25-foot wide trail has, as a result of damage sustained in March of 2008, been reduced to a 6-foot wide trail at one point along the crossing. This project would resolve both conditions, and several studies, including a hydraulic analysis by the Ventura County Watershed Protection District, support this alternative. With respect to funding, the county has secured over $820,000 towards the $2.1 million price tag for this project. With your board's approval, we also submitted applications for an additional $949,000 last month. The county also intends to submit another application in February of 2010 for the remaining $330,000 required for this project. The environmental document contains mitigation measures that have been incorporated into the project and will be fully implemented to prevent significant impacts and to reduce construction-related impacts to a less than significant level. The Parks Advisory Commission supports the project, and so with that, if there are any questions?
Okay. I'd just like to make some comments as we are, as we move to sort of the next, trying to implement SB 375, trying to reduce our carbon footprint, et cetera. That bike trail between Ojai and Ventura will become increasingly valuable for people moving up and down that corridor. This has been a consistent problem, and the only way you're going to solve it is by going out and finding these outside grants. So I really want to congratulate staff for constantly coming up with and piecing together money with these grants, and it is a unique project, and I think that's why it's attractive to the granting agencies and stuff. So my compliments to staff for doing that. I know it's going to continue to take more time, and I know we'd all like to just get out there with our own shovels and just fix the thing ourselves, but the tremendous permitting requirements and regulations there and stuff. So if there are no other questions, I'll move the recommended action.
We need to have a public hearing.
Gosh, we're going to have to keep doing it, huh? We're trying to stay on time here, and it's this pesky little thing of public hearings, right? We have no speaker card, so I'll close the public hearing and now make the motion. That's seconded by Supervisor Long, and we're ready to vote. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
There we go. All righty. Now we are at the Channel Islands Harbor study session. Oh, good. We can get our other two items done. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 45, I believe, and that is the meeting dates that Supervisor Foy. Just to introduce this, we can only do our emergency declaration for 15 days, and if we do an emergency declaration on the 15th, we would need to meet again before we come back after the holidays, and so that's why in working with staff we've worked out this idea of having this meeting on Tuesday the 29th, and then have us cancel the meeting on January 5th. Oftentimes we don't meet that first week in January because the agenda needs to be put together during that holiday time. And then the other thing is we consistently seem to have the situation where we come to December and we're all going, when are we meeting? And people need to be able to make better long-range plans. So I would propose that we do our calendar January to January 31st, and then this coming January adopt a calendar to go to January 31st, just so that on December 1st, or whether it's November or whether it's September, and you want to start making your holiday plans because you get you at least know what our schedule is for January. So those are the three parts of the motion. Supervisor Foy, you had some questions? Or?
I think it's a good opportunity. I do the longer planning is very good. I think that's great. I was just curious on this December 29th situation. Is if I know we have this thing for the H1N1 situation, but I know there's some other work going on now to see if it's possible that we need to continue or not continue this. I wonder if we put this off to our next meeting, we could do that meeting, or do we have to have so far in advance for this meeting? I just struggle with the idea that a lot of people have planned their vacations, and we're going to have to open this board up, for something if we don't have to do it. I know that our CEOs also look at the ideas, if it's going to cost us something because we're not going to get some funding, sure, we're going to have it. If we don't have any issues like that, then is there a way to do that in between?
And I certainly recognize that everybody may not be able to make that meeting. We just need to have 3 supervisors.
I'm just talking about all the staff.
Yeah,
I know I'm in town, but I mean, it's the staff and all the people that may be in the staff.
And I think that I think the agenda doesn't necessarily have to be something that drives everybody back.
Okay. I mean, if that's what it is, and maybe we could change it next time if there's some change. Because I don't know if there's a long.
Yeah,
we have to do it so far.
We can always cancel the meeting. Is that correct?
We could.
Yeah.
Okay. So if something changes, then we could cancel it. Okay. I have no problem with that then.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that's the recommended action. I'll go ahead and make the motion. It's moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. That motion passes. Yeah, that is an unusual time for us to meet, but it's an unusual
it is what it is.
H1N1 item that we have here. All right, we are at item 46, and we're 5 till 11. We'll just you can go ahead and handle item 46, since we have people here in the room, and I'm sorry, but the harbor item will be slowed down there a bit, because I'm sure this will go over. This is a board letter from Supervisor Zaragoza and myself. Both have had conversations with people that are in this situation where they receive a tax adjustment. Perhaps, as you can see in this one letter, the person's estimating 11 months after they paid the bill, and I appreciate that the assessors has some questions about what the language is that that we refer to this as, but I do. There's just two concepts that I have. We've had enough conversation with County Council to know that it is possible, if the board approves, to accept partial payment. And the question would be, under what circumstances would we do that? I think my own sense is they would be very limited. It would only be where you had significant amounts of money that were involved, and I think that there are a host of unintended consequences that we may not be able to see from this perspective. So we're not proposing action yet. We're proposing just a good look at this. Hopefully it will be a temporary issue, that we won't have a long period of time where properties are down in value after having the significant increase. But if it is, one of the things that we are hearing is that people are identifying that it is having a significant impact on purchasers of property, just as they're getting getting ready to close and they find out that they're going to be paying $4,000 or $5,000 more in property tax, and that they will get an adjustment a year later, sometimes is more than they can handle. So I know Supervisor Zaragoza has some comments he wants to make about this.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, too, I do want to work, with the tax collector, the assessors, and county council and CEO. But one of the things that's happening too is I've worked in real estate for years and years and years, and I contacted one of the escrow companies that I work with, and one of the concerns that they're having too is especially the first-time buyers, is that when they get to the closing costs, they're looking at costs for title insurance, they're looking at costs for points and so forth, and the other cost is the taxes. So they're looking at maybe a couple of $1,000s in taxes to close escrow, and sometimes it can't close escrow because of those additional dollars. So I think my concern is that we close escrows as much as we can, and so those people, especially first-time buyers, so they can afford to buy those properties, and then hopefully the people that are selling buy another piece of property and so forth. Because our main revenues here for the county is property taxes, and that'll help expedite that. I'm not saying that we should. I don't want anybody when the paper writes it up to think that we're talking about the regular property taxes, that people can pay their property taxes in partial payments, the ones that are due on the December 10th and April 10th. We're not talking about that. We're talking about people that are first-time buyers and people that are closing escrows. Because the way it's computed now, my understanding is if they bought at $700,000, the sellers that sold the house bought at $700,000. Now the new buyers are buying at $500,000. They're getting assessed at the higher rate, and it takes a whole cycle, depending on what time of the year they buy, to get the new assessment, and consequently they have to pay that old assessment. That makes it very difficult, to close escrows. And I understand, I was talking to Dan the other day, and what we'd like to have is a report to see if it's feasible to do this or not. And I understand that he's talking, maybe has some concerns on the program that he has now that might not work right off, and that maybe we need to look at his program to actually compute the differences. And so I know there's some concerns, but I'd like to see a report, from the treasurer, tax collector, and the assessor's office and the CEO's office, to see if we can accommodate those folks to sell more properties and to get the real estate industry going a lot quicker, and hopefully that'll help us. It would be a win-win situation all the way around.
So as we kick this off for a conversation, I'd just like to clarify a few things. This is in my mind, as Supervisor Zaragoza and I talked about this is not saying that the assessor needs to go out and reassess properties faster, or that he has the ability to do that, et cetera. There is, my understanding, there is an estimator out there, and that lets people estimate what their taxes would be based on the on the sales price of the property. We're trying to explore. We're just trying to explore and see, is there any way that could be used to help people make a calculation? And is there a mechanism that we could come up with that could deal with this situation? I've had 7 or 8 different contacts on this issue, and when it got to that level, it seemed to me that it's justified for us to take a look at trying to see if there's anything we could do. So partial payment's just one option. If there's another option that feels fair to everybody concerned, and there certainly will be things that need to be examined, and from the treasurer's perspective, the assessor may or may not need to be involved in that if we were simply sticking with the partial payment side of it. The other things I would just emphasize is, I think we don't want to do this for anything that's de minimis in terms of value. If you're not talking about something significant, you don't want to put everybody through this. But if it is significant, a $4,000 or $5,000 adjustment, that may justify some extra burden that we may go through to try to facilitate this or make it happen. And then I would be, so I'm most interested in seeing if there is something that we just haven't considered yet that would be relatively simple to implement, that would be trackable, and that wouldn't create more problems than it is attempting to solve. So that's the goal with the request. Supervisor Foy.
Yeah, good. I appreciate the opportunity to maybe take a look at this. And the people out there, whenever you're buying a home, it's always those extra costs that come up, and I agree with that. I just think in our letter we have to be careful here. We said overpayment of property tax bills, because we don't really have an overpayment, because you had an assessed value, what you purchased from, and now you have a purchase price. That changes whatever. So I don't want to think that the county's overcharging anybody, because that's an assessed price. So we got to use right words here. But I also notice on the other side, when prices were going up and somebody didn't get that additional tax bill for 9 months, they never complained about that either. So I understand. I want to be careful about that. And then we say we can put an unfairly burden on people. I don't want it to unfair. People have to know there's a cost of purchasing a home and doing those things. It's just what it is. And I don't know. I mean, maybe the treasurer or the assessor can do this, but if we say, here's our tax roll and this is what we got, now somebody purchased, that house goes down and they purchase at this purchase price, I don't know how you would assess that in between. Are we asking to reassess all these properties? I want to be careful on some of that. And then the other piece is when we do this partial payment, at what point are we telling? Are we telling all residents? Some can do partial, some can't do partial. That's a pretty careful thing, because I know now if you got a $1,000 tax bill and you pay $900, they're going to assess you a penalty on the whole $1,000. So we got to be careful. We tell people. And the other side is then, do we add in the treasurer's department? Do we add a whole accounting group that has to account for partial payments and say you owe this and that and what's the next payment? I just wondering on this, because remember, it's only on the one side it's effectiveness. On the other side, nobody wanted to say, I'll pay you that $1,000 6 months, 9 months later when they come back. So I want to be careful. I just also don't want the public to think the county is overcharging or doing some. So some of these words to me were, I want to be careful that we're not overcharging. There's an assessed value that we've agreed to, people have paid before. Now there's a purchase value, two different things. There's not an overpayment of that. There's just, this is what we're assessed on, and we know the new assessment based on Prop 13 is based on what you paid. So those are just some comments that I had. I want to be careful on how we say these things to the public, which is important.
And Mr. Chair, I think that's extremely important, that overpayment is not an overpayment. How do we assist those folks to close escrow, to have sufficient funds to close escrow? And that's why we'd like to have a report from the assessors and the tax collectors. And can we implement it? Is it feasible to do so? And this is, again, is happening because of the decline in values of properties. Before, we had a supplemental. In fact, some of the folks that bought in the past were shocked to see the supplemental taxes come in at a couple of $1,000 or $3,000 or so later on. I always told my clients, remember, there's a supplemental coming with this. But what we're looking at, how can we assist those folks now to buy that property, to close the escrow, to buy another property and keep that real estate sales rolling? And of course, maybe overpayment is not the proper word. Maybe we ought to find another word, an adjustment to the property tax bill or some word like that. But we're trying to help to close escrows.
And if I could just respond to a few of these points, and we'll open it up for anybody in the public there to speak on this. Certainly the person who gets a refund of $4,000 or $5,000 thinks that somehow there was more money collected than what they ultimately owed. And what word you call that, I think the average person would say, I'm getting a refund that sounds like, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not at all trying to suggest this is pejorative, that the county's doing something wrong. That's just the way the assessment rolls work. But to them, they feel, I'm getting this refund, one. Two, to that person that is pinching, knowing that that refund is coming, there's that question of fairness. They're not sitting there saying, well, the county didn't collect when somebody else bought a house and it took them 9 months. It's just a different situation in that thing. And this isn't a request for a sudden reassessment each time. A purchase does trigger a reassessment, and it's a question of where the assessor is in his cycle. There may be something that the assessor could do. If it required setting up up a whole separate department in the treasurer's office. There would be some significant costs there, and that would, but if on the other hand, there is some way with our computers that we could simply say, this is a sale that took place in the last X number of months, and because it gets in the computer, it gets put in, factored in this way, and there won't be a penalty for this. It may be possible. The final thing I would say is, certainly, I think we have a responsible press that's not going to go out and give the impression that everybody gets to do partial payments. That would be that'd be just a complete disservice of where the press is going. But you can't say we shouldn't talk about this. We can't even have a conversation about it or explore it because somebody might get the wrong impression. I think that people know property taxes are a very serious penalty if you're late, if you don't pay at all. They know it. Everybody knows that. Just because we're talking about creating a potential program, I just think the citizens, I give them a lot more credit than to think they're all going to rush out and make partial payments.
And Mr. Chair, I think Tony will help us out and not write the overpayment right on on Section B.
Okay. Do we have any speaker cards, Roberta? Okay. So with that, I'd like to open it up for, I don't have any showing up on my screen here, Roberta. There you go. Great. Okay, our first speaker, Mr. Matheny. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Mrs. Robinson. I wanted to address a couple of issues related to this. Certainly, taking a look at ways in which we can ease the pain is an important thing to do periodically. I wanted your board to be aware of some tools that are presently available on our website. There is one that allows a person to go on and plug in the pertinent information to get an estimate of what the supplemental bill, which is what we're really talking about here, an estimate of what that bill will be, whether it's in a positive figure where an additional amount would be owed to the county, or a negative amount indicating that there would be some money coming back based upon whatever that purchase price is, and making the bold assumption that the assessor agrees that that purchase price is the fair market value on the date of the purchase. So that tool is there. What we will do, I will commit to you, is we will highlight that feature better on our main page that people go to, so that it jumps out and maybe have more of a description about this is the way you use it. This is the ultimate objective that you would have in using it. You will get this information that will help you do the planning. Now, I also want to offer a cautionary note that if the purpose for doing this study is to help get more people into houses, we should be wary about trying to extend the benefits of home ownership to a category of people who are not yet ready for home ownership. That's part of the problem with the housing bubble, that all of a sudden we discovered that there were loans that were advanced to people who were not of the same credit quality that had traditionally been used, and so there was an unraveling in part caused by that. And if we try to artificially adjust things so that we can make home ownership more available to people before they've got that cushion in the bank account to ease them through the surprises of home ownership, I think there's a potential pitfall. And this estimator of what that supplemental tax will be, I think, fits in with that as a way of gauging where you are in the needs that you're going to have as a potential new homeowner for a particular piece of property. So I want to stress that there are tools there of just making people more informed so that it is not the surprise. Now, another issue that I wanted to address is that from a logistics standpoint, there are some very significant challenges that my people would have, and I'll give you just one example of it. If we were to assume that somebody bought a piece of property under circumstances where they would eventually be getting a supplemental bill with a negative amount and they'd be expecting to get $1,000 back, but that person sold the property before the negative supplemental came out, but in the meantime they paid an estimated amount to my office. So let's track what happens. That estimated payment, which is less than what the tax roll says, cannot be applied to the report that I turn over to the auditor to eventually apportion that money to the various government entities that are waiting for that money. So the county's not going to get their share, the fire protection district, the particular city, the other special districts cannot get that partial payment. It has to sit in a trust account, awaiting either the additional amount that's owed on the bill or some kind of corrective action. But it simply, I have what in our language, in our world, is called a charge file. And for every one of the 244,000 parcels of property in the county of Ventura, there is a specific dollar amount that I have the legal responsibility to collect a payment for, and it has to match up.
And why does it have to sit in a trust account?
What about the...
Why does the partial payment have to sit in a trust account? Why can't the partial payment...
Because I am charged with, let's say, a particular parcel has an amount due of $2,000 for a payment.
Right.
If I only have $1,500, I cannot apply it against a $2,000 obligation.
What?
Because I'm legally charged with collecting $2,000 for that parcel. I don't have the legal ability to take $1,500 and apply it to a $2,000 obligation. It would require, as part of the checks and balances within the property tax system, it would require an adjustment to the actual roll value by the assessor, an adjustment to the taxes owed by the auditor, and then a new figure given to me saying, okay, now it happens to match up for $1,500, you can apply the payment. It's a cumbersome system, but it has been put in place, I think, through the wisdom of creating checks and balances within the three departments.
Mr. Chair, is that an escrow account then?
The trust account, in a sense, would be like an escrow account.
So you put that money in there, you can't touch it subject to that.
Exactly, exactly.
Now, there is state legislation that authorizes a Board of Supervisors to authorize a treasurer to accept partial payment. So perhaps as we're investigating this, we can try to investigate whether that is intended to deal with this, and maybe it's not intended to deal with that. But
well, let me take my example one more step. If our property owner owns it for a brief period of time and then sells it before we get everything caught up and all of the adjustments made, when that transaction goes through escrow is going to hold out of the money that goes through their hands the entire amount of the tax bill that's owed, because the lender, the new lender, is going to want to have a clean title report. To get a clean title report, it has to show that the taxes are paid. I can't take the $1,000 I'm holding over in my escrow account and apply it, so that cannot be used to satisfy that obligation. So there's going to be a full payment made of the entire amount of the tax installment to my office. Suddenly then, when that happens, the $1,000 I'm holding in trust is now surplus. Now here's a reality of life. The person who sold the property may be moving to Texas. I don't know where that person lives now, because as part of that process of closing escrow, of recording a grant deed that identifies the transaction, there's no place on that document for the seller to put their new address.
So in the hypothetical, if this kind of partial payment was set up, hypothetically, a person who then sold their property before the partial payment situation got fixed, let's say within a year, they could potentially be putting themselves at some disadvantage if they're during that resale, because the purchaser may have to pay more of the property tax. They may have some difficulty. They may, they have increased the difficulty for you to find them, assuming that they're not trying to find you to let you know. So you're saying if we hypothetically set this up, those people that sold, if they took advantage of it, if they chose to take advantage of it, would potentially have some problem if they decided to resell quickly in that 1 year period of time. Okay.
And of course, all of this is talking about staff time to manage over and above what my people are doing now, and I think it's a fair assessment, and your board has received in the past a management audit of my tax department, and I believe a fair reading of that is that we are doing more with fewer resources than our counterparts in the state that were measured as being comparable counties to us. So it's not as though my people are sitting around with a lot of idle time. It's a concern I have about being able to continue to provide the level of service to other taxpayers who would not be in this situation. To degrade the service they receive to address this issue, I think, would work an unfairness.
Thank you for taking the time. There'll be a lot more conversation, I'm sure.
Can I
Supervisor Zaragoza and Supervisor Floyd.
Real quick, I think, and I appreciate your concerns, and I really believe that that's important that we understand that. When you close escrow, most of the time, and it's mandatory that the seller give a forwarding address, to escrow. That's important to understand. And I think you also mentioned that we're putting buyers into harm's way by buying a new loan. With the new strict loan guidelines that we have now, we're getting rid of predatory lending. Where now they require 10, 20, and 15%, to buy new homes. So we're not putting those folks into harm's way. We're trying to get them to. I'll give them the opportunity to buy a home and to have sufficient funds to close escrow. But the old days of predatory lending and putting the buyers into harm's way is really probably maybe a 1% amount now, as opposed to the other way around. So with the new guidelines for purchasing and getting new mortgages is a lot tougher now than it was before. Just to share that information with the public. Mm-hmm.
And thank you. And I didn't think through this when I was reading through this, what you talked about, but you realize, and you're right, you hold that money. So we have all the different districts and everybody else in that tax that don't, and especially in what we're hoping for in this economy that's going to go, and we're not going to be distributing a whole lot of tax dollars that these people need. On the other thing, it's interesting because you got the investors now buying. So what you just brought up in the last was a very interesting point too, is you got partials all out there, because I got an investor who purchases property, tries to resell these properties in this market that we're dealing with. So we've got a whole bunch of that's really interesting. But I guess the big piece is, if you got to hold that money, then our fire district, our county, our schools, everybody's not getting that piece of the tax dollar, right? And that's what you're trying to say. Yeah, I never thought about that. That's a very important piece. Yeah, great, thank you.
Well, I appreciate your speaking and the information you provided. It does speak to how we need to weigh this carefully and make sure when the report comes back to us that, all three offices are fully engaged in that report, in addition to looking at this legislation to see, why, who, what, why, and where perhaps it has been implemented. Obviously, we're interested in the taxpayers, and because my office has received at least 10 calls relating to similar issues of the partial payment opportunity, some related and some not. And I think it also speaks to the complexity of the job you hold. Thank you.
Did I see? Okay,
I guess the question I have, this is something that the county itself has put together. It's not a requirement of the state that you have this, what we're calling a trust account. Is that correct? That's something that we put together as the county. So there may be other counties, and I think Supervisor Long was alluding to that may have addressed how you deal with that. So perhaps those payments can be made.
I believe it's a statewide practice.
Right, so I guess this will give us an opportunity to look at, if there is a way to continue having the payments made to those special districts that come out of the property tax, and then have them reimbursed with the rest of the funds if more money is needed. But I'd be interested in seeing how this is being implemented in other counties.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Goodwin. Good morning.
Good morning. Honorable board members, Ms. Robinson. It's great to be here. Actually, I'm really pleased for the opportunity to address this subject, because I think it points to a new interest that I hadn't had a chance to really bring to your attention about property tax administration, a lot of the complications, a lot of the integration requirements between the tax collector, the auditor controller, and the assessor. So it's a big thing. For the record, my name is Dan Goodwin. I'm your assessor. Also, one thing I do want to bring up, this county has a very good protocol for board letters. And I think it's important I start out by mentioning something that this item went to the board. It didn't go through SIRE, which is the official board policy for board letters. It didn't have the 10-day waiting period, which is the protocol. The board procedures require 10 working days. And also, your board's protocol, the procedures require, quote, must allow all reviewing departments sufficient time to review the item and to also communicate their views with the CEO analyst. So just wanted to bring that up. I know your appointed agency heads would never do that, so just a little reminder. We've got a good collegial atmosphere in Ventura County for the most part. This item kind of created a little bit of a stir because it was a surprise to me. My secretary found it at the last minute, actually with an email from the CEO's office asking about comments. So that aside, let me tell you about some good news.
I just want to address that one right off the bat.
Okay, but are you going to count this on my time?
No, I'm not. Yeah, okay. We do have that policy for all of the departments that are submitting board letters onto the board's agenda. We've never had that policy for board member policy items. Board member policy items get submitted on Wednesday, and they are put onto the agenda. Board members do not have that same protocol. It's that's never been there, and I think there's some good reasons for it. One, you want to have sort of a public. You want to have this public discussion right at the beginning of the process, so you get these issues out there. And I think this is very healthy. I think hearing what Mr. Matheny had to say was far better than having Mr. Matheny maybe say it to me privately, and then how does it get communicated to the other supervisors and all that stuff. I think this is a much more appropriate for board members when they're bringing a policy item like this. So different.
Thank you. It's your policy, so I'm looking at that, and I hear what you're saying. I received that. I do think, though, it's very unprofessional to not contact two elected officials who you name in the letter in advance and say, hey, we're going to name you in a letter. It'll be on our agenda on Tuesday. That would be more professional.
If it makes you feel better, we didn't contact the CEO in advance either, and we named her in the letter. And we mentioned her almost in every letter where we point out directions. So if that helps, right? But
well, let me tell you, we have some good news for you. First of all, the problem that you received, to kind of get in a capsule, I'm thrilled that you're only getting less than a dozen calls a year. We handle hundreds of these every month, hundreds a week. We process approximately 20,000 supplemental assessments a year. So the issue is substantial. Some of those are for new construction, some of those for change of ownership, and there's quite a range. One of the big problems we have, and the ones for this property owner, I don't want to get into their personal financial situation in a public arena, but I will tell you, just for your notes, they've overstated their situation by about 75%. It's really their supplemental negative supplemental assessment will amount to a check, probably about 25% of that number you've quoted. So it'd be better to. That's another reason for having discussion before it comes to the public airing. My biggest concern. I value this county. This county has tremendous positives going for it. The biggest one is a good reputation, a reputation for credibility that needs to be treasured. And so when I saw that word overpayment, I really was stressed by that. It's a misstatement. It's an error. The other thing is, to bringing up the partial payment idea, Mr. Matheny was very general. I'll talk plain. You will confuse the heck out of people. If they read in the paper anything about the board is considering a partial payment, they will hear what they want to hear in their head, which is, I got a payment, got to be made by December 10th. Let's see, on my credit card, I don't have to pay the full amount, I can do a partial payment. And think of it this way, only 10%, let's say 10% of the people decide to call or demand the partial payment because they misunderstand this whole issue. That's 24,000 people. That's a lot of folks. So it's really important. What I appreciate what Mr. Zaragoza brought out about his concerns of the words that, and I did have a chance to, I called him, I guess I called him while he was out of town, but they made an appointment for me on yesterday. And so those are big. But here's what the solution is. We have, think about an assessment roll that's in production. January 1st is the lien date. I close the roll as of that date. So you take a snapshot of property values, the circumstances of everything on that date. I deliver that roll about July 1st to the auditor controller. So as that roll is in production, my system, which is pretty old system. If you saw the notes from our auditor controller, she mentioned about it being a legacy system, but the foundation of that system doesn't allow me to do multiple year processing at one time. And this is a common problem throughout the state. Nearly all assessors, tax collectors, and auditors are dealing with these same kind of issues. And so what we are in the process, we've been working very hard on a requirement study for a brand new property tax administration system. CEO's staff has been a part of those meetings, obviously IT services, and we are set to wrap up our requirements and go to the street on January 8th is the schedule to deliver our requirements to the vendors on the street and let them start bidding on it. This is one of the things it will do is it will position us to manage the multiple rolls at one time, which then would allow us to process during this window period of January to July, when right now we have to set those things aside. So we got some good ideas in mind, and I'm really hoping that you will all, as you begin to think about the complications of property tax administration, will actually be the champions of leading the funding for this program. It's going to require probably a borrowing under a capital project. It'll be expensive, but there are a very large number of areas where we hope to improve productivity through technology, and including public service, the timeliness of processing. And this is going to go the other way. When one day we have market values appreciating, all the stakeholders who receive a portion of that property tax will benefit from a more timely processing of the supplemental when it goes the other way. Now, as Mr. Foy said, not so many people they look at it different. It's the same coin. It's a processing, and also we have a structural problem that's part of law. By law, the assessor must process through the supplemental process these changes in ownership and these new values. I can't set those aside and handle them as a separate piece. It has to be handled. So we have a statutory requirement, and to present, and that's where I got really concerned for the public to read that there's some kind of scheme whereby they might be able to do partial payments and they might be able to self-enroll or self-identify what the enrolled value should be for a supplemental. That's a risky scheme that probably has statutory blocks, and we don't want to break the law. So we can't do that. We'll examine it. That's part of the study we'll do with county council, certainly. But we want to get those things right. But the thing I want to assure you is I care deeply for the taxpayers. I am burdened. I was burdened the other way. When people I pushed hard. One of the big changes I made when I became assessor was to accelerate the processing in general of supplementals, and also name changes, so that people wouldn't be waiting 2 years and all of a sudden they get a supplemental bill, and then they have to come up with a check in a fairly short time. Now, the situation in the particular person used as an example in the board letter, their reassessment has been worked. I checked with my staff. It has been worked now. But now there's the mailing of the supplemental assessment, and then by law there's a 60-day period at which they have a right to appeal the value, and then there's another period for billing, and then another period for how much time they have to pay or in this case receive a check. or it's going the other way to payment. So there's a number of statutory items that are part of this picture that we certainly will follow. But I assure you, I am dedicated towards looking for opportunities to help taxpayers be well served. My whole calling of government is to do it well. Honorable government is government well done. I appreciate that you talk often about good government. I'm a believer with you, and that's the direction to go. This other thing, my other concern is, and I would caution you, when it comes to, you hear a few phone calls, you get a few things. There was a letter, it's funny because he copied all of you, and I remember it was around September or so of 08. I remember the date we got a reply from him, but he copied all of you with a letter, also the mayor of Simi Valley, and said, basically, the assessor's crazy, and here's what it ought to be, and, talked about Prop 13 and everything else. Then he gets a letter from us explaining the situation. We get a letter on December 8th, or dated December 8th. His name's Kidwell, name comes to mind. Anyway, December 8th saying, you know what, thank you. I get it. Looks like you guys did it right. I checked the tax code. I'm a retired lawyer. Everything's fine, and goes off.
And he didn't copy everybody.
Well, the big point I'm trying to make is there are hundreds of people every week in this situation, and we do our best by far. Trying to stay away from cuss words to emphasize it, but we do our best to do a good job, to make sure the public understands. There are going to be times where they say, I still don't like it, and they're going to call you or they're going to write to you. So, let me team up with you. Let me be your one you point to when it comes to resolving these. We have a lot of other areas that we want to modify and improve with our technology as we go to the new system. But like I say, the other part of there's a danger in getting too involved in the tax administration details, the micro stuff of the assessor, tax collector, auditor. Actually, we have a bunch of friends here that wanted to see me at a meeting. They probably would have liked you all to attend as well. But really, that's not very practical. There's a lot of things that the assessor's involved in with the real property accounts, plus all the personal property, the leases, the airboats, the airplanes, the LCAs, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Try to go fast. Any questions? I'd be glad to answer.
No, I think the whole idea here, Dan, is just to help the purchasers of new homes, to get into their new home and to help them with their financial burden, that they have, and that's the whole idea of trying to help the taxpayer.
Right.
Okay, we have one more speaker, and Randy Short. Were you on this item, Mr. Short? I know we got the harbor item too, but item 46.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for this time. I'll try and be brief. It looks like I'm the only taxpayer here that can relate to the issue. And let me say that this doesn't just affect homeowners. The harbor lessees have been attempting to work with the tax assessor now for a long period of time. I can tell you as a taxpayer, it has been several years for us and yet to resolve an issue. Let me give you our example very quickly so you can appreciate the scope of this problem. We purchased, as you know, a marina some time back. The purchase price was in the $3.5 million range. The previous assessment was at $7 million. We've been assessed at $7 million now for several years. We have asked the tax assessor to move quickly on these items, get it done within a timely manner. We have not had any real results from meetings that we've had. At one point with our own property, we immediately appealed, which that's supposed to be resolved within a 2-year period. It got out to about a year running on the appeal, and the tax assessor said, oh, you know what, we've realized we never did a base year assessment. We're going to go back and do a base year assessment. That resets his clock now. That's why we've been in this for several years. We have met with the tax assessor as a group of lessees. We have not had resolution to virtually anything. And this has been, we then sent him a letter a couple of weeks ago asking to have a follow-up meeting, and he's refused. So I want you to know this is not an isolated incident, and as a taxpayer, I can echo the sentiments of the gentleman in the email here who says, I feel like we're loaning money to the county to use for an extended period of time. And the tax assessor has certainly used the regulations to extend what he should have resolved a substantial amount of time ago. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So it's back to the board. I'd just like to respond to a few things. Number one, appreciate all three speakers. I appreciate Mr. Matheny taking the time to be here and kick this thing off with expressing his concerns. And Mr. Goodwin has always been an articulate spokesperson for the assessor's office, and I think you point out some good things. And my guess is you were here for the harbor item and ended up being here for this. So we don't have the taxpayer here very often when it's the middle of the day like this, and it's all on our agendas, but most of them would had to have read about it in the newspaper this morning and decided to, take off work to get here and stuff. But I'd like to point a few things out. In no way, in my mind, in the submittal of this letter, are we trying to criticize the treasurer or the assessor. And there was nothing in the letter that said, hey, they're too slow or anybody's having a problem. This is just a problem that comes from a declining real estate market sets this potential problem up out there, number one. Number two, you did make the comment that there's a danger in getting too involved in sort of tax administration, and I would offer to you that I think the taxpayers think that it is our responsibility to dive as deep as we have to go to feel satisfied that everybody's being treated fairly in the process. And then the final thing I would just want to say to kick this off, certainly in my mind, I didn't get just one email and I said, oh gosh, I'm going to go and do this whole thing. I talked, as a result of these kinds of contacts, I talked to a number of real estate professionals, people that have said to me over and over again, this is happening to our clients. So it's real estate professionals that convinced me that this is a significant issue and merited being looked at out there. So I did want to emphasize that. And then finally, one other safeguard is I said, if there's nothing we can do about it, we shouldn't even begin sort of an investigation. So I wanted to make sure there was at least some potential, and I think we did find that there is potentially something we can do about it because the state law gives the Board of Supervisors the authority to direct the treasurer to accept partial payment. It may not work, but we also, I think, cross that threshold of saying there's at least something worth checking out. So I would offer all of those as, I think, important pieces of information for us to have as we begin this exploration here.
And Mr. Chair, as I mentioned initially too, I've did speak to the lenders, to escrow companies and so forth, and realtors and brokers, and it is a concern and something that hopefully we can work with. And I do have a lot of respect for the assessors and the treasurer's office, and I think we got to work together. And I had a good talk with Dan, and I think we're in agreement. And my whole idea is to help the taxpayer. And a good example was from $3 million to $7 million is a tremendous amount of dollars. And of course, we have again, the first-time buyers that need to hopefully buy that property. And we have new loan guidelines, no more of the predatory lending. I think it's extremely important that people understand that we're not putting people in harm's way. We're trying to help the taxpayers. So I think it's important that we have the report, and then we'll look at it and judge it accordingly.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate the discussion too, and I appreciate our elected representative stepping forward. I don't appreciate challenge to a protocol or words such as unprofessional, scheme, danger. That doesn't take us anywhere in trying to really, okay, let's talk about this in the best interest of good government and the taxpayers in this county. And I don't think anyone's trying to enable somebody to enter into a bad loan situation, which has brought us to where we are today, frankly, with foreclosures and other issues. This is a matter of looking at a system, and I certainly know we've all had the presentation that there's a need for a new system for Treasury tax collection. And I would hope that system, with the technology we have available today, has the flexibility, if we wish to implement a partial payment program, that we're able to do so. We talk of a new legislation that authorizes this policy. Again, something that has not been brought to this board, to know that there's new legislation or a new government code that says that we have a right to implement something. And so I think it is important that we do take a look at that. And, I know of the issue with the marina and the lessees, and I know that there have been similar issues with other major partners we have in this county who are business people out at the airport and other areas, that they have an issue with this lagging assessment. And I'm not, Mr. Goodman, it is not pointing fingers, it's trying to understand how does this occur, what can we do to help you to if there's a fix or what's necessary, so that we continue to have good partners in the marina, good partners at the airport, people who are investing dollars into the economy of our county. So no one's trying to micromanage. I would never profess to be know all by any means the technicalities that you have to deal with, the treasurer, tax collector, and the auditor controller. But I do think we have a responsibility, all of us as elected officials, to have communications and information and the ability to perhaps take things, ratchet up another level of opportunity for the taxpayers to feel like they're being listened to. So I thank you for your comments.
Supervisor Foy.
Thank you. I think I learned more about tax collection and assessment here than I had ever known. But I agree. I think that we all have to, it's our responsibility to protect taxpayers, no question about that. And I think if there's some way to do that, and I appreciate that they're looking at systems and to do that kind of stuff, I think that's good. And if there's a way to do that, and I guess we'll hear about partial payments and how that affects, but I'd like to know all the problem with government. Sometimes we move too fast, we get unintended consequences, and I'd like to fix that. But at the end of the day, our job is to protect taxpayers, no question. My biggest concern, though, is hearing this situation that it's 1 and 2 and 3 years on a different assessment. That's a big issue. I know that Mr. Short would probably say, I know I purchased something or I released or whatever. There's some time period in between there, but yeah, years is a problem. That's a real problem. So we need to figure those kind of things out and get that kind of stuff straightened out. And if there's something that we've got to do and something that we've got to fund for something, some kind of system that makes it easier, that's what we got to do. But though that's a real troubling situation to me, and I think we need to hear that sooner than this. But I do think we need to protect taxpayers, no question about it. But we got to find that way to make reasonable within it, so it doesn't have the unintended consequences, and we don't do a knee-jerk reaction. But I appreciate you bringing it up because I think it's important we look at it. So how we do this is going to be figured out. Yeah.
Supervisor Parks.
Yeah, I would just reiterate Supervisor Foy's comment about how complicated the whole tax structure is and doing the taxes. But we also realize that we have a lot of impacts associated with this economy, and this is one that hadn't bubbled up before. And because there is state legislation, I would be interested in seeing if we can provide this service to taxpayers. So I'm interested in finding out.
Well, if I could, I think this has been a good debate. I'd like to end up with 3 comments. One, I appreciate Supervisor Foy's comment that there's a danger if you move too fast and you have unintended consequences. I think that the complaint we more often hear about government is that it moves too slow. And I would offer that we didn't put any time frame in here. We didn't say we have to have a report back by, this is not, we're not asking for this to be rushed. We're asking to begin what I hope is a healthy conversation for us to have. The second point is that to suggest or characterize that we are trying, by doing this, we're trying to get people who would not qualify. We're trying to create sort of this new class and equate that to sort of the subprime thing. I don't think that there's anything in what we're suggesting in a policy that says people who ultimately are going to get refunds, trying to find them a way to have that happen or be adjusted for that is a far cry from suggesting we want people to go out and borrow who shouldn't be borrowing. I think that the accurate way to portray this is should people who are ready, instead of saying, we're trying to get people who are not ready. So let's go on the record. The board, part of our motion will be we don't want to encourage anybody that's not ready to borrow. But I think we also want to say people who are ready shouldn't run into a roadblock that we could, if we can remove it, they shouldn't run into that roadblock in that situation. That's people who are ready, not for people that are not ready. So with that, I hope that the spirit, I know it's always difficult for the CEO and these kind of things. I hope the spirit of what we're asking for, which you can never get all the way down in writing, there needs to be some interpretation here in terms of, but the spirit of what we're asking for has been clearly captured. I think ultimately, after we had the discussion, I was listening to Supervisor Floyd, and I thought, boy, we're completely in agreement. He's saying, yeah, we want to protect the taxpayers. We should look at it. The question is how. We say specifically in the letter, we call out, there may be unintended consequences, and so we're saying we want to be careful. And I think that's exactly what we're hearing from Mr. Matheny, exactly what we're hearing from Mr. Goodwin. There could be a lot of unintended consequences. We have to be careful. I don't think that asking the question takes us into the realm of we triggered a lot of unintended consequences that are going to be serious and should have meant we shouldn't have raised this issue. So with that, I'd like to join Supervisor Zaragoza. All right, and I'll make a second on that motion to adopt. Exactly here. The Board of Supervisors direct the County Council and CEO to work together with the Treasurer and the Assessor to report back to the Board with potential solutions to address the impacts. And we can change the word overpayment. The impacts of people purchasing property that has gone down in value and has a lower assessed value, resulting.
Change the word. Yeah. Remove overpayment.
Just remove the word overpayment if that makes people feel better.
Impacts of property.
And if we could add to that also direct the CEO to not encourage anybody to borrow money who's not ready.
And there's no partial payment for the regular tax.
There we go. Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and thanks for pointing that out about overpayment. I think that's a good catch. All right, we're ready to vote. And we're now back to our 11 o'clock time certain that we 5 till we. Right, so I'm sorry that we had to keep you waiting.
Uh-oh, I should have asked for instruction. Roberta, you have a new thing. What do I...
Okay, thank you. We'll move ahead now on this time certain item to have a little study session on the Channel Islands Harbor. And good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. As CEO, it's a pleasure to be here this morning. I'm sorry I had to take a little break. I had to get training on your new... Afraid I'm going to blow up the dais here or something by accident. We are here for a follow-up study session on the landside portion of the Public Works Plan. It has been quite some time since we've been here in this follow-up mode. Okay, just for a little history, this is just the PWP as it stands now, first certified in 1986. The amendments come a little bit out of order. They're numbered by when they're submitted to the Commission, not the final date of adoption. The first amendment for the BISC, August of 2008. The second amendment for Challenge Harbor Marina, September of 2006. And the third, which was the Waterside Amendment, December of 2008. Those are the dates of certification. The goals for today, and I'll go as quickly as I can because I know we've had people waiting a long time, is to review the past direction given by the board regarding our next steps, to receive information about the current status of projects, for the board to be able to provide additional comments and direction to staff regarding the content of the PWP update, and to provide additional direction to us regarding strategies for the vacant parcels. The options that were discussed in September of 2008 for moving forward were to delay a Public Works Plan amendment until all the projects were ready to move forward and complete an entire rewrite of the certified PWP at one time.
The second was to proceed with major project amendments incorporating the adjacent non-project related issues such as view corridors or habitat protection or whatever, and delay the smaller projects. And the third was to proceed project by project as projects are ready to proceed. The board direction at that time, as we recall it, as it's documented in the hearing, was to cluster items around the first major project and include those global issues such as view corridors, water quality, and habitat where these are processed. And by the way, I know these study sessions aren't a lot of fun, and what I keep doing is looking for new as we go by. Our staff members and other people take pictures that they provide to us that are from right around our area, and I thought we could at least liven it up and give you something to look at besides the words. Current status. The environmental reviews for Fisherman's Wharf and the Casas Arena are in the preliminary stage, pending final project data. We are estimating going out to the public with some public presentations sometime early in the new year, I would say in the first quarter. So those are moving along. We have met in the last year a few times with Coastal Commission and city staff. The Coastal Commission itself discussed the Coastal Plan Update Strategy at their public hearing in March of 2009, and they discussed this idea of attaching all the non-project issues to a first project that comes through, and even Commissioner Wan said she thought that was a very pragmatic approach, and the Commission is generally supportive of that. There are a number of landside projects that are able to proceed without amendments, such as the Topper's Pizza that's going on Harbor Lights. The construction, by the way, is underway now. And Anacapa Marine Services, those are in process. And the landside projects that were included in the waterside amendment are pending permits, such as the launch ramp, which will be heard in 2 weeks before the Coastal Commission, channel islands landing, pier heads, and restrooms and so forth. Those are all moving ahead. And then there's final definition of potential uses for some of the vacant or underutilized parcels that will be pending today. Now it's not working. There, I think I turned it off. There are too many buttons. They will tell you, those members of my staff in the room will tell you they don't let me near a lot of machines. I'm still good with pencils. All right. Amendment issues. I mean, obviously, you've talked about it this morning. The substantial economic downturn since fall of 2008 obviously affects project timing. It's one of the reasons we've taken a little while to come back here. It doesn't affect timing on all projects, but it will on some. The second is that 2 projects, mainly Casas Arena and Fisherman's Wharf, also require local coastal plan amendments through the city of Oxnard. That's a time issue. They're relatively minimal amendments, but they are required. And finally, staffing limitations at the Coastal Commission have already caused and will cause delays. They are, for example, off all week this week with furlough days. Projects already approved, Channel Islands Harbor Marina, which is completed. In fact, you saw this morning, even the landscaping now is completed. Marine Emporium Landing, and you see the picture here. There was so much discussion about finishing off the promenade. This section of promenade that completes that area in the harbor was not there before. And I see people sitting out there all the time. That's widely used. That project is partially complete with 1 building left for renovation. Channel Islands Landing, the water side, is under construction. The land side should be beginning shortly. The permits are being signed off. PCYC's renovation is complete, and the Bisque is pending construction. Projects pending approval not requiring the amendment are still Anacapa Marine Services, the boatyard, which is in process. Peninsula Yacht Anchorage, which is only pending a notice of impending development. The public launch ramp, as I said, will be heard in 2 weeks. And the harbor administrative offices, which your board approved some time back, and we've just been waiting for a time with less workload, which doesn't look like that's really ever happening. So we're getting ready to move forward with that. Potential projects requiring PWP amendments, which is our reason to be here today: the Casas Arena Hotel, Fisherman's Wharf, the Marine Emporium Landing, the remaining building, which would be expanded, known as H1, the H1 renovation, Cisco's, which is Parcel RS, Parcel X3, and Parcel Q, which we'll get to in a map so you can see it. This is actually a patrol picture. I love this one. PWP amendments, not project related. So these are the things that are not necessarily attached to a project, although they may be. One is clarifying view corridors. We'll be coming back to that. Planning for heron mitigation, clarifying park locations and expansion. Remember, we've gone through a great deal of controversy about where are the parks exactly, what's the boundary, and what does that mean. Correcting existing height limits, raising height limits for 2 projects, the hotel and Fisherman's Wharf, and updating or eliminating dated language or inaccuracies. Now, internally, and I debated about including these because it gets a little long. It's about a page and a half. But these are some of the principles we've been using internally to think about how to do this PWP. If you're in disagreement with some of these, or if you have others, as we're working, we'd really like to know that, which is why we finally decided to include them, just so you know kind of how we're thinking about this and what we check back to ourselves as working on projects. One is that the PWP be clearly written and easy to interpret by all, including the public, decision makers, lessees, the Coastal Commission, and county staff. And it shouldn't have taken me 10 readings and 2 years to figure out what it had to say. And it shouldn't take the commission staffers, long periods of times to figure out what policies apply. Second is to provide clear guidelines for development while allowing some flexibility to accommodate market fluctuations. Third, provide maximum but safe public access, maximum access to the water all the time. Respect the existing park areas, expand where possible, and renovate. Require the protection of biological resources, recognizing the harbor is man-made, created for human activity. There needs to be some mutuality between those two, and that the redevelopment may require removal, relocation, or replacement of resources in a responsible manner. Protection of water quality, as you know, that's a big issue for us. Focus on pedestrian access to the waterfront wherever possible. Identify critical view corridors for pedestrians, not necessarily where they exist now, and protect them. I'm just going to pause here for a second and say in the current PWP, what it requires is that a certain percentage of the harbor be open to view. And that could be a very narrow little view. It could be, blocked. It's still considered a view if there are things in the way. It could be a grove of trees or whatever. And what we're thinking might be better in the long haul, which is something you may want to discuss, is to identify some very clear corridors that will be unobstructed and relatively large, additional corridors to what we have now, and then protect those.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
What you're saying here is really a roadmap, or
right?
We're going from point A to point B, and this is some of the principles that get us to from A to B.
Correct. I mean, this is kind of how we've been thinking about it. We're sharing our thought process to make sure we're on the same page as the board.
And just for me to understand this, because it's the first time I've seen it, is this similar to a general plan for a city?
Right.
But we call it a PWP plan for the entire harbor, and we're going to place or looking at locations to put projects in, or some of the projects have been approved and some are pending and so forth.
Yeah, a general plan is a fair comparison. I guess I would say it's kind of a cross between a general plan and a specific plan. It has a little more in it, but yeah, exactly.
And I think the principles are important, to follow by. But I just wanted to share that so I can understand it as we progress.
Okay. Then we've also been saying through design, we want to invite surrounding areas, the neighbors and others who are nearby in, maximizing opportunities to shop, work, and recreate on foot or bicycle. We want to make sure we get those nearby folks in, and then provide for variety, recreational, commercial, industrial, and residential uses to support
Do you also look to try to encourage transportation by boat and boat taxi or shuttles? I mean, if this is the one bullet you have for how to get around and from the surrounding areas, it seems like it should be more inclusive than just bicycling and walking.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you very much. And we do, especially the little electric boats are just multiplying, even in this recessionary time. And a lot of people who have homes there do like getting around in boats. You're right about that. Roberta, I'm screwing up your little machine. Okay. Specific projects, hotel requirements. This is not anything new. It's just a reminder. 270 hotel rooms. There are 176 existing. Now, this is the Casa only. This does not include the Hampton Inn. 2 restaurants, retail, and meeting space. 6 floors, up to 80 feet high with a tower element. There's a concept on the next page that we'll look at. View corridors to the west, east, and south. This is one of those projects that where there is no view now from the peninsula out toward the harbor entrance. There would be one established so that people could see out to the attractive areas of the harbor instead of having a wall of buildings there in front of them. A minimum 30-foot promenade around the facility, and a potential for up to 133 residential units.
And I was just wondering also if you have in here anywhere, and I didn't quite see it, the issue of green building standards, and I love the landscaping that we were shown during the public comments, but talking about all those nice ways of protecting water quality and as well as the type of building materials and all those kind of neat things.
We don't have that in the procedures now, but we should certainly add that and think about it and encourage green building. We do that. The lessees are very interested in that, so I guess we didn't think to put it in, but we certainly should. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I think the one key thing too is the view corridor. The west and east and south corridors the view corridors are extremely important.
Well, yeah, and this is an example, and again, this is just a concept, but in the hotel where there was what's stronger than encouragement, but not quite a forced situation, but to create something that allows a view out from the peninsula for the public.
And you can see it in Monterey very clearly too. So we were just there last week, so very important.
Yeah, it's very important. So this project is still included, and these are about the parameters. I have to say that we're starting with parameters that are, and this is the tower element we're talking about, right here. We want to make sure to allow for some kind of an architectural feature. So how exactly that's defined, whether it's 80 with a feature allowed or what, but we just want to make sure, since we're at a conceptual stage, to now allow enough height that we'll be able to fit within it. We don't have to come back and add 3 feet or 5 feet, or that's one of our key concerns. There. Fisherman's Wharf, up to 175,000 square feet of commercial and retail space at ground level, up to being the operative words on this whole project until the review is complete. Up to 800 apartment units above, up to 80 feet tall with setbacks and view corridors. Now, the building as currently designed is 60 feet tall on average, but there is that, again, the tower feature on the corner, whether that stays or not, and how this is set up in the PWP is a question. Do you set it at 60 feet with room for an architectural feature, or what? We're happy to respond to that. An expanded pedestrian feature at the corner where there's a broadening of the walkway at the corner to allow for a place for people to gather, and a 40-foot promenade minimum along the waterfront. The current project
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
A bit more.
That 800 units.
Right.
Is that not cast in stone, right? It's just a number?
It's just a number for right now. It's what the proposal was, and it's what's being reviewed in the environmental document, in the environmental factors. And once the traffic and all that comes back, then...
But it's up to, but not, that's not the number that we're looking at.
Right.
We had some concerns too.
Right.
And
same with the commercial retail space. It's up to 175,000 square feet.
And the walkway, the promenade, the pedestrian, features. That goes all the way around the harbor.
Right.
Okay. And around the boatyard.
Well, it wouldn't be 40 feet everywhere. I can't remember. What was the average width? 10 to 15, 10 to 20? Yeah, the minimum is 10. On average, it's 15 to 20, but here we're saying 40 along the water's edge, minimum.
And that's still subject to the EIR, right, the Fisherman's Wharf?
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Parks.
Yeah, I know I already voiced concern that I think this is too dense and that I didn't like the design of it because I thought it was pretty exclusive of the public. But I have a few questions. Between these up to 800 and the hotel requirements, looking at a potential for 133 residential units, and there's other, it looks like there's the potential for up to, say, 1,000 more residential units at the harbor, roughly speaking. And to me, it's really important to make sure that we're doing all we can to reduce vehicle trips, for example.
Right.
Traffic is a huge issue. Requirements, for example, to have a shuttle service, trolley, bus. We're not going to be able to rely on the state of California or VCTC to pay for those kind of things, but I think that is really important, as well as having a lot of services available, so you don't have to take your car, everything from grocery stores to banks to postal annexes to dry cleaners to those kind of things, so people don't have to get in their car. But that's going to be, I think, a large problem. These units, are any of them going to be affordable?
Not at the present time. That's an issue that was raised. It's a little bit complicated here because this is in the city of Oxnard. It's not a county. So when we get to that stage, I'm sure the city will be weighing in on that.
Okay, and then also we put together, I know we funded an environmental assessment. I guess that's going to be used in the environmental document. Is that available?
Not yet. That's what I'm saying, probably in the first quarter of 2009.
Because I think it'd be premature for the board to, make decisions on any kind of development without seeing the environmental assessment.
Right, and no decisions, remember, this is a study session, so I don't believe any decisions are even really allowed, right? We're just taking...
And you're going to be working with the city of Oxnard and the inclusionary housing.
Right.
And I think Gold Coast is also looking at expanding route service, bus service into that area too.
Yes, they have been in contact with us, Gold Coast has, about the idea of extending service. We've been asking for that for a long time, particularly with the hotel and hotel employees, and in a retail space,
Exactly right.
the employees. I mean, we've got to be able to get people in and out.
It's one thing to say that Gold Coast needs to bring a service. It's another thing to say, where's the money for it? And that's why I'm saying, if we're going to create something that is going to require that service, there should be some kick in to assure that service is going to be there.
Good point.
All right, continue.
Okay. Parcel X3, this is the parcel on the west side of the harbor for orientation. This is Harbor Landing, Pacific Corinthian Yacht Club. Many of you came to festivals that were here. It's just under 3 acres, designated as visitor serving, harbor oriented in the current Public Works Plan. The master plan map shows a community center, a convention center, which will in many senses be replaced by the BISC. The third amendment to the PWP accommodates 15 slips on the water side here, a portion of the parcel. Because of the reduction of the land area a little bit for the slip sizes, we're looking at a site area on the land of about 2¼ acres, and potentially putting this into the the harbor mixed-use zone that would be created for Fisherman's Wharf, so that it would allow for retail or restaurant, like a coffee shop, for up to 20,000 square feet, and then either apartments or office over the top with covered parking spaces, with some visitor parking in the common parking area. Part of that is to add people on a daily basis to the harbor, not people who are home at night from work, but so there are people. We are one of the few harbors that doesn't have much office space. Residential can do the same thing depending on the kind. Our recommendation on this, just again for discussion, no decisions today, is to hold the parcel as is until regional economic conditions improve a little, because you're going to get far less now than you would get hopefully in a year or so. To change the land use designation to accommodate some kind of mixed use development, and then to solicit proposals from private parties for mixed use with retail and or restaurant on the first floor and residential or office upstairs, with an allowance for the public promenade and a substantial view corridor or plaza for the public to gather on the water's edge. And then to solicit proposals at the same time for development and operation of the 15 boat slips, and just see what comes back.
Supervisor Parks.
Yes, I have a recollection of our board not agreeing to separate out the slips from the land side at this point. I remember that from previous discussions, and I think particularly when we have a lot of slip vacancies, we're not in a high demand situation where we're trying to find slips everywhere we can, and it limits our opportunity of how we're going to use X3 if we preclude the ability of a future lessee of being able to have the slips in association with whatever kind of development they're going to have. So I would eliminate that at this point until, one, the demand increases, so we really need to do that, and secondly, till we see what kind of proposals we have for X3.
So are you agreeing with the top item then, to just hold everything as is until the economic conditions
No,
improve?
I'm just, I'm talking about eliminating the last bullet, which is to solicit proposals for 15 boat slips at the end of the parcel.
Separate from the land use. In
That's
other words,
correct.
you don't want to have a proposal. You don't want to lose that ability for somebody with the land use to.
Mr. Chair.
grab. Supervisor.
I'm going to disagree with that. I think the top bullet will govern anything for a period of time, but I think we should leave all options open, and I think that depending on what we decide to do with the land side of that property, it may be very appropriate to have additional boat slips, depending on what we decide to do with it. So I would just say that we just hold off until we have till we address the economic conditions that may improve for the use of this. This is one of the last remaining untouched parcels in the harbor, and I think we have a taxpayer responsibility to look at how we use that as wisely as possible in the harbor, and I wouldn't want to exclude at this point options.
I don't either, but do you want to hold the parcel as is until regional economic conditions improve and solicit proposals for development and operation of up to 15 boat slips? Because once you do that, you've eliminated that option.
Oh, maybe there's a misunderstanding in the writing here. Both of those last pieces would go together. That's the idea, that hold the whole parcel, water and land, as is until the conditions improve and then go out. So someone who had a landside project could propose on both, but they wouldn't have to. I mean, in Southern California, we've had, up and down the coast, I think, very poor luck with having landside operators controlling slips. So I'm a little anxious about keeping them entirely together 100% of the time.
Are each one of these bullets separate?
No, well, that's what I'm saying. I apologize. That top bullet governs everything, which is to hold.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd just like to, I think what I'm hearing from both supervisors is they want to maximize our flexibility. Right? And what maximizes our flexibility is to hold the parcel as is until regional economic conditions improve. Then when economic conditions improve, right, and you decide to go, you do the bottom. And somebody in point 3 could come in with a land use and a dock thing. But what we're saying is we're not going to limit the slips to only the person from the land use. We want to keep the flexibility of having the slips be different from land use, but also have the slips and land use be together. Right? Is that where we are?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
So capture that. Go ahead.
And also, I think there's other recommendations for the other vacant properties that could fit under that same scenario. To hold a parcel until the regional economic conditions improve, and then as they improve, then we can look at the boat slips, and we can look at, for example, we have the boat stacking and some other, I'm getting ahead of your presentation.
It's okay.
And we can also use that same concept on those other properties.
Okay.
So yeah, this really should have been a top bullet with sub-bullets. I apologize. It's confusing.
All right. Everybody sit there in terms of flexibility? Right. All right.
Well, I guess the fact is that to do that, you're going to remove a small portion of the parcel to do the slips. I'm just thinking to look at the parcel and the slips together and get some requests on them for proposals going out for that. And depending on what you get, you can say, hey, we're better off just separating out the slips and doing them separately. I'm a little concerned that we will limit ourselves by doing the slips first before we do the parcel and slip combo potential. So, but I'm sure this is something we can hammer out later. I just don't want to lessen our ability to rent that land, which I think is very valuable.
Okay. I think we're all on the same page. Great. Good.
Okay. Parcel RS, we're now on the east side of the harbor with the park and boatyard just to the north here. Our office is right here. This is where the sport fishing has traditionally been, and parcel Q actually is right to the north of that, which will be up next. This is approximately 4 acres, commercial and sport fishing on the water. sport fishing slips. Those are dedicated sport fishing slips. The PWP designates the land as visitor serving harbor oriented. We currently have sport fishing there in a vacant restaurant. If you put Q and RS together, we have a total of 6.25 acres. There are several possible land uses here. One is stacked storage for boats, and we have a picture of those. Up to 236 boat spaces. We've actually heard we could potentially get up to 300. 97 public parking spaces, launch areas, and a boat wash. And just a rough concept of that is here. With the stacked storage, the old launch ramp being used to launch.
Could you orient all of us what's
Yes.
the street there and all of that?
Our office, the staff office,
Got
is
it.
right here.
So that's Victoria.
So this is Victoria, right, and this is where you see all the dry boats on land.
And Mr. Chair,
Coming all down Victoria.
the dry storage, stack storage, it's inside a building now.
Yes, there's a picture right here of what that looks like.
In terms of the value of the land, if you went to an industrial area and got a big building to do that stack storage, and would that be would it be more valuable to have the land that we have at the harbor used for public services? And it just seems to me this is kind of an industrial type of use, whereas we could be using that for bringing people to the harbor.
And that's a perfect segue because another possible land use that has been discussed here for many, many years is an RV campground, which would be a higher-end campground, heavily landscaped, where people, even from around the county, who with gas prices may not be driving across to South Carolina anymore, but might come down as they do on the Rincon, come down to the harbor for a week or 2 weeks to enjoy the waterside area, or coming from Arizona, relatively closer. And there you could have a park area with amenities, a small building for a restaurant, the commercial sport fishing, laundry facilities, a general store, and so forth. This is not the best picture. This is off Google, but gives you some idea that, you can green up along the edge of the road. I would like to see far more green space than this, but it gives you an idea along the coast of what happens there. Another possibility is to have the same kind of stacked storage with some kind of retail or boater serving building that would bring people into the harbor. Again, a small restaurant and a West Marine or something like that, with parking and retaining the public park. And here is sort of a view of that. Here would be the additional building. Now, Roberta, I need to come in for a training program. Here would be the office or retail building. What we're saying really is that there are a lot of possibilities for this property. It is on the industrial side of the harbor. However, it will have a dramatically improved walkway and appearance. No. I need remedial training. I'm stuck. Again, I think I can walk through this because you won't hear anything that's very much different, is to wait until the market improves, to change the land use designation where needed, especially parcel Q. There you go. Parcel Q, which was the old launch ramp, to change that to visitor serving boating, which does relate, and then solicit proposals on the combined parcels for dry stack storage or an RV park with amenities and a public park, and or office and retail with an RV park, and see what comes back. At least at the current time, we're thinking we ought to keep it very open. These are all related uses. Thank you, Roberta. She's going to, oops. You want me to be done right now? The next steps are to direct us to prepare a draft final based on your input today. I don't know if you have more, and submit it to the board for comments and further direction or approval. The land use changes are relatively small, so if there's further...
This one, tell me again, where is the Coastal Commission staff on their general agreement on how we should be approaching the public works?
They are very familiar with this, some of these ideas. Obviously, they've seen the hotel before, they've seen Fisherman's Wharf before. We've talked about, they have told us that they may or may not require stack storage. And so we're looking for a spot to put that would do the least harm to the views and, public enjoyment. They may not, given the current economy. I don't really know. They're not very clear about that right now. The timing is not going to be very short. I mean, there's been, Supervisor Long, you've participated in discussions with the Coastal Commission about how they'd like to find a pilot project in a local government, and the Commission has said repeatedly they like working with Ventura County, but I just don't see this moving with a lot of rapidity. They're just, I mean, if you take a week a month to be at the Commission, a week a month to prepare the agendas, and another 3 days of a week out on furlough, there's just very little straight work time.
Their staff's been reduced 15%? Something like that.
Yeah. So, for all the talk about speed, I think it's comparative speed.
And Mr. Chair, that was that was some of the concerns that were shared at CSAC, is working with the Coastal Commission and their lack of staff and major problems that are there because of the lack of staffing.
And before we go into giving you any final comments, I think we certainly want to respect the public speakers who have come here to talk to us also, so we should get their input. Public speakers, if you can keep your comments shorter than 5 minutes, we have 4 of you listed here. We'd appreciate it, but you have to have up to 5 minutes. Randy Short, you're on first, and then Penny Bain.
Good morning again, Randy Short. I guess it's afternoon now. Just on behalf of the harbor lessees, I'd like to say that while we certainly have economic challenges at the harbor, this is a great time to be moving forward, getting the planning process done, so that as we roll these projects out, we're hitting the upside of the economy. So we certainly would encourage you to keep this process moving, and thank you for your help.
Penny Beam, and then on deck, Janet Siderquist. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Ms. Robinson. On behalf of the lessees, Penny Beam, on behalf of the lessees who are not here today, I do have a letter from Mr. Edward Zucker that I'd like to read to you and then leave copies. Given the economy and everything else that's going on at the harbor, this letter is so upbeat, and it's exciting to know that he's still happy about moving forward in spite of the fact that we've had some possessory interest tax hits to our lessees. That you take a look at what's not even built on a parcel and being assessed at several $1 million on something that doesn't even have a plan yet, isn't approved yet, so that's pretty scary. Dear Chair Bennett and Honorable Supervisors, on behalf of our affiliate, the Waterfront Channel Islands Harbor LLC, we urge you to direct staff to finalize the proposed Public Works Amendment Plan. Despite the economic challenges facing our region, we are more committed than ever to revitalizing Fisherman's Wharf with an exciting mixed-use project consisting of the quality and quantity of new residences that will attract and retain first-class retail and entertainment amenities. Thankfully, construction financing remains available for projects that are comprised primarily of multifamily residential uses, and interest rates and construction costs are at an historic low. Accordingly, we look forward to continuing our discussion with you and your constituents during the months ahead to further shape a landmark development of which we can all be very proud. Meanwhile, it is critically important that the Harbor Department be able to timely process the proposed amendment. We appreciate your thoughtful consideration of the matter this morning. Edward M. Zucker.
Thank you. Is that, you're done with your comments? All right. Janet Sederquist, and on deck, Steve Bunger. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Chairman, fellow supervisors. I'm Janet Sederquist with the Oxnard Convention and Visitors Bureau and the California Welcome Center, and I'm here in support of the Channel Islands Harbor Department staff being able to move forward with this project. As you know, visitor services mean revenue not just to the businesses in the harbor, but also to the county in the way of tax revenue. This project coincides with moving forward. Oxnard has now embarked on a citywide destination branding project as of about 3 weeks ago. So the timing of this is excellent with improvements down at the harbor, as well as throughout the city of Oxnard. So we are in full support of this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve Bunger, and our final speaker is Bill Conroy.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman, Supervisors, Ms. Robinson, thank you for having us here today. I want to say that we definitely support, I'm Steve Banger with Marine Emporium Landing. We definitely support the harbor, Ms. Krieger and her staff for the Public Works Plan amendment. We are one of the first people out of the gate with any redevelopment in the harbor, and we're so fortunate to do this in this economic time. That said, the plan is actually working.
It looks like you got a tongue coming out of your cheek.
Well, let's say when I started this, I had hair, and there you go. That said, the plan is working. We've had visitor numbers this year that second quarter of 2009 were 45% up over our best year in history, which was 2005. Third quarter was 29% up. Unfortunately, those are not our revenues, but the revenues of our tenants, but that's a phenomenal feat. We're looking forward to the development in the harbor, very much so, and there are a couple buildings that we're looking at adding to our leasehold. The redevelopment of the third building that was our original building built in -- and also the additional visitor serving building in the front of H2. At any rate, we very much support the project. We ask you to support it as well.
Thank you very much. And last speaker, Bill Conroy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, Madam CEO. I have the privilege of being the Executive Director of the Ventura County Maritime Museum, and it's a wonderful position. I want to tell you a little bit about how things are moving in our renovation process. We are right on track with the stipulations of the lease. We're moving forward. Our architect is moving very, very quickly. We should have construction drawings ready for permit requests possibly by the end of the year. And in light of that, one of the reasons that we've moved so well is that the guidelines from the harbor, and especially in the landside amenities, really eased that process. Our architect was able to pick out lighting and landscaping and that very, very nicely. So we're very happy for the support of the Harbor Department and their staff. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That ends our public comment, and so now our recommended action is to receive and discuss and then provide comment. We don't have any action or particular directions, so any final comments for Ms. Krieger? Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Supervisors, I just want to thank Lynn for an excellent job and her staff, Marilyn, for doing an outstanding job for us. And also, I sincerely hope, and I think we are forming partnerships with the city, with the stakeholders, the harbor businesses, the lessees and the residents in the city, that we all work towards the benefit of the harbor. And I know that Janet and those folks are working on branding with the city of Oxnard. In fact, I was part of that program that we're going to come up with signs that are going to get the people off the freeway and into the harbor, and I think that's going to work great, and working with Penny, I think that we're going in the right direction. And I believe that getting the input from all the stakeholders is extremely important, and they're here. Those are the people that are going to provide the jobs, that they're going to make the harbor one of the finest, I think, in the state. And the potential's there, and they're willing to put up their dollars, and I think it's important that we support them. So I support the plan and the direction that we're heading to, and keep up the process. Thank you.
Supervisors, any other comments?
I just I appreciate you continually coming back, making sure that we're all on the same page. And one concern overall would just be issue that you have a lot of residential in the proposal here. There's already a lot of residential being built out there, and not, I don't think, sufficient complementary services available, retail services, restaurants, and those kind of things. And I think that's more appropriate for the harbor in terms of welcoming than a lot of apartment units. I would encourage that we look as much as we can towards going more commercial than residential there.
Supervisor Foy.
Then, yeah, except on one side, if you don't have enough residential, you don't have enough business, and I think that's what you have to bring. So, but there is the opportunity. I appreciate you being flexible with all this stuff, because who knows where this economy is going to go and when it's going to go and what new ideas are going to come. So I think it's the right idea to wait on some of this, but proceed as much as you can to be ready to take advantage of those opportunities, because as we know, the economy turns. Coastal Commission and everything else will take us forever to get through some of this stuff. So appreciate what you're doing. Thanks.
Supervisor Long.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that we've had the opportunity to revisit and the study session here. I certainly still agree with the 92308 board direction to cluster items around the first major project and include global issues on corridors, water quality, habitat. I also agree that with the principles behind the landside amendment, I agreed, and to include Supervisor Parks raising the issue about other transportation modals and enhancement with those, whether it be additional bus services, shuttle services, water taxis. I think that the challenges we have with the economy do require us to make sure that we time these appropriately, but the planning process not stop. I think we need to continue to do the due diligence on the planning process for not just projects, but the entire harbor vision that we crafted probably years ago. Things are always years when it comes to the harbor. It seems to never just be a month or two. So waiting until the market improves, certainly agree with that on most of those areas. And that to move ahead with the draft of the final Public Works Plan amendment and to not stop the planning process. The challenges with the Coastal Commission. Oh, one last thing, the Oxnard, the city of Oxnard. I think it is very important, and I know you do, and I know with Supervisor Zaragoza's, that we've worked to open lines of communication and areas of challenge that we all face with LCP, with the local coastal plan, and to note that the density of housing that's potential, Supervisor, I would agree that we need to, move through the environmental review and continue to weigh that. I think when you have commercial retail, you have workers who we should be looking at accommodating housing. I know Oxnard has an inclusionary housing policy. This board does not. So that'll need to be, where does that apply here, and how do we work through that? So just continue the good work. Appreciate it. And the lessees, I appreciate always your input.
Well, thank everybody and staff. I think for everybody involved down at the harbor, I think one thing we've learned, you have to have the patience of Job when you're dealing with the harbor and all of the issues that are out there. And so with that in mind, my emphasis is on flexibility. I just think we don't know what the economy is going to be like in 3 years or 5 years when things recover. When harbors were first being built, everybody went and put, an enormous amount of commercial down there, and then everybody realized harbors are at the end of the road, and you don't have drive-by traffic, and suddenly you don't have and then, now there's this push for residential. I quite honestly don't know where in 3 or 5 years where that push may end up. I know a different kind of clientele seems to be attracted to living down at the harbor, and whether that's a clientele that supports those businesses or not, I don't know. And so, this, you know, and the partners who are partnering with the county of the harbor, we certainly have to, you know, use some of their research to identify what it is that works and what it is that doesn't work, and then we're going to have to, you know, make some long-term decisions. So, with that, I'm flexible, and on this issue, you know, of the residential, I'm still flexible, but I recognize that you have to have some to support, and the question is, what is it, and what's the right mix, and all of that. So I hope that's gets you on to the next step, and thank you for the update here and stuff.
And thank all the speakers for being here today.
And for your patience and hanging in there, you know, through this project. I particularly enjoyed Mr. Bunger being so happy about hitting the peak of the market when he finally brought his project online.
And I would note, we're not making any decisions that have changed anything. I know I've gotten emails from residents that are out of town, being that it's 2 days before Thanksgiving, you know, how can we bring this forward and make decisions? But as I see it, this is just a receive and file.
Right. Exactly. And I think that we are, everybody help me here, we don't have now we're to closed session. Oh, we have to vote to receive and file. Thank you. All right. How about a motion on the correspondence agenda? All right. And there we go. And then now we need to vote. And then I want to point out, and before the board members go, I want to point out Roberta was passing out to us. She was trying to catch us before the last break. Roberta has some clerk of the board association pieces for us, and I want to give her that opportunity to postcard. Thank you. Thank you. All righty. Great. All right, we're going to go into closed session. Is there likely to be an announcement coming out of closed session? All right. No likely announcement. We'll be back out. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order, and we're ready for our 1:30 time certain item, and turn it over to planning.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Nancy Francis, and I'm with the Planning Division. And just a program note for this afternoon's presentation, the part of the case planner will be played by myself instead of Michelle Gianna, who unfortunately is home with the flu, and the part of county council shall be played by Roberto Oriana rather than Linda Ash, because Linda is also home sick. So yeah, I just wanted to alert you that you have the understudies filling the starring roles this afternoon. The project before you this afternoon is a request for a subdivision map in the Santa Rosa Valley, and it is joined by a zone change request also. I thought it would be helpful to run through the slides that we had put together for the Planning Commission hearings. There were 2 hearings at the Planning Commission on September 24th and October 20th, and in your board packet as Exhibit 1 are the staff reports, the revised staff report from the October 22nd hearing. This is the location of the project. It's located on a 132-acre parcel south of Santa Rosa Road, and it does give you some orientation there. Moore Park, the direction to Moore Park, and the direction to Camarillo. The diagonal line across the project site does represent the distinction between the open space land use designation to the south and the rural designation to the north of that line. This aerial also gives you an idea about what the site looks like at this time. What looks like perhaps a road traversing the property at the bottom of the, right along here, is the Arroyo Santa Rosa, which bisects the property. And again, you can see it in relationship to other properties in the area. The project description, project application is for a total of 18 parcels on 133 acres. 16 of the lots range in size from 2.9 acres to 4.2 acres, and 2 parcels are plus 40 acres. The area was originally zoned in 1971 to the AE zone, and that was to facilitate an LCA contract. That contract has non-renewed, and the property has not been under the provisions of the Williamson Act for some time. An EIR was prepared for the proposed project, and it is included in your packet as Exhibit 5. As mentioned on the slide, originally there were 3 potentially significant unavoidable impacts that were identified as part of the original project submittal. Those were impacts to ag resources, visual impacts, and biological resources. The environmental document was prepared and did go through a review period starting in December of 2008 and continuing into February of this year, and then the report was reviewed by the Environmental Report Review Committee. Following that review, the additional investigation and analysis of the 3 alternatives that were outlined in the EIR was undertaken by the Planning Division, and as discussed in both Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 5, each of these 3 alternatives are described. It was determined or recommended by the Planning Division that Alternative 3, which was a project redesign, would be the environmentally superior alternative for the project. It called for the same number of parcels, but with a redesign in the hope of reducing the unavoidable biological impact to a less than significant impact. The applicant did agree to the project redesign, and with the project redesign, that impact to the Caneo-Dudley was mitigated, but it still did leave 2 impacts to the ag resources and visual for requiring a statement of overriding considerations for the project. as mentioned in Exhibit 7 in your packet, shows the project redesign alternative. It's not real easy to see here, but there was a slight, configuration. As I say, we still had the same number of parcels when we got done, but the redesign helped to put the area for construction in such a way that the Dudleyville was not going to be impacted. The alternative, we had referred to it during the hearings in front of the Planning Commission as the project redesign alternative. Since it is now the project, we will refer to it as the project, although you will see in the staff report prepared and attached to your letter that it's often referred to as the project redesign alternative. Here's a slightly closer view of the parcels. You can see above the arroyo there are 8 parcels, and then below the arroyo, but close to the arroyo, are an additional 8 parcels, and then to the south of those are the 2 larger ag parcels, or open space parcels, a 40-acre. Let's see. Okay, we did talk a bit about the potentially significant impacts. The impacts that could be reduced to a less than significant level with mitigation are listed there, along with the potentially significant unavoidable impacts that we have already mentioned were the 2 remaining ones as part of the project redesign. So that in order to be able to ultimately act on the project and approve it, pursuant to CEQA guidelines, your board would need to adopt a statement of overriding consideration, and it is included in your packet as Exhibit number 6, and explains the findings and the reasoning for the adoption of the statement of overriding consideration for these 2 potential impacts. The zone change, this is interesting, as I mentioned earlier, the slide on the left over here shows the general plan boundary. This portion is here is designated as rural, and has been for some time. This area to the south is designated as open space. So but yet all of the parcel is zoned at the moment AE 40 acres. And again, that's left over from the time that the parcel was all located within an LCA contract. The AE 40 zoning is not a consistent zone with the rural land use designation. So right now, a portion of the property does have zoning inconsistent with the general plan. So as part of this project, the applicant is proposing within the area designated as rural on the general plan to change the zoning from AE 40 to RE 2 acres. And with the parcel sizes ranging in size from almost 3 to a little over 4 acres within the rural area, it would be a reflection of the existing parcel size without creating the opportunity really for additional subdivision within this area. And the portion of the property that was designated as open space would remain AE 40, as the AE zone is considered to be a consistent zone with the open space land use designation. Okay,
but that property still has its rural designation.
The rural designation is on the northern part here. This is rural.
Okay.
Right, within the red dotted line. So then there were, as I mentioned, 2 public hearings at the Planning Commission on this particular topic. Principal in the discussion at the Planning Commission were impacts and issues associated with water resources, and particularly groundwater quality. The originally proposed project that was processed by the Planning Division included in the project description, the ability to have up to 22 horses on this site. on the 18 parcels, 22 horses. And when the project redesign alternative was then analyzed, that number dropped down to 15. And that was a concern to the community and was a concern of the Santa Rosa Valley Municipal Advisory Council and those people who view the area as prime horse keeping and horse riding area. And in fact, the developer has included as part of the project description a trail which runs along the side. I'm sorry, I think it's down this side of the property, which would provide then access to, areas above the property, and is part of what the Santa Rosa Valley equestrian community views as its trail plan. It's not an adopted trail plan, but it is one that the community has been working toward implementing by actually becoming involved in the subdivision process when one comes along to make sure that the projects do accommodate horse trail. So while we had the horse trail, that was fine, but the reduction of the horses from 22 to 15 was a concern. The Planning Commission asked the Planning Division to meet with representatives from the Santa Rosa Valley MAC and groundwater, the Watershed Protection District and the groundwater, water resources groundwater section to discuss how did it come to be from 22 to 15? We were talking about the same land, and what could be done. And ultimately, it was agreed that the number of horses for the site could support a total of 22 horses. Of course, the issue with groundwater there is the nitrates going into the soil and the high water table. And also, by the way, Gerhard Hübner is here, and he can speak more specifically to the discussion and what watershed protection was worried about in terms of the horses and what has been done and agreed upon to ameliorate that problem and make horses acceptable. The MAC then provided a letter also in your packet October 5th, I think it's stated, saying that they were satisfied and with the decision that had been reached and offering their support of the project. And when the project then returned to the Planning Commission on the 22nd of October, the Planning Division did, on a 3-2 vote, recommend to your board the approval of the vesting tentative track map and the zone change. And that's zone change number ZN060005, and the vesting track map is known as SDO60033, or tentative tract 5688. And with that, the Planning Division would recommend that your board adopt the recommended findings shown in your staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Great. We have 4 public speakers. Do we have any questions before we go to the public speakers? Staff. We have no questions. Thank you very much. We're ready for our speakers. Lee Sheehan, or Sahan. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, Lee. All right. He lives on my street, and I can't pronounce his name. All right. All right.
That's okay, Steve. I'll give you that one to you.
It's just Lee every time I go by. He's got a surfboard taking it off. I'm trying to find out what the waves are like, right?
Well, good afternoon, honorable supervisors, staff, everybody who's worked on this project, and people from the public that are here for the hearing. I've got a little PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to just give you some brief facts about the project, and then I have one recommendation I'd like to make, and then I'm available for questions.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if we can get this thing to.
And County Council, we've got this issue with the applicant gets a certain amount of time, and all of that. You on that with us? Right. What's that?
It's not limited to the time.
That's right. It's normally 15 minutes, so you guys are going to be able to make it.
We should be pretty quick, yeah.
Great.
I think well
Thanks.
within that time period. Okay. Okay, can you hear me okay up there?
Yeah.
Okay, real good. All right, the project is called the Wildwood Preserve, and it's a place where people and nature can live together. We're out in the Santa Rosa Valley. The setting and layout of the project, it's a private gated community. There's 18 large lots for future custom homes. They will be individually designed and built by future owners. They will buy the lot and then go out and design and permit through the county process and then build their home. There's equestrian boarding and trails, public access, and I'll take you through a little tour of the trails in a minute when we get to the layout of the project. We have created a preserve for riparian and mountainous wildlife out on the project, both in the adjacent Montclef Ridge Wildlife Corridor. We've got about 80 acres of preserve up there. And then at the Arroyo Santa Rosa, which runs through the project, we're going to go in and clean that out and recondition it back to pristine condition and put it in a perpetual wildlife preserve. Significant contributions to public improvements at Santa Rosa Valley and the Ventura County interests are listed in the Section 7 Statement of Overriding Considerations, but I'll go through that list. The enhancements to the natural environment through habitat preservation out here are, as I mentioned, the Montclef Wildlife Corridor Preservation, about 80 acres up there, which will be split between two 40-acre parcels. Each parcel will have one house on it, and then that landowner becomes the steward of the land, and the land goes into a restrictive covenant, which is fashioned after California Department of Fish and Game standards. We will have a riparian habitat restoration area at the Arroyo, which has been largely degraded by agriculture over the years, and we go in and clean that out, take out all the non-native species, and we will be improving the flood control channel in there to hold the 100-year flood conditions, which have been upgraded by FEMA. And it will actually, those improvements will actually benefit the upstream and downstream property owners as well during flooding conditions out there. I'll just quickly read through the public improvements that the project brings. At Blanchard Road, there is a drain improvement that we will do. There's a Blanchard Road drain that runs from Santa Rosa Valley Road down to the Arroyo, and it serves the existing community to the north of Santa Rosa Valley Road. So the opposite side of the road from our project and up on the hill, the community's been having some trouble with their flooding over the years. We're going to go in and improve that flood control channel so that it holds their excess flooding waters and gets it down to the Arroyo during flood times. Floodway improvements at the Arroyo Santa Rosa to the 100-year capacity, which is a huge upgrade for the properties in that area. Floodway characteristics improved for the upstream and downstream properties. As you guys are probably aware, there was some consternation with the FEMA remapping over the last couple of years out there. We went through extensive studies with this project, which have been going on over the last almost 4 years, and provided a really in-depth study of the flood control characteristics up and down the Arroyo, which were used by the County Watershed Protection District in convincing FEMA to remap to the benefit of the property owners out there and kind of get some people out of the flood way and flood zone that FEMA had originally mapped, which was good. Public frontage improvements on Santa Rosa Valley Road. There's about 750 feet of frontage on Santa Rosa Valley Road, and we'll be going in and improving that and putting in equestrian trail along there, as well as a nice split rail fence that protects the horses and the cars from intermingling with each other, which is not particularly characteristic of the trails along there, but was a very important item for the transportation department here at the county, and they made sure that we weren't going to have horses going out onto the road, so we've done that. We have put in publicly accessible equestrian trails both along the Santa Rosa Valley Road frontage as well as into and through the project up to the Arroyo and running east and west along both sides of the Arroyo, giving interconnectivity to eventually the new county equestrian facility on Hill Canyon Road when it does get constructed. It also provides a linkage to the properties adjacent. If they ever develop or do anything, then it provides a logical place to hook in. And we had gone through this trail mapping with Mark Burley of Santa Rosa Valley Trails to make sure we were consistent with trails that they had planned for the area, and we are now in conformance and consistent with that. So we're very happy about that and proud of that. We'll be undergrounding the utilities out there, telephone lines, power lines, et cetera, along Santa Rosa Valley Road, as well as some old ones that are out on the property. We will be taking a Cayugas Water District pressure relief valve that the county considers to be a hazard to traffic out there right now, and relocating it at several hundred feet away so it's out of the pattern of traffic along Santa Rosa Valley Road. The habitat preservation and restoration at the mountains and the stream beds. And, you know, lastly, we feel we're really making an addition to cementing the equestrian heritage out in Santa Rosa Valley. This project was originally conceived around the equestrian lifestyle, conceived to promulgate and support equestrian activities in the valley, and with 22 horses being allocated to the property out there, we feel very proud of this, and at the same time not having an undue impact on groundwater quality and whatnot out there. And that was a long process we went through with the county. I think we came out with a very good result, so we're very happy about that. This is a plan view layout of the project at its very immature point, you know, shortly after grading and houses have been built. And I'll just kind of run through with the laser where the equestrian trails are so you can see those. We've got equestrian trails here along Santa Rosa Valley Road. We take those trails up and through the project here so people can get up to the arroyo, and runs both sides of the arroyo. They have access across the bridge, and that takes these equestrians up through this end of the project to here and over to here. And this is part of the traditional trail network out there, and also provides a linkage to the more agrarian trail that exists out there right now that actually goes over to here where the county's new equestrian facility eventually be built. So that's how the trails work out there. Lastly, I've got just a quick digital drive-by of the project, which builds in what the project will look like after it's built into the existing geography out there. It's about 20 miles per hour. Right here we're at the Blanchard Road intersection, and we're looking south to the project, and we'll be heading west towards the ocean along Santa Rosa Valley Road. Now that is the end of the road frontage of the project at Santa Rosa Valley Road. But I continue to drive along so that we could see what it looks like from adjacent properties and whatnot. There we have it. So, I'm available to answer questions or make comments, or whatever.
Do you have any questions for Lee at this point in time? We'll save your 6 minutes for anything at the end if we have it come up. Thank you very much. That's as good a technology as my 8th grade science project. That's pretty slick, being able to do that.
Well, 8th graders are getting pretty sophisticated these days.
Yeah. Dave White, Jr.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Appreciate you having us here today. My name is Dave White, Jr. I'm partners with Lee and the applicant. And there's 3 other note cards that you have. Nancy Kirsten Schreiner with our legal counsel, Rob Talmadge with Jensen Design and Survey, and Tony Lacasciato with Impact Sciences. They're here to answer questions. And if you have any questions, I can answer those, so Lee can. Okay, thank you.
I do.
Oh,
here we go.
Pardon me.
I know it's been floated around the idea. You're talking about this perpetual wildlife preserve, the Mountain Cliff Wildlife Corridor Preservation, and that land is going to be, I guess, deed restricted for in open space and not developed, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
What is the likelihood that you would be supportive of having it deeded to an open space agency like Casca?
That would be difficult because it would be property ownership would transfer at that point, and the homes that are on that property would go to whoever received the transfer. So that's why we chose to use, and Lee might be able to step in here and help me with the California Department of Fish and Game has a model that we followed, and therefore we put the property into the preserve so it will never be developed on, and that's recorded on the deeds. It's completely restricted.
So I know that the county has a way that we could do some lot splitting without, so it would actually be a non-conforming otherwise, but for the purposes of conservation, we would allow that if that land then goes to a conservation agency. So if it's doable that way, would you have an objection? You can think on this one.
Yeah, I think I should.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? All right. We are ready to open it up for board conversation and comments. Supervisor Parks, do you have a card in?
I believe so.
I'll tell you what it is. I've got to knock. There you are, Mr. Burley. Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Burley.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Mark Burley, and I'm a member of the Santa Rosa Valley Municipal Advisory Council. And we have, in fact, sent in a letter of support for this project. That is based on a number of issues. I'd just like to go back a little bit and give the history of the Santa Rosa Valley in terms of the general plan. Sometime in the second half of the 20th century, the Santa Rosa Valley was basically split into two areas. On the east end was all zoned at that point as rural residential properties, and on the west end was all zoned as agricultural and open space property. And the line of demarcation is actually pretty much about where this project is. This project is the last of the rural zone properties if you're going from east to west. So after this, all of the properties are zoned to for open space and agriculture, and most of them are in the greenbelt. So at some point, you know, it's a little shocking to see farmland being taken over, but that's what the general plan said, and that's what those of us who have fought to support the protection of the general plan have worked towards. Sometimes it gives anomalous things happen because you're seeing farmland potentially being made into rural residential. There are almost no properties left now in Santa Rosa Valley that are rural and residential that have not been built up. There's maybe one or two that are further east than this project. So we have worked with the developer to try and get the issues that we are very, very concerned about, which are firstly that we have an equestrian valley, we have equestrian community, we're very protective of it, we're very protective of our trails and the trail plan that we have created, which is actually going through, as you may know, is going through county for review and hopefully adoption at official adoption at some point later. All of the trails that we requested have now been included in this project. And the other issue that we had, which was spoken about briefly, was one about horses. And the horses had in fact been restricted from certain lots up until the very last meeting before the Planning Commission. And although some horses were being allowed, some lots were being denied horses. And I'd like to thank the Watershed Protection District for allowing a compromise which we came up with, which was that a certain number of horses are allowed for the whole project, and they can be allocated in any way that seems fit on a first-come, first served basis. So that we believe that for the number of horses that are being allowed, probably this project will not ever get even up to 22 horses. But anybody who moves in there is now on an equestrian property by definition. So I just wanted to go over those few things. I would also like to second a point which I have discussed both with the developers and other people, and this is not from the MAC, I'm now speaking as myself, Mark Burley, that I would love to see the open space preservation go and be adopted by some kind of an adoption agency, and I believe that there are ways that that can be done. You probably know more about it than I do, but rather than just have the individuals who own those properties be responsible for maintaining the wildlife preservation there, I would love to see that go under COSCA or some other way that is preserved, because those people are going to make sure that that is preserved, whereas the individual does not have any particular interest in making sure that the wildlife areas are preserved. So with that, I will close unless you have any questions about the community.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks.
Yes, the area is, according to our staff report, would result in incremental impacts to the landscape linkage that connects the Santa Monica Mountains to Sierra Madre connection. And that area, particularly in Tierra Hada, Santa Rosa Valley area, is really getting choked off. And I'm just wondering, you've had some experiences in the Santa Rosa Valley with some wildlife, and if you think the mitigation measures, which are things like lighting and fencing, keeping your animals out of your backyard at night, are sufficient.
I'm not quite sure whether you're asking, is it sufficient to protect the wildlife corridor and the wildlife, or are you saying that the people who live there should be more protected of their animals, which has certainly become an issue recently in Santa Rosa Valley, where we've had a mountain lion coming down and eating people's dogs, which is kind of unusual situation, although hopefully, touch wood, the last month we haven't had any more incidents of that. So I'm not quite sure whether your question is whether it's sufficient to protect the wildlife area that's up the hill, or whether you feel that the restrictions on the owners are sufficient.
I think it probably was a combined question, that it's being built in a wildlife corridor. There are certain conditions that are being requested as a result of that, and if you thought those conditions were sufficient, and the conditions go towards both those measures.
I think that the wildlife corridor conditions are sufficient, and this is not a particularly strong choke point on that wildlife corridor. There are much worse, as you discussed earlier on the Montclair Ridge and over in the Tierra Hada. This is a very wide part of the wildlife corridor, so I think that those are sufficient. But as I said earlier, I think that those could be protected better by a conservation agency.
That's kind of where I was going. Thank you.
Yes, that's my opinion. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers on this item? All right, now we're ready.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is there any comment to the request of Supervisor Parks for consideration of this COSCA?
Sure.
I'm not sure I understand the differentiation between what will occur under the current proposal and plans as to your request.
I guess it's different among private and public. Obviously, COSCA is a part of a park agency, right, so it would be public land. And additionally, you have it's got that connectivity with the rest of Wildwood and COSCA land, so in terms of the way the land is taken care of may be more consistent with the COSCA standards than for a private home.
If I may, Chair Bennett, Nancy Kirsten Schreiner, Norman, Carmody, Heron, Compton, representing the applicant. As many of you know, I spent 16 years in the City Attorney's Office in Thousand Oaks, and 10 years of that I was also delegated as General Counsel to COSCA. COSCA, unfortunately, only has jurisdiction within the city limits of the City of Thousand Oaks and Canal Recreation and Park District, and they aren't simultaneous. The district does go a little bit outside of the city limits, but this particular area is not within either one of those jurisdictional limits, so COSCA would not be able to acquire any property in this particular development without having to go through a full LAFCO hearing and amending all of their processes, and assuming those particular boards would want to expand this. I'm very familiar with the Montclair Ridge. Actually, it was involved in part of its acquisition, and bubblers up there for wildlife. And what's been developed for this particular tract is that the wildlife corridor will remain, and I think Supervisor Long's question was that under the current county restrictive covenant, it does abide by the restrictions that are similar to what would be in Casca, what would be allowed on the property. The county has jurisdiction over that as far as any violations. In addition, you have a homeowners association also that would have enforcement powers over this particular area. So you actually have dual protection from two agencies at this point, both public and private. And in many times, both the county has the ability to both civilly and criminally go. Obviously, only the association has civil remedies to protect it. But what's planned for that particular area is very restrictive. Also, as far as the development, the fencing, and I think this is a question for Supervisor Parks with respect to the wildlife corridor, most of the fencing is split rail, except for down very low, closer to the homes. The fencing could be more solid, both to protect trash cans so that you don't have situations with wildlife coming into the trash cans, and areas that are protected for if they're going to have, children and normal pet area. But the upper areas are all split rail, which will allow full wildlife movement through there without any difficulty. Also, the development of the mitigation measures as far as any light glare whatsoever. So I think what is actually proposed in this tract is very, very compatible for the wildlife corridor and the development, and in conjunction with what Casca would normally have for its standards.
Supervisor Parks.
Well, we've got you. On LAFCO, we had looking at mitigation measures for the loss of prime agriculture land, and that's what we have happening right before us today. And I know that you spoke eloquently about how you shouldn't have mitigation measures required when you have loss of ag land, but CEQA does require that you do put any feasible mitigation measures in your environmental document. I'm not seeing any in this document at all. And we have come across other situations where there are measures available, and certainly everything from purchasing of easements to putting into a trust fund to setting aside agriculture land in other areas that can be feasibly done, in my opinion. So do you have any thoughts on the fact that there is, considered no mitigation measures, and whether this is an adequate CEQA document because it doesn't have any mitigation measures for this significant impact?
It has mitigation measures both for biological, with respect to agricultural, as I've mentioned before. Once the county or respective city has their general plan developed and have determined that this area can be built upon, that decision was actually made at the time of adoption of the general plan, and then there's corresponding zoning that would comply with it. And it has basically been taken out of an area of protection and put into an area that can be actively developed. In addition to that, because of CEQA, you have additional mitigation measures, and in this particular case, both county council, planning, in conjunction with my office, have worked together and developed and have determined that with the exception of cumulative visual and agricultural removal of ag land, that you have everything else mitigated.
Right, okay.
Now, the issue then becomes with the statement of overriding considerations. With respect, we've got 7 grounds in your resolution. Any one of those is sufficient to comply with the statement of overriding consideration. And I would actually say the problem you have with the ag resource and development is that this was already presumed to be developed parcels. You have developed parcels adjacent to it with respect to the zoning and the general plan land use designations. And I think at this point there is sufficient mitigation in there. I know County Council has looked at this very closely and is of the same opinion in developing this particular resolution. In fact, I think it's one of the much better resolutions I have seen the county actually develop and adopt, and I actually thank staff from all the respective departments for working on this particular resolution.
And my understanding is if there's feasible mitigation,
right,
it has to be in there. And that's, it's not, you know.
Right, but the
whether they-
determination of, you're right as far as if it's feasible, but it becomes what's feasible. In this particular case, there really isn't any feasible mitigation. CEQA does not allow you to impose infeasible mitigation.
So
And the protection of this area has been determined by staff and your outside environmental consultant to be, at least what's being proposed is feasible. You can't protect it 100% because it's in your general plan as a developable area.
Well, I'm ready to weigh in on that if somebody needs,
And
what you
I'm
do.
done with my questions if we're going
Thank
to
you.
comment period, but just,
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
my understanding is that there's a requirement under CEQA to make sure that if you have a significant impact, that you look at what are potential or feasible mitigation measures. And there really wasn't an analysis done. We have in previous projects been able, I think it was the Lewis Road widening, was able to put some funds into a trust fund that can be used to mitigate by purchasing of farmland. So that is something that I would consider feasible. I would think that it's feasible to buy, for example, an agricultural easement of prime farmland, because that's what we're losing here today would be prime farmland with this approval. So I have problems with the environmental document finding that there is no mitigation, no feasible mitigation. I guess that's basically what this states when it has no mitigation for the loss of prime farmland. So I have a problem with the EIR for that reason. And then also regarding the potential for dedication of Costco land, both for biological resources, for example, the wildlife corridor, as well as the scenic impacts. We had a previous condition, well, way before I was on the board, for Lake Sherwood, which required that a dedication is made to an open space agency or conservancy if that open space agency or conservancy is willing to accept it. So it requires a good faith effort to connect with local open space agencies and conservancies. If they're willing to accept that land, that will occur. And as I had mentioned, we have policies in place that allow for the subdivision for the purposes of dedicating conservation easements. So I think that we have the legal mechanism to do that. We have a potential agency that may be willing, and I think it would be worth that effort because it would enable the land to be contiguously owned by the open space agency in that area that preserves it and is aware of wildlife corridors and habitat and the necessity to protect it. And you don't have that same guarantee with a private party necessarily. So those are the two things that I would like to look at. And just while I have the floor, there are overriding considerations on Exhibit 6. It's page 15 of 16 of our board letter. The seventh overriding consideration to me needs to be removed. It reads, one of the reasons why we would allow for the impacts is because by developing the project site, it will deter criminal activity at the site and reduce harm to the environment. And to me, it's an open space parcel. There's no criminal activity we need to deter, and certainly by developing it, I don't think that will result in deterring criminal activity, nor do I think by developing it, it will reduce the harm to the environment. So I would just recommend we delete item 7 of the overriding considerations.
Okay.
And I guess I'm putting that out, those two potential conditions, which I'd like to see, just putting it out there for comment. But that's where my motion would go, would be to either approve it with those conditions or approve it to have staff review this and come back with with the measures that need to be approved at the board for those conditions to be in place.
I'd like to weigh in. First, there's been a lot of work that's gone in on this project, I think, all the way around. The applicant, the MAC community, our staff, people have worked really hard, and I just want to commend everybody. I think it's been a collaborative projects. There's been clearly a lot of give and take out there, so I don't have any problem with sort of the process that's been undertaken, and I appreciate sort of that collaborative approach. The issue that I have the concerns with is we're being asked to adopt a statement of overriding considerations for the removal of the 22 acres of prime ag land, and there's no mitigation offered for the ag impacts, and I have great difficulty in good conscience adopting a statement of overriding considerations that says the projects, when there are no ag mitigation measures that are out there. Given what we've done and on other recent projects, it seems to me that at least partial mitigation, I appreciate you can't get to 100%, but at least partial mitigation can be achieved. And this was converted over, I believe, in the mid-1990s is when this was converted over. A Board of Supervisors amended the general plan to change it from this particular parcel was changed from ag to rural. So when they did that first major design, I don't think this parcel was there, and then I think after, in the mid-90s, this parcel was added on its own. And I may not have made that same decision back then, but I'm willing to respect that decision, allow and honor it as long as we can address the fact that you still have 22 acres of prime ag land. Because ag land is so precious in this county, and we have a real issue, and you've got these 22 acres going. A few months ago, as Supervisor Parks just pointed out, when we had another project with the widening of Lewis Road, we required that the county road fund pay for the acquisition of off-site agricultural conservation easements. So I asked myself, why wasn't that brought up in this EIR, since we sort of established that a few months ago with the last EIR. Regarding the open space part of it, I certainly let Supervisor Park speak to that. That's my primary focus is this prime ag land in terms of some impact. So where I would be going is I don't think it's appropriate for us to design the mitigation measure here from the dais, a partial mitigation measure from the dais. I would be proposing to go to staff, because I know there's legal issues involved and there's procedural issues involved, and the applicant may find something that the applicant can agree to, and maybe something the applicant can't agree to. But I'd be inclined to say, generally, I'm supportive of this project going forward. I'm looking for some partial mitigation rather than just going out there and sort of reestablishing a precedent that 22 acres of prime ag land, we're just going to do a statement of overriding considerations to try to address that. So that's where I'd be going, is to direct this to come back perhaps the 15th of December or come back in the middle of January. That's probably more appropriate with this worked out. All right? So those are my thoughts. Supervisor Long.
Well, a couple of things. I hate to even bring up horses now, it seems so minuscule, but the statement in the board letter on the horses, and I just want for clarification, it says restricting the number of horses per individual lot to not increase concentration in any one area of the project site, still allowing for 22. So that's what the application of the horses. Otherwise, you're not going to have 22 horses on one lot. I assumed that was the answer, but I want to clarify that. Now, back to this recent discussion. I appreciate raising the issues, and as the attorney represented, we had quite a healthy discussion at LAFCO about CEQA, ag mitigations, and the application of them, and in this case, I think, up against a general plan. And I think one of the frustrations that the public has, and certainly the property owners have, is you have a general plan and this says X. It was done in mid-90s, whenever it was done, and now there's expressions that we don't like that. We don't like the loss of 22 acres of agricultural land. I don't like it either, but I think that we had an action taken by a board that said this was the appropriate growth line for this community, and this community accepted that growth line, and so now they've applied via the rules for that, for the development of this property. And I think you've got, to me, apples and oranges when you talk about Lewis Road and the trust fund. I think there you had a county project and public taxpayer dollars in a county project that was that created an impact, and so in good conscience as the county applicant, we applied the trust fund rule. I think the other issue raised about or suggestion to look at Acosca Caneo, I think that was addressed by the attorney, and I think that in order to go out to an agency to ask them if they would take this in, one is additional process, timeline issues, and frankly, would have liked to have had that either raised by staff or the supervisor of the district or the public or even Acosca and Caneo prior to getting to the dais, because I too don't like to do mitigations at the dais. And frankly, I look at HOA rules and county rules and a very active and engaged MAC that if there's any complaint or issue with the protection of that open space on those properties, it will come into the public arena for discussion and resolution of the complaints. I frankly think HOAs can be tougher than any agency on many things. So I don't have the same issues, and I think that delay is money. Delay is money, and I'd like to, if there's a further case to be built here, I'm certainly open to listening to it. I just don't have the same concerns.
Supervisor Foy.
I've got to go along here with Supervisor Long on what she's saying, because it looks like there was change of zoning on this property 15 years ago, 20 years, some time ago. And in that property was set up to do exactly what it says to do here. Now, during that time, somebody said, let's use this land, let's use it for crops, let's grow something on it and do that. And I think that was great. They had that opportunity to do it. But at that point, that board had said this wasn't going to be prime agricultural land. Somebody used it to grow, and I think that's great. I could see that in a city where somebody says, wow, there's a whole bunch of lots here and there's a bunch of homes and there's 5 lots left over. Let's have a vegetable garden here and let's grow it and do that. And at some point somebody says, I want to now go back and build the houses that this was zoned to do. And I think that's where we have. I mean, I agree that it's great that somebody used it for some agricultural land, but I think at this point it is zoned, and we're asking it to be used for what it was zoned for, and it's very difficult for somebody that owns a piece of property for us to come back and try to redo this when this is what it was zoned for and this is what we're used, just because I used it for something else during that time. So I'd have a hard problem with changing and putting those kind of requirements that we go out and buy something else or for that. And I think that where Supervisor Long was a good argument, and so I agree with that.
I'd just like to quickly respond to that one point, because it helped me in terms of clarifying this. And you say, zone for it was zoned for this, and yet we're being asked to make a zone change today. And so staff, help me out with AE 40 zoning and...
Probably it would be easiest to say that the area has been general plan designated as rural since the 90s.
But not zoned.
But not zoned. But the AE zoning, which is over all of the parcel, is inconsistent with the rural land use designation. And nowadays, what we would do would be to go in and rezone at the same time that the general plan designation was changed. That was not done at this time. But the zoning, on the rural portion of the property, the AE zoning is not an appropriate zone for the rural designation and is not allowed in the general plan.
So, I mean, so that certainly doesn't give me confidence that there was a thorough vetting of the zoning decision back in the mid-90s if they didn't do the zone, but they only did the general plan.
Well, the general plan, though, of course, has to have its own environmental document that goes along with it. So I
can't tell you the degree to which it was done, but it is a project under CEQA and does have to be reviewed for what would be the impact of changing the designation from open space to rural. That would have had to have been analyzed to satisfy CEQA.
So I have two questions for County Council, if you can. Can partial mitigation for agriculture still be an appropriate request of the Board of Supervisors as they're getting ready to make a statement of overriding considerations for ag?
Yes, I guess to just briefly explain, what you have in the EIR is a finding that the 22 is more than the 10 allowed to be less than significant, and nothing will take it down to less than significant. You'll still lose the 22. But you're always allowed under CEQA to take any mitigation that would even not bring it to less, but would mitigate the project. The question then becomes twofold as to whether it's feasible, whether it will be accepted by the applicant, and secondly, whether it requires a recirculation or redrafting of the EIR. So those are issues staff would have to look at that couldn't be done today. But you're allowed to mitigate under CEQA even if it's to a degree less than significant, not to a degree.
And even if the general plan back in the 90s had an environmental document associated with it?
Well, that's a different point, and Ms. Francis is correct, and they are inconsistent, and the zoning should be corrected to be consistent with the general plan, which is the constitution of the county. But that's a separate issue from a CEQA mitigation measure. I mean, the zoning is wrong, and the zoning should be corrected at your first opportunity. But that's different from the issue of whether these soils are being taken by this specific project, and that impact can be mitigated to some degree, even though not to less than significant.
So in your judgment, the board could ask for partial mitigation for this ag land to be, and that would be consistent with CEQA law.
It can ask staff to analyze whether it's feasible.
Right. Okay.
And then there are two other questions that come up once you make that determination. If staff comes back and says that's not feasible or won't mitigate the impact, then you can't require it.
And if staff comes back and says it is feasible?
And then there's a question about whether the applicant will accept it or not.
Which would determine then how much you have to recirculate.
Whether you have to, yes.
So if the applicant accepted it, you would not have to recirculate.
Unless there were additional impacts caused by the mitigation, which is probably not likely in this area, but sometimes a mitigation causes other impacts and then you have to recirculate.
So I guess I would stand with the asking the question and asking the question of staff in terms of whether it is feasible. It strikes me that both of these things are feasible. So I know your position is, you have a different position of that. But I would ask that question. It's not a legal question that we cannot do this under CEQA law. Supervisor Parks?
Yes. I did fail to say that I really respected the developer's contact with the community. I think he was at every MAC meeting for the last half year at least. And I appreciate that. Very nice outreach. And I think that says a lot for the work that he does. And also that I appreciated some of the nice additions, amenities, the split rail fence along Santa Rosa Road for separating the path and horses from cars. I would love to see that all along Santa Rosa Road, so I'm glad that's starting. And then doing the Blanchard Road drainage issue, which will help to not only help this project, but other projects, other existing homes in the area. So there are a lot of measures in this development that allows me to support it other than these two measures. That's certainly coming off of the hill, so it's not a major visual impact. That would be a nice addition, but I'll give the fact that they're nice estate homes and it's consistent with the area. Regarding issues of CEQA, it reminds me of the aggregate crushing facility next to the Juvenile Justice Center. Well, it was zoned correctly, but when you put it there, it's going to make a lot of noise and dust, and you want to have mitigation measures. While we have an opportunity to put these houses here, it doesn't lessen our obligation to require mitigation if there's feasible mitigation. I just think that is certainly a requirement that I would anticipate the environmental document would have already analyzed whether there are feasible mitigations, instead of being here today saying, what about purchasing an ag easement? What about putting it into a trust? While this is something that probably should have done earlier, it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it now. And I would certainly hope that we would do that study, because there may well be some good mitigation measure for this to at least get it perhaps less than significant. And I think that is our obligation. As far as the COSCA or any open space agency or conservancy having the land dedicated to them, I think you can write it in such a way that if the open space agency doesn't want the land, then it stays the way it is proposed, and that's the way it is on the Sherwood development condition. Did find an open space agency, and the land was dedicated to them. But if there isn't one, if they don't want to take it on, and if they do take it on, it will require that nice subdivision ability we have to waive the requirements for a certain size, that I think we should utilize that and have this land be part of the open space agency. It's something we can do. And if it can't happen, there will be no problem with it as it is. It's just giving us an opportunity to raise the bar and do it a little bit better. So I think both those conditions are certainly worthy of putting into this development and feasible. So I'd be happy if, I don't know if Supervisor Zaragoza wanted to comment, but I'd be happy to go ahead and ask that we put this off into our December, which is or you're looking at the January meeting to come back and look at the feasibility of the agricultural easement or agricultural trust as a way to mitigate, and secondly to basically copy the same condition we have in the Sherwood development for this property on the open space, and otherwise to approve the document as is when we come back at that meeting.
And I'm sorry, I missed the beginning half of your motion. Could you just repeat it again?
I'm just asking that we draft these conditions and come back, and I heard December sounded like it would be difficult to make, so maybe in a January, the second meeting in January, to come back and look at having this before us with the two conditions. One, if there is a feasible mitigation measure for agriculture, that be provided to us. And secondly, the language similar to the ones in the Sherwood development condition, which requires dedication to an open space agency if that open space agency wants to take it. And if they can't find one within a couple of years, then it doesn't go.
Could I just suggest a few modifications? One is that we say either December 15th or in January, so that the planning department can work with the applicant. The applicant may want to come back faster, the applicant may not, to at least give them that flexibility in terms of...
no later than January 15th, then?
I just think they wouldn't want it.
January 15th.
They wouldn't want to slow down.
And what's the timeline for the developer? Is he okay with that? Well, I mean, I know.
I don't imagine.
Time is money.
Time is money.
I don't imagine he's still okay with that. No.
But
I don't know, this to me seems like we are, first of all, we're accusing the planning department of not doing their job by saying they should have done this and they should have done that. I think they did exactly what they're supposed to do according to what our county council said, and I think we got to be careful about what we're asking here. For them to do something, and we heard from the attorney that it's going to be very difficult. Let's don't impose things that are so difficult that they can't be done, or in 2 years from now they come back, everybody tries, does something. It's a waste of time and money. It sounds like we have enough opportunity for what the developers have done to put so many restrictions on this program already. I mean, our planning department knows what this board wants. I'm sure they would have come back with some of those things originally if they thought that was going to be more helpful. So I think we got to be careful about, and go back to what Supervisor Long said, delaying these projects and making it so expensive. And so, we heard this whole thing about trying to make it easier for real estate to sell and do all this stuff, and we have an opportunity here to help through this opportunity and get some more jobs and hopefully some development going. And I don't think any of these things are going to make a difference here. And the idea of the farmland issue is a real struggle for me, since it, like I said, we saw it wasn't wrong, it was just hadn't been done yet. This, again, Santa Rosa Road and this whole area has turned out to be one of the most nicest parts of our county now, with these kind of developments that are doing well. They're not crowding them in, and which they could do, and it's beautiful. Let's don't stop what's going to be a very nice piece. So I'd have a hard time moving forward with this kind of a recommendation.
Supervisor Long.
Just, and I know we need to wrap this up, but, final comment, and I appreciate the supervisor speaking to the good work of the developer with the MAC, and to have one speaker here from the MAC addressing the mitigations and working with the developer and the compromises. It's always difficult, and I said this earlier too on the dais, to try and craft something else that may come back to us with exactly where we are today, may come back with months of additional processing. And as I heard the presentation on the list of dedications and improvements and mitigations and road fund and clean out and other conditions already put on 18 lots. I just think we probably need to just vote.
Well, I appreciate that. I'd like to make my final comments in terms of this. I'm certainly I certainly don't think staff didn't do their job at all. But I think a few things need to be pointed out. This thing was 3-2 at the Planning Commission one time, 3-2 at the Planning Commission the second time. It's not clear. There are a lot of issues here that have to be dealt with. It's not a clear issue, number one. Number two, this is the only time we get to express ourselves. I don't get to go to the Planning Commission and say, hey, boy, the ag impacts are an important issue. So it is frustrating for an applicant to get all the way to here, but this is the first time we get to do this. It is not a mystery in this county that the loss of prime, this is prime ag land, that the loss of prime ag land is at least an important issue that I think everybody ought to be saying, hey, that's something that we need to be paying attention to, and it's not something that you're going to find everybody saying, oh, it's easy to do a statement of overriding considerations for prime ag land. And as much as I like the project, et cetera, I may have said do a slightly different mix of these mitigations if we had to make sure that there was something in there for that statement of overriding consideration. So I just want to be clear, and though we have different views on that, but it's not that staff did anything wrong. This is the only time we get to raise the issue. I'm not trying to design the mitigation here. I'm trying to ask staff to report, is it feasible? I have trouble finding that paying into a conservation easement isn't feasible. I assume it is. It's just whether the applicant wants to do that or not. And I can see why the applicant doesn't want to pay into it, but it strikes me that it is very feasible. I'm less focused on the open space dedication, because at least we have something in here that is a protection for the open space. But the statement of overriding considerations for the prime ag that is the issue in my mind. So, Supervisors,
the prime ag, looking at staff, would take how long to find that out? A couple of weeks or a week or what? Or
Well, I'd have to look and talk to county council to see exactly what that entails. If you're asking that the county develop some sort of a program so that we let the applicants know up front if you are going to remove property from prime ag land on the IFI map series that we're, as I understand it, the ag commissioner is busy in his initial study assessments even moving away from that. But if you're asking that we develop a program that you would pay into to offset that mitigation, I imagine that that's going to be a work program for us that's going to take us a little while to do. I'll have to look at the Lewis Road EIR. That wasn't done by the Planning Department, but I know the last two EIRs that were done by the Planning Department came through in the same method that this one did, with a statement of overriding consideration for the loss of prime ag. So I'll look at the Lewis Road and see if there's anything in there for me, if that's the direction of the board.
So probably, I'm not sure if it would be feasible to have this developer wait for that study. I'm just thinking of it.
Yeah, I would really have to consult with county council to see exactly what that work scope detailed for me, whether it was just feasible mitigation on this project or whether there is a county-wide that when somebody comes in to take out of prime, that here's the money that you have to pay, and that is the program that we're going to use for this point forward.
Well, I'm certainly not suggesting that you create a whole program at this point in time. The question is, and so one possibility is the applicant interested and willing to do that, at this point in time? I see the applicant shaking his head, so the applicant's, saying he's not willing to do that. But I don't know that we have to create a whole program for that. Is it your feeling is your belief that we would have to create a program?
Well, I'm not sure how we could look at it, or how I would be able to look at anything other than arbitrary if I didn't create a program to look at it. We go back to our past practice, looked at the past two EIRs that we had done in the county, came forward with the same type of statement of overriding consideration. There is nothing for me to look at to say it's going to be a 2-to-1 ratio or pay $500 per acre. I mean, we would really have to understand and do that research before we moved forward with any recommendation. Unless county council has something to add, I don't know how else we would do that without really doing some study on it.
Okay. I have a question. I mean, would we be better off just continuing this item to the 15th so we can get more answers to the question, not directing staff, just for us to get more answers to these questions in terms of that? But
I think it would be helpful. I did, prior to this meeting, bring to staff's attention the condition on Sherwood. It's a pretty simple condition, and I think it's worth putting out there because it's, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it gives the opportunity for the land to be put into open space. So I think it would be helpful to have that language before us, as well as, we have, while Ms. Rodriguez may not be as familiar with the Lewis Road mitigation for loss of prime ag land, we have done it before. So I think it's worth looking at, and I certainly would ask that we do that.
I think I'd ask that we just go ahead and try to approve this recommendation, try that vote, see where it goes, and then let's go on and see if there's something else after that. Can we do that? I make the recommendation we approve this, well, as staff has required or requested.
I think you already have a motion on the floor.
Do you have a motion? Well, I don't know if we. No second on it though.
Well, let's try it. Let's just try it here. Go ahead. Try
okay.
It.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Make a motion that we approve as a staff recommendation here on this item to now. So I'll move that. Somebody has? Move a second.
All right.
And we'll vote.
All right. And a yes vote approves the motion. A no vote would mean then we would go to
some more discussion.
Supervisor Parks's.
There we go. Okay.
And it passes 3-2. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All righty. That issue is resolved, and
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to say that, I think it was a healthy discussion. I think we should perhaps have a continuation of that discussion, because there will be other things that come up regarding ag and our open space. And if there's an interest in having legal counsel and staff have further discussion and bring forward a study session, let's do it.
Yeah, I would agree with that too, because if we're going to go and ask people to do this, let's tell them up front what they got to do, and not later after the project.
And Mr. Chair, you and I like to share the same sentiments, because I think, Kim, you're saying that you don't have the guidelines and the attorney, and I feel very uncomfortable with that, but I think that we got to look at that, and if we're going to have to mitigate in that respect, that we got to do so. And okay. Thank you.
Good project, and with one fundamental disagreement, and we move on now.
Okay, board members, I'm in charge now. All right, apologize to all those present that were late on this item. The item before took longer discussion than we anticipated, and our apologies. So we are on item 34, and it is a presentation from Supervisor Parks on the Excellent Senior Summit Action Plan Senior Summit.
Thank you, and I'm sorry that we were delayed or off by almost an hour, so I'm going to try and go through the PowerPoint pretty quickly because I also want to recognize the volunteers that helped so much put it together. When you think about the I think we had about 60 panelists and speakers and at least 40 volunteers. We had 100 people volunteering their time to put together a wonderful, informative day for our county senior citizens. The information garnered at the half-day workshops is kind of a compendium of issues that seniors and the system encounter as a result of demand essentially outstripping the resources and an increasingly less well-off senior population, both financially and physically. As depressing as that may sound, and yes, there was a workshop on depression, we actually worked on goals to find ways to address the shortfalls. So see if there's any possibility that this will work. I just don't believe it ever will, so. Yeah, I have no trust in this. First we looked at overall, and actually I have the handout. We looked at overall what were the financial impacts both to the seniors and to the system itself, and the impacts from all the workshops that kind of cut across the workshops. We found I'll let you know when to do the slide, so if we can go back to that one. The financial impacts to seniors include rising costs, less access, and limited incomes, and the financial impacts to the system, obviously cuts in services and programs, uncertain funding, increased need, and an overloaded system. And then we found, you can go on the next one, that there is actually some recommended actions, and the idea of the Senior Summit was to come up actually with an action plan document, which you have in your packet. But these particular actions cut across the different topic areas, both the need for seniors to be involved in the decisions that affect them, their health care, their finances, and even in advocacy and legislation. Also in education and awareness to help seniors learn how to help themselves, and where you need more of that now that we don't have as much services. Collaboration to provide the team care, and we know that from a lot of the services our county offers. Sometimes it crosses across our different agencies. Joint funding opportunities, increased knowledge of services, all that can be brought through collaboration. Utilization of technology also was something that came across the many different workshops for gathering information and for communication among the service providers, and then advocacy was a strong one, particularly when funding is being cut at the state and national level. And the next slide, there were some changes. We had a senior summit in 2005. This one in 2009, we found that there were changes notable. There's a tremendous overlap of workshop topics, and one of those things that overlapped was health care. That affected many of the different workshop topics. The need for innovative pairing of issues, and that would be an example like chronic disease management, pairing with healthy lifestyles, or transportation pairing with housing. The use of technology, one of the examples that I highlighted in an article I wrote was just talk about co-housing. There was a wonderful, innovative suggestion, I thought, that you need to have some kind of web-based service that connects seniors who need a place to live with seniors who might have an empty home with an empty room, and how do you do that pairing? And they even called it something like eHarmony for seniors or something like that. Community volunteerism obviously was a big one too, to help fill in the gaps. Our keynote speaker, if you want to go to the next slide, was Gary Passmore, and he was with the Congress of California Seniors. Some people who attended thought it was rather depressing, but actually it was very right on in explaining what it is that we are facing out there. He found that there are three big forces that are affecting senior programs: California's fiscal meltdown, the national economic meltdown, and the emergence of the baby boom population, which is the largest population in the United States. And he found that there's actually a structural bias against health and human service programs, and particularly to seniors, that we're seeing those being cut first. And then also showing that that is the fastest growing segment in our population, and that our seniors are also growing older. And in moving forward, he talks about a shift from just crisis management, where we always seem to be with this, to actually trying to get some long-term social change and structural change. And expanding some funding for services. Now, if you go to the next slide, what I've gone now is each one of the workshops, just give a brief introduction of what the impacts are to the seniors and to the system, as well as then what the actions were that were recommended from the workshops. These are the folks that helped us with the caregiving and caregiving options workshop. Linda Henderson, our Deputy Director of Human Services Agency, was our moderator, and you can see the individuals that we got on the panel. And it's just such a great concept, because we get these great moderators who pull in real experts that help, and then the seniors attend the sessions and are able to give their input into what then becomes the action plan. So with caregiving, if you'd like to go to the next slide, caregivers and caregiving options. The financial environment, how does that impact the system? High medical costs, increased complexity of medical cases as more people live longer. We know that there's something like 90% of health care goes to like the last year of life, for a lot of money at any rate spent. State cuts in the IHSS program. Also, you have HMOs focused. If you'd like to go to the next slide, focused. Oh, okay. The HMOs will actually focus on getting people out of the hospital sooner, and sometimes people aren't ready to get out of the hospital sooner, as well as you have seniors who could also become liable of caregivers who don't have workers' comp. So those are impacts to the system associated with the financial issues of our country. And then how those impact the seniors themselves. You have a lack of resources to afford assisted living facilities. You have more people without family support, and particularly as seniors get older too. And also you have financial impacts to a whole family. And again, that health care that crosses across the different topics that can significantly impact families. Some caregivers lack needed skills, and as seniors live longer, more complicated medical problems. And we're also finding, and Gary Passmore pointed this out, that you end up in situations where you can't afford caregivers, and you have the mates of seniors, so seniors end up taking care of seniors, and sometimes they're not as physically capable as others to take care. So next, here is the actual recommendations from the Caregiving Options Workshop. And what I did here, in your packet is all the recommendations, but we just paired out what are the ones that the county can be involved in. So here are the actions that the county could take or assist, our agencies could assist with. And that could be develop a list of private and public care options, use the area agency on agency as a clearing warehouse, establish services with retirement communities using volunteers and neighbors. This would kind of help to initiate that, because you have retirement communities and you can get some good volunteer support in them if you can help organize. And also continue the 211 funding. We find that helpful in referencing people to the appropriate services. And establish financial assistance. There's a lot of programs that aren't covered by Medi-Cal, including hospice care. The next workshop was chronic disease management, and you'll see who we had on that in the next slide. Dr. Gonzalez, our medical director at the Human with the healthcare agency, was the moderator for that, and also brought in a wonderful group of individuals to be our panelists, as you can see on the chart. What we found in the environment for chronic disease management, how financial environment has impacted the system. We're seeing, and that's the next slide, that the medical community has lagged in technology. One of the things brought out that you'd never think about is like pharmacies don't talk to other pharmacies. Rite Aid doesn't talk to, CVS. So that would be helpful. And one of the recommendations for seniors is keep that list of medications with you, because you may need it. Volunteers in healthcare are actually leaving to get jobs. You're finding that with the Camarillo Healthcare District, I believe, pointed that out too. Medicare rates discourage physicians from taking patients, high cost of prescription medication, pointing out also that generic drugs sometimes are inferior, and many of the medications are there are more types and more potential complications with the medication. And then how it impacts seniors. They have less access to medical care and caregivers, expensive medications, and they also, the caregivers themselves are suffering. The chronic disease management actions that the county might get involved with, which is the next slide. Greater collaboration between government and nonprofit agencies. Increase awareness of HICAP, that's the Health Insurance Counseling and Advocacy Program, a great program specifically for seniors. Advertise and duplicate the Ventura County Public Health Primary Prevention and Early Detection Services. This was very well complemented, and they wanted to see that grow. Developed a web-based inventory of available resources. That's, again, something that the county could assist with. And create an interagency task force to facilitate communication across agencies. And I know Lois Friss was very strong on this for the proposal to create this interagency task force. And it is also supported by a lot of other organizations, so that would be nice to be able to see. Our next workshop on elder abuse and I do want to mention we have some of our wonderful VIPs in attendance. I know Catherine Dugan is here with the DA, and Barry Zimmerman is here. I think Victoria Jump is also here, and Melissa Livingston. So just an example of some of the real high-quality folks we had helping us and moderating. But the elder abuse, as you can see, had a good group of folks from the courts as well as adult protective services and advocates. The elder abuse financial environment that has impacted the system. If you can go to the next slide. You have state cutbacks being directed specifically at senior programs, increased need for IHSS, which is the in-home support services, increased caseloads and court cases related to elder abuse, and crimes against seniors increasing as you see financial times. And oftentimes, as we know, a lot of those financial abuse cases are members of the family. How financial environment has impacted seniors. I've seen foreclosures, seen evictions, physical abuse is up, and some of that is related to job losses of your children coming to live with the older adult and having that situation. Relatives and caregivers having to borrow money they can't repay. And also you see isolation of seniors that can lead to unseen neglect and abuse. What are the actions that the county could get involved in? And again, on our website at Senior Summit, it's Senior Summit, Ventura.org/Senior Summit. You can see all of the recommended actions. Again, this is just the county ones. But the recommended actions: promote public awareness of the agencies and programs designed to help protect seniors, increase access for vision, hearing, and mobility impairment in government and courthouse facilities. We see seniors sometimes going through the court cases related with elder abuse and others that may not have the ability to hear what's going on or to be able to see the small print, but being able to provide that assistance. More resources for the district attorney and elder abuse rapid response team, which are really helpful. And I was just seeing there was an article in the Los Angeles Times, I believe yesterday, about the healthcare plan at the federal level looking at putting aside some, I think it was about $700 million towards trying to get more effective and more resources to assist in elder abuse response. Establish an elder abuse court, which is now in process, which is good, and assist the formation of neighborhood watch groups to look in on isolated and fragile seniors, something you wouldn't think of with a neighborhood watch group. But again, I think it's just another one of those nice innovative suggestions coming from this. The financial insecurity workshop, our moderator, Dr. Robert Estrada, and he helped put together this workshop, which discussed the issues being uncertainty in the financial system, major companies and banks failing, interest rates dropping, U.S. dollar losing its value, and no longer that U.S. is no longer that superior financial force that we were, and also the impact on our housing with reverse mortgages, which was looked at as kind of a helpful way for seniors to get funds from the house that they own, but they're not as effective as properties decline in value, and how the financial environment has impacted seniors. We have loss of pensions and savings, and basically the financial risks associated with health and the longer lifespans. And the recommended actions, again, really push for increased awareness of HICAP as well as the Seniors Against Investment Fraud. In the Healthy Lifestyles workshop, Dr. Marty Kaplan, and happily this was one of the most popular workshops, which I thought was very positive. You know, how much depression do you want to hear about? But this one was very positive, and it is such a linchpin to everything else, because with a healthy lifestyle, as this panel found, you can avoid a lot of the problems associated with health. And the financial environment that has impacted the system. They've seen increased number of retirees and seniors without jobs, more seniors with limited incomes and high costs of health care, and how the environment, the financial environment has impacted seniors. You're seeing seniors having difficulty just making their basic needs. You have sedentary lifestyles as they get out of the workforce, and also a change in careers, and also a critical time where they really need to start taking care of their health. And their main recommendation is just to get those volunteer opportunities out there, and that, again, that comes from what the county can do. Obviously, there's a lot that seniors can do for their health, and if you go to the plan, it tells you what vitamins you want to take and how you need more fiber in your diet and all those kind of things, too. In the housing workshop, we had moderator Douglas Tapking and Rick Schrader with Many Mansions, and Douglas with Area Housing Authority, and brought in great folks, including our own Chris Stevens and Victoria Jump, and people from the Ventura County Senior Living and ARP. And they found that with the system, how the system has been impacted, you're seeing more seniors taking up affordable housing slots in those affordable slots out there. You have homelessness increasing, and you have less grants funding available for housing services. There are less donations, less people are contributing to charities, and there's obviously more demand for services. And we're seeing, interestingly, larger and larger nursing home facilities being built, and the small home care facilities which don't require licenses, those ones under 6, those are the ones that we're seeing the most of also. There's also an increased desirability for those nice one-story homes, which you don't see enough of, and communities are building more two-story homes. So this is something that I've seen, actually, one-story homes worth more than two-story homes in some of these tracts, because seniors can't find one-story homes. And the environment has impacted seniors, the financial environment, by the foreclosures and people on fixed incomes with increasing costs. Home care is very expensive, and if you look again at the website, you can, and also at the action plan, just how much money it costs to be in an assisted living facility, all the way up to over $5,000 a month to be in a nursing facility, one with skilled nursing. So those kind of prices are just astronomical, as well as what is covered by Medi-Cal isn't as sufficient as I know most would like. There's more multi-generational co-housing, and that was again something that we were seeing with elder abuse too, but that kind of crossed different workshop topics. Seniors on fixed incomes, home care is expensive, more seniors needing and applying for subsidies to pay rent, increased dependence on social services, and more seniors moving from home ownership to renting. And the recommended actions that the county can take: collaboration between the Area Agency on Aging and other housing authorities to investigate all options, web-based service for matching seniors, as I had mentioned, and coordination of one centralized housing source with the county is something that we don't have. And you would think that we'd have that, but different areas have different the Area Housing Authority has theirs, and et cetera. So it'd be nice to get one for all. The next workshop on mental health for older adults, Susan Kelly, who's here today, was our moderator, and actually had a lot of her panelists were people who had suffered some depression and shared how they saw a really good healing. Dr. Celia Woods was also one of the panelists, and their the financial environment that impacted the system. You're seeing that it's obvious the mental health system is overloaded. Private insurance pays for only a small amount of the care. Nonprofits are not getting the funding to help provide care. Shortage of trained staff, and a growing number of seniors needing care in the next 10 years, and how seniors have been impacted. Stress can increase chances of mood disorder, mental well-being impacted by financial matters. 10% of seniors in the U.S. affected with depression, and you're seeing increased depression can cause then job loss. Increased depression associated with things like job loss, death of someone close, having children move away, a lot of things that can happen more for seniors than to the average population. And as well as medication side effects, which is something when so many medications oftentimes seniors will be taking that they can have that depression as a side effect. And actually that can also lead to death if you're not eating properly or sleeping well. And the recommended actions for that was to promote awareness of signs of depression and promote awareness of our behavioral health department from what the county can do. And then senior advocacy. It was Hank Lacayo was our moderator for it, and this was a wonderful workshop, and I think we actually had some photos of it, if you go to the next slide, with the Sandy Fitzpatrick, Fran McNeil, Gary Passmore, and Regio Saborio. Senior advocacy, just looking at what's happening at the state and federal level and the need to be able to make your voice heard, and trying to find a unifying theme in which they can bring seniors together. One of the things Gary Passmore pointed out is there really is no political leader at the state or at the nation that is just champion senior issues and how important that is. We have, I think, Karen Bass looking at trying to help foster kids and et cetera, but they're looking for someone to champion senior issues. And also showing that a lot of seniors don't have networks to connect with each other, and a lot of isolation. I'll go right to the recommended actions on this, and looking at stronger collaboration, pulling together resources across from the city councils to Area Agency on Aging to senior centers to nonprofits and other social agencies, and then again that advocacy. Transportation was the next one, and Mary Travis with the Transportation Commission was the moderator for that, and really looking at how the system is impacted, the state's reduced transit funding, increasing gas prices, higher fares, and then as far as seniors being impacted, that sometimes forces them out of their cars so they can't afford the gas, as well as having to pay higher fares. The transportation recommended county actions: increase transit options, especially for doctor's appointments, improve transit information, things like schedules and such, increase safety at bus stops, something you don't hear too often, promoting safety precautions and providing senior-friendly transportation, wider sidewalks, benches to sit on, larger signs, low floor on buses, so those kind of things specific for seniors. Understanding senior medical coverage was the last session. Catherine Rayleigh with the HICAP program and Betty Berry were the moderators. Also a well-attended one that had looking at the impacts to the system. I just cannot believe how complicated the Medicare appears to be and all the different choices, and it makes it very difficult, I think. And then on top of that, those choices change each year, what's inside them, as well as your needs change. So it's a very complicated system. It doesn't cover long-term care. Government insurance also, because it doesn't provide enough, a lot of medical providers aren't stepping up to the plate. And as an impact, you're getting reduced medical coverage to seniors, less access, and greater medical costs, and also leaving them to some predatory businesses, insurance brokers. Understanding senior medical coverage, the recommended action again goes to the HICAP because we have a great program and needing to make that more available. And finally, in conclusion, the suggested action plan we find is a useful document. It's in our packet. It's actually a draft. We have a little bit on our website at ventura.org/senior-summit. We have some phone numbers and all that you can reach. And that seniors need to learn to advocate for themselves, but there are actions and collaborative efforts that the county can take to help facilitate better communication, education, and awareness. So overall, it was really nice to see the attendance, to see the folks there. We got some great comments. What did you enjoy most about the senior center? People enjoyed one mentioned just seeing the numbers of people there, making new contacts with other senior service providers, the speakers and presentations, and the exchange of information ideas. And it was nice to be able also, because of our sponsors, to be able to provide free transportation there. We had buses from the senior centers throughout the county, as well as having a free lunch. And the most significant part, I think, to them, again, how many people were attending. The action plan was inspiring, someone pointed out, and it also provided greater insight in what can be done and how to go about it. Now we need the action goals to be implemented, basically. And so in the packet, looking at what the county can do, and I think we will share this with the different department heads and get their input on things that they see that they may be able to do, as well as some of the agencies like the Transportation Commission that we'll share it with. So with that, if there are no questions, I know it's late, I'll be glad just to make a motion that we receive and file this, and also that we'll present this to the final to the department heads and the agencies for their input and see how they can follow up where possible.
Okay. Supervisor, thank you. Any comments?
Yeah,
Board
Madam Chair,
members?
I just want to thank you so much for an excellent summit. I had the opportunity to attend one of those meetings, and it was well attended, and there was a lot of questions, and of course, there was not enough time, to answer all the questions, but it was an excellent summit, and got to see a lot of people there, like Hank Lakayam, the speaker that spoke there from the state. Was we didn't want to hear what he said, but it was information that was needed. But I want to thank you for an excellent summit.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
And all the volunteers too that volunteered. I think it's important that we recognize the volunteers for their work.
Thank you, and that's what I hope to do with the next item. Is I have some certificates, as you know. So,
Supervisor, I know there was a tremendous amount of work put into putting this together, and I really appreciate that this time around you've got this compilation of the actions and comments made and speakers. It's really helpful to use as resource in my office, and I expect others, that we can look at the pieces that we might be able to assist with moving ahead. I know that our county staff, all those who've intersected with this, will be looking at where they can do a better outreach, perhaps with collaboration and communication, because we know there are new resources, but we know that we have very creative county personnel and managers, and the Area Agency on Aging does a great job in working with our seniors, and empowered seniors are powerful. So it's a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. And one of the side benefits are that the moderators and panelists got to hear what each other are doing, and then also that now that they know what the kind of the findings are, that they can go out there and work towards them, and some real innovation. I like that part too.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to receive and file this item, and we will now vote to do that, and great appreciation for your hard work.
Thank you.
And thank you.
And this could never have happened without the volunteers, so I really want to just take a little time to thank the
Absolutely.
volunteers. And I think we had a great photo. I don't know if it was shown on...
It was,
okay.
yeah. So
from my iPhone, I got
item 35. We'll move ahead.
It was really wonderful to be able to have that support. It's a lot of the comments are, we got to do this again next year. No, we have to recuperate for a while and try to implement some of the plan. But I just thank so much the seniors. It was an awful lot that day, and I just really am thankful. So we have some certificates from the board, and I'll come down there, and especially I want to thank my assistant, Denise Castillo-Saad. She came back to my office. Last time she was here was 2005. She did it then. She came back and did it again. So I just really thank you so much. A lot of work, and it was handled really well. Thank you.
I have the list.
Oh. Okay.
But they're in there.
Well, we'll start. Melissa Livingston. Thank you. Thank you so much. And not only that, but helping to coordinate it too, and as a moderator's help to bring on. Grace Aguilar? Yeah, that'd be great. Or just have everyone right here. We'll just get a pile. So, is Cress here? No. And then Irene. Oh, okay, Irene Bajenstein. Thank you very much for volunteering. Appreciate it. Thank you. And they all had nice yellow shirts they get to keep. Margarita Cabral. And Natalie Cabral. Oh, yes, I remember. She brought her daughter. Isn't that wonderful? A family affair.
A lot of family members came.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your help. Thank you very much, too. And I have to tell you, I know Venice actually almost tackled two people that started to take off with our raffle prizes. She found them, she got them back, and Catalina
Don't mess with
Castro.
me.
Yeah, don't mess with Venice. Catalina's not here. Ara Castro. Okay, so we're a family, I think. Yeah, for this one.
Yeah.
Violeta de Malanta. All right. Thank you so much. The seniors they loved the volunteers so much, and they were so helpful. And some needed Valerie Fernandez, just to show them which way to get to the rooms, or helping with their plates of food and all that. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Lori Black. Thank you so much. It's fun. Yeah, I'm glad you think so. We'll do it again in 5 years, 4 years. Ryan Gonzalez, 2 years.
Wait, 2 years, I guess.
Yeah, there is that request. So.
That was the biggest request.
And Brian was a huge help. Thank you so much. He was everywhere and did everything. Brian Hunt, even scooping out the food with me. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help. And Sonia Croft. Thank you, too. Couldn't have done it without you.
No, you helped so much.
And Diana Nunez, are you here? Yes. It's all coming back to me again. Aurora Ortiz. Thank you so much. Thank you for volunteering. And Jenny Pittman. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the help, and they're so helpful. Suzanne Ramirez. Thank you, Suzanne.
And Martha Ricalde? Thank you, Martha. Thank you. And Laura Wortel? Thank you, Laura, and thank you for coming today, too. And Ruby Laura Leon? And these read, recognize a dedicated service for your valuable time and effort freely given to make the 2009 Senior Summit a great success. Thank you so much. And Martha Ria? Is it Reed? Maria. Very good. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure.
And Maria Barajas? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, these are ones that
Okay.
we weren't sure if they were here.
And Eugenia? No.
I think these are family. So these are
Aaron
they're family.
Christensen.
They're all family.
Sarah Christensen.
Oh, Gina's here. Oh, okay.
Eugenia?
And then these are your daughters?
Yes.
Sarah and Aaron.
Thank you for bringing
Thank
all of
you.
your daughters. They were great. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think that's Mary.
No, Mary's not here.
Robert Jenkins.
Is Robert Jenkins?
Judy Jenkins is his wife.
Okay.
Irene Malik is my wife.
And
Cynthia Munoz.
And we had also volunteers who typed on laptops and went on buses with the seniors. Rosemary O'Neill? Oh, great. And each time we do it, we know we can do it better next time. Avoid the little hiccups. I don't know if it'll ever be perfect, but thank you. With your help, it sure worked well. And Patty Sanchez. And her husband George. And Gina Sporling. And Elisa Sporling. Okay. Well, we have a whole stack of. You have a whole stack of others.
I have
so
ones that
those-
needed that I didn't know you guys were coming, so I'll definitely get those to you.
But come on up.
But come up.
Okay, you're gonna have to get real cozy, okay?
Oh,
Some of
okay,
you
get
can
to
come up and stand in the back.
Will you come on up to
Got my county council looking good. Just be careful on the steps if somebody gets with the gate, okay?
And then also, make sure you get your commendation.
What's wrong with you?
Come on, Victoria. Barry, let's go. Move it. Move it.
Okay, well, this is not a cozy group, so this is a wide angle, but not that wide.
Co's in, Co's in.
Also wanted
Okay,
We
you guys
are
need to go.
almost out of here.
Normally would have been
There you go. Thank you, Marty.
Crouch down. Crunch down.
There you go. On that side, that works. Okay.
You know, as Roberta snaps the picture, thank you to all of you. As we have a Thanksgiving season, you are appreciated.
Battery.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute.
Oh, Roberta.
It's not my fault. Hold on just a minute.
Roberta, I'm taking back the accommodation again.
Leroy. I know what I'm doing. It's the battery is low. Let's see if we can get it.
Snap it quick.
We had Damien back there with it.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Use that phone.
One more.
All right.
Okay, that worked.
All right. Thank you all. May you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, all of you. We're thankful for you. And board members, that wraps up our agenda today. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.